Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. How is everybody on this election night? How are you guys doing? I am having such a good day. One little hiccup, but having such a good day. I am reaching people, they're reaching me. There's a bunch of people reaching out to me for the Coot stuff. That message is getting out there, which is excellent. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to be dedicating a bunch of time to covering the Coot stuff, looking into it. It's still active. The guys are still, going through the court system. So I'll be covering that. And I've asked for people to reach out and let me know. I'm looking for citizen journalist, independent journalist, individual journalist, anybody out there who's been collecting information and following it. Reach out to me on Twitter. I've opened my DMs, and you can just jump in there and, slide into my DMs and let me know what you know, and we'll connect and chat. But to the two people who've reached out to me already, oh, awesome. Yeah, we're going to be following up with that. So thank you all very much. And the Twitter's been a lot of fun today. Thank you very much for Chris Erickson for the bump up to 3,000 and beyond. So thank you very much for all of that support on Twitter. It's awesome. And yeah, if you're over the target and you're dropping the bombs, the truth bombs, if you're doing that too much to the wrong side, they like to come out and start to, twist words and make things seem like they're not. I've only been at this for a month, and I've already been falsely accused of indecent joking, which I didn't do, and falsely accused of indecent proposals, which I didn't do. But I guess we're over the target, and we're dropping these truth bombs, and this is what comes with the territory. But to everybody else on Twitter for picking up the reporting on this story, because it would be a conflict of interest for me to kind of report my own story. There was a whole bunch of other citizen journalists on Twitter that said, hey, show some receipts. Let's see what you got. Reviewed it and analyzed it and reported back on it. So to all of you that did exactly that, Natasha Montreal, thank you. You are an amazing person. I barely know you, okay? Barely. Just scratching the surface of getting to know you. But you are an amazing person. So thank you very much, Natasha. That was wonderful. Chris, you too. Thank you very much. Keeping an open mind. I love seeing that. Even though you know me, you still kept an open mind. And I do like that. Look, I'm not the type that says, hey, let's just bash that. People have their truth. They think they're right. And they want to express it and protest. So I support that. They were mistaken, but I support the fact that they expressed it, and I support the fact that they provided real evidence, and after a review of the real evidence, the truth was determined. But I am glad it wasn't fake evidence. It wasn't anything like that. So shout out there too. So I do appreciate the honesty. There was a misunderstanding. Clearly, there's a misunderstanding. There's a whole bunch of words missing to get to where you thought it would be, but I'm glad it's over and done with. And it was journalism on YouTube, or not YouTube, on Twitter that really took care of that. I got Gov hanging out. He's getting himself ready. But before I jump on, I actually want to play a little video. It's about 4.5 minutes. So Gov, you got a couple seconds still if you want. Because I want to say thank you. This is my first month. Can you believe it? Either you can't believe it that it's only been a month, or you can't believe it that, boy, that month went by quick. I'm in both camps somehow. Somehow I can't believe it went by so quickly, and I can't believe that it's only been a month. So let's just quickly reminisce a bit, and let's revisit our guests, all of them, even the one that doesn't like me anymore. But please enjoy this little video that we put together to show my appreciation to you, the audience, and especially to all my guests. Your time's valuable, and you've given up a lot of it to me. So thank you very much, and just let me go ahead and play this for you.
Us all go to sleep, and then you woke, were just
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Boy, that was a lot of guests in just a month, but yeah, they were all there. So thank you all very much for coming. And I hope you enjoy month 2. It's going to be bigger, badder, and a lot more truth too. I know what's coming up. I think you guys are going to like it. So all thank you very much. And I think Kevin's about ready to jump on in. Yep, got the thumbs up. And there he is. Hey, Kev, how you doing, bud?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I saw you with something by your ear. You had to clear some tears there or something with that tissue earlier.
Yeah, it was all my emotions boiling up at one point, right? Now my allergies have been killing me this week. It's my breathing has been bad. Like I usually have a puffer. It lasts like for a month, but I've been going through them in a week, and I think it's to do with this poor air quality that we're in due to these to these arson change, right?
To arson change, yeah. That's a good way to put it. But I do want to say thanks to you, Chris or Kevin. You were one of the first to come on, as you saw in that little montage. You were one of the first to come on, so I really appreciate you coming on and then sticking around. You must be enjoying yourself, so thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for having me on. I do like those black headphones. I see you wearing white headphones sometimes. Stick with the black ones; they look better.
Yeah, no, the white ones are the backup when these didn't work. Something happened to these like a minute before the show, and if I don't put them on, it comes out the speaker, and it's even worse. But yeah, the white ones are here as a backup, but I'm happy to tell you I actually got a second backup, which are just buds.
Earbuds.
So yeah. So if these have to go, it will be buds. And if those don't work, then well, I got to put the white ones on. But thanks for the comment, or the feedback on that. I do appreciate it. And they're also by kids, so I don't like wearing them. But you got to do what you got to do. Hey, Eleanor, welcome. You're first. You came here bright and early. You're first. And Clay, where you been, bud? I haven't been having my coffee. Are you on the late shift again? I'll have some water with you there, Clay. Hey, Ellen, welcome, welcome. So you're on my Twitter, you're on my Discord, you're on my YouTube. Is that stalking? I don't know. Maybe a fourth one will be stalking. We'll find out, Ellen. But thank you very much for hanging out with me. And happy month anniversary. Thank you so much. Just a little guy, little 1 month guy. So thank you so much, Ellen. Hey, Karen, welcome back. I think I saw you before. There's a whole bunch of new people, so apologies if it's your new time, but thank you very much for being here. And hey, Tammy, welcome very much. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. And Tammy, did you see yourself in there? That is still the one I think about the most is your interview, and then Donald. But we got to speak to you directly, and then Donald was pretty impactful too. Hey, Motown, how's Calgary? Coffee is on again. Jason, you have a great Plaid family and wonderful. So intelligent guest. Yeah, they're pretty cool. We're getting close to 100% on that, though, eh, Motown? Not quite 100%. I'm learning so much. Cool. Thank you for all the hard work. Hi, everyone. Let's keep it going. Yeah, the last 2 days have been wonderful. Lots of subscribers. I think we went up nearly 100, like almost overnight on YouTube. So thank you very much. And Rumble's growing quick. So if you're on Rumble, go ahead and subscribe and then hit that little fire thing. Or wait, that's Odyssey has a fire. And then do the Rumble. And if you're on Odyssey, go ahead and hit that little fire thing. Kevin, you have a fan. Now, let me warn you, she is a stalker. So she's on Twitter, Discord, and she's coming here too. So keep an eye out for this one. We can't quite nail down where she's from. It's either Ontario, Nova Scotia, or Novaterio. One of those. We can't quite nail it down. And we got Prairie from Manitoba. Prairie, all eyes are on you tonight. Manitoba, we're keeping you guys. Oh, we lost his video. I'll bring him back when he's back. Yeah, so Kevin, if you do want to take a break or whatever, just kill your video and I'll drop you and then bring you back.
Okay.
Cool. And hey, Prairie, there's my sunflower. Thank you so much. And Tammy is happy. She did see it. Thank you. And we'll play it again at the end as a little bit of a goodbye. All righty. Well, that's the chat there, Kevin. So now we can start chatting. We have an election to look at tonight.
Mm-hmm.
What was your assessment throughout the day of the chatter on the internet? Were you seeing anybody giving up? Were you seeing some more messages getting pushed? What were you seeing on Twitter today?
Well, so the things that I kind of noticed, and to be honest with you, I didn't really have much time to be on Twitter today between your show, and I actually did another show right after your show. Then I did my own work that I had to get done for the week. So
Mm-hmm.
a bit of time that I was on Twitter, like I found a couple of chatting groups where they were really looking to find out more information on the polling. So that's one thing that came up. They wanted to know where everybody sat in the polls, which to me doesn't really matter, right? Because polls
Right.
are rippers, right? So
Right.
it doesn't really matter where they are in the polls. But I think it's interesting that they're looking for information, and they weren't looking for where the the CPC is. They're looking for where the PPC is, and
Yeah.
they're looking for what the atmosphere is and what and how the situation is like. So they really want to see what's going on the ground. And they want to feel like they're a part of something, because one thing that resonated throughout multiple chat groups was saying that this could be a pretty important or a tide changing in Canada,
Yeah.
and it's not just one seat. It's not just Max getting elected, but it's having the representation of a party finally being able to make its way to the House of Commons and really have an impact on the three stale parties that are there right now.
So the pulse that you're feeling is possibly some people that are typically they don't want to do the vote splitting thing, but now they're testing that water, seeing if maybe they're jumping to the correct team. Is that what you're kind of thinking?
Well, no, the only people that were using vote splitting was the CPC, right? Like they're the
Correct.
only people that were using that, and a lot of people that I follow or follow me. Like although like a bunch of CPC does follow me, the majority would have to say would be PPC supporters, and then the anarchists. And you got to watch out for those anarchists; they'll keep you on your
Mm-hmm.
toes.
Yeah, for sure. And we had a poll put out by Keenan. I always get his name wrong. Is it Keenan?
Keenan Bax.
Yeah, yeah. So he put a poll out, and it was about 65% CPC, 35 PPC. That's a good number. Those are good numbers because he's heavily CPC. The CPC base is really big on social media. Yeah, and out of 8,000 votes, that would have been about 1,000, 2,000, but 2,500 would have been PPC votes. That's a large number considering the size of the social media.
Yeah, so if his is saying like, what did you say, 70-30? 60-40?
65-35.
Okay, yeah, so it's probably closer to 50-50 then, right? So his poll, if you take out his bias, his CPC bias, knock 10
Mm-hmm.
points off and add 5-10 points to the other team, and you basically have a 50-50 split. So
Right.
what that's saying is that this election is going to go on well on into the night, and we probably won't get an announcement until late night or early morning before we actually find out, because it might come down to the final writings, right?
Yeah, yeah, right down to the last couple of ballots. And one thing that we saw with the Trump election, they were calling like 90% for Hillary. The polls coming out were all like super, super heavy. So seeing these polls come out way less than that, no, I think there's a lot of support. It's kind of the no, I'm not going to say unspoken support because there's some spoken support there, but it's concentrating now and it's being diluted by the CPC national support. So yeah, I think that was a good poll. I actually think it backfired a little bit because it showed that there's some strong PPC support.
And what a lot of people have to understand is like what their position is and what they're saying on social media and what they actually go and do at the ballot box are two completely different things. One,
Right.
they could not even be vocal at all, and then they're just kind of fence sitters, right? Taking in the information on both sides, and they don't even know themselves what they're going to do or who they're going to vote for until they're sitting
Right.
in that booth and making that check mark. And then you're going to have your hardcore people on both sides. But it comes down to the swing voters, and they're going to really be the ones that are going to decide the election. The people that aren't involved in these constant attacks, this back and forth, and these all this stuff that we see going on, the people that are going to decide this vote are the ones that have been silent and just taking everything in.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I was just thinking about something. Do you think there are any PPC secretly going to vote for CPC? No, right?
I mean, sure. If they screw up on their alphabets, their ABCs, that's the only
Yeah,
way I
but
can see that.
but do you see any CPC secretly voting PPC?
Well, of course, that's what's going to happen, right? So, like,
Yeah, that's where I'm headed.
these people are going to be vocal for the CPC online, but because they're too ashamed of saying that who they're going to
Mhm.
actually vote for. But when when the cameras are off and that curtain is closed and behind closed doors,
The vote to
they're actually
conscience.
they're going to vote for who they actually feel. Damn party at that point in time, right?
Do you think there's going to be a lot of I'm upset over the last 3-year votes for against the CPC? So not necessarily for PPC, but against CPC for the work they've done the last 3 years.
Work in terms of what, like not doing anything at all?
Correct. Or lack thereof. Correct.
Yeah, like I think that this is a good opportunity to send that party a message that
Mhm.
if you've sat back for the last 3 years and watched these guys be absolute clowns for 24/7, then it should be a protest vote. So in terms of the PPC, they should have their loyal followers, and then they should get the protest vote, the people that are unhappy with the CPC. So they should be benefiting from both sides, and which is why it makes sense when it's a 50-50. When I don't know what the majority vote of the last federal election was. I think the CPC had like 40% majority vote, and then the PPC had about 5%. So if they can close that to a 50-50 gap, that's a huge improvement from even the last federal election where there was 35 points of separation.
And I think they are closing that quickly. Even over the last election, this particular riding had a really big showing for PPC. I'm just going to give you a quick heads up. I got a alert. Okay, it's extreme weather alert for my area. It's saying,
well, good thing you're in lockdown.
Yeah, no kidding. So if I drop, continue. Okay, you'll be able to continue with the stream without me, and then I'll come back. But I had Jeremy on, and then I had a hailstorm around me, and now I have this going on, and they're telling me ahead of time now. So they're tuning in that harp, I think, is what's going on here. We'll get into that another day. Okay, so we're thinking that there's going to be some secret CPC voters going for PPC. They're going to be frustrated, so it's not going to be a vote for PPC. It's going to be a vote against CPC, kind of like what we saw down in the States when Trump first got in. A lot of secret Trump voters, I think, are what put him over the top on a lot of those states down there. And then what we saw in the subsequent election, which was a whole bunch of votes for not Trump, not for Biden, but against Trump.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, people never get voted in, right? They always get voted out. So the latter is the stronger. Sure, you're going to have your supporters, but the biggest percentage of voting is going to be your protest voting. So people that have been really upset about the this current administration or how they've done things, and then they're going to either, because there's two options, you can either stay at home and choose not to vote and say screw you altogether, or they're going to say, you know what, I'm going to go vote for the other guy. It's kind of like if you're a Maple Leafs fan all your life, and then you're like, you know what, this team sucks and it's not going anywhere, and they always lose, especially in the most important time of the season, in the most spectacular way. They always just seem to fumble. So let's join a team that has some sort of potential.
Yeah, completely. And nobody's talking about Liberal or NDP at all in here. So this is a 2-horse race completely, right? Do you think those voters will sway it at all, take enough away from the PPC? Like, what do you think those guys might do? Do you think they might get behind PPC to get some representation?
Like, I don't know. Like, I haven't really been following the other people in this election too much because I really don't see them as being relevant. I don't even know who is running. I don't know their names. I don't know how well they're doing. So I don't think that they're even gonna they're insignificant at this point in time. They're just gonna go and do their thing, vote Liberal or NDP, and the like the heavyweight showdown is going to be between the basement dweller CPCer and and Maxime Bernier.
Yeah, so we heard that term this morning as well, the basement candidate. So we're referring to the fact that he's not really out there knocking on doors or doing very much, right? Yeah. Yeah. And back to the other voters, there is a group of never CPCs. So there may be some strategic voting going on that part, maybe a little bit that will benefit the PPC. But you certainly wouldn't see them voting for the CPC to counter the PPC. They're either going to vote for their party or spoil it or maybe give it to the PPC, but not the CPC. Yeah. Okay. So we have a lot of roads going to Rome here that could lead to all these different types of voters making their way to the PPC. So yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting election for sure. Sorry. I'm going to go put some chats on if you don't mind there, Kevin.
Absolutely.
Cool. So we got Dean podcast. So the Dean podcast, it's not Dean Blundell, right? The Dean podcast.
Dean is the guy that I was doing a podcast with after your show today. So after you, I hopped on with Dean and we did some chatting, and then back with you. And I just, sent the link to Dean if you wanted to tune in. And I guess
he won't. That's the Dean Blundell show right there?
No, that's my buddy Dean. The Dean podcast.
Okay.
No,
that's not it's two different Deans.
Two different Deans. So the Dean Blundell has me blocked on Twitter. He has
me too. I was just about to say that sounds very weird because Dean Blundell hates me.
Yeah. So the Dean podcast, he's one of my first followers when my account was really small, right? And he was the first person that I actually did a podcast with. Before Zach, I did one with the Dean podcast. And then when it was finished with you this morning with your morning show, I hopped onto a podcast with the Dean podcast, and we talked about the current state of affairs for about an hour or so, and then I sent him your link, and he managed to find his way into your podcast right now.
Wonderful. If you want to send him the StreamYard link, he can jump on the podcast and say hi and tell us about his podcast if he wants. So Dean, if you're paying attention, if you want to come on, look for that link that Kev will send you. We can come on and meet you. Canadian girl watching from Airdrie, Alberta. I love Airdrie. I picked up my airplane there. So I went all over North America looking for an airplane and then ended up finding one in Airdrie, right north of Calgary. So welcome, Canadian girl. Thanks for finding us. Ellen, is that me spinning or Jason? Could be you. Could be you. You mean like this? I'm not doing too much of that, Ellen? Hey, Matt, welcome back, buddy. Trudeau's news interference instead of the election. That's all that was out, Trudeau news. I wasn't paying too much attention because I was focusing on getting the shows ready, but thanks, Matt. Paper Trader, are you govcorrupt.exe? I'm not, but that guy is. Yep, that's GovCorrupt. That's me. Yeah, and then there's his name right there. So yeah, GovCorrupt, follow him on Twitter. Hilarious handle. Oh, Kev, I've always wanted to know why the .exe. Are you a tech guy? Like, why the .exe?
It's just computer stuff. When you have like a file, right? It's like .exe is corrupt. Please remove
okay.
Please remove immediately. So .exe is corrupt.
I thought you were exposing like the digital corruption with that or something, or maybe it's a double meaning.
It's just an executable file, right? Government it's an executable file that's corrupted and needs to be uninstalled immediately.
Yeah, that's awesome. We'll get a virus checker for that thing. But yeah, if you want to do your digital currency, that's the program, right? You just install that one. Zahena, yes. This is the talent behind the music of the show. So our intro outro is Zahena's song, Stop. Go find him on YouTube, SoundCloud. He's out there. He's awesome. And he's working on another one. Zahena, I haven't shared it with anybody other than the wife. Dude, I'm looking forward to the rest of that. It's a really, really good song. I would like to do something with the Canada Day special, Zahena. So if that's possible, let me know. And then Matt, yep, that's him. Thank you very much, Matt. You're helping out. You're becoming a regular. Are you part of the Plaid family? You wearing any plaid? Let me know there, Matt. You've been around for a bit now. Zahena, looking forward to seeing the result of the elections. Fingers crossed for Max. Yeah, us too there, buddy, for sure. And then Paper. Yeah, the government is a constant blue screen. The blue screen of death. Yeah. Maids. Yep. You got it. Azario, you're back, buddy. Thank you so much for being here. Let me know how the audio is, Azario. And don't forget, buddy, you do have that log on to jump into the back and manage audio and people's microphones. So if you want to utilize that, go ahead there, buddy. You're welcome to. And if you want to come on the stream, just put your video on so I can see you, and then I'll bring you onto the stream. If you want to stay off the stream, just keep your video off. Hey, Jason, thanks for coming back, buddy. I like what you guys have been doing. Talking solutions is the way forward. I hope so, Jason. I hope so, because our abilities are pretty limited. I don't own any tanks, and I have no other way to get the truth bombs out there. So we're going to have to do it through streaming. But thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate that. And Paper's loving your name, dude. He's all over you here. Illegal operations, Windows 98 edition equals liberals. Actually, no, give 98 some credit there. Maybe the ME version, the ME version. That one was brutal.
People who had ME will never forget it, and people who never had it will never remember it.
No, that's true, because it was a weird one, totally weird one. Millennial edition, I believe, is what it stood for.
Those millennials are flawed, and they're inherently flawed. Those millennials.
Are you now blaming Bill Gates for interfering with our globe in some way to indoctrinate or interfere with our children? No, Kevin, let's go check your file name again.
Just to let you know, I have Herb Powell just gave me a message saying that he's listening in on the chat. I just sent him a link.
I gave him the link too. Yeah,
maybe we need to give him some motivation here to jump on in. Because
Herb, I got it. Herb, yeah, I gave him the link too earlier today. He said he's going to clear his schedule. So Herb, here you go. Special announcement. Oh man, I got this stupid thing in the way. Let's get rid of that. Special announcement, Herb. You're going to be the special guest, right? Come on, Herb, get in here. You're a special guest. He's got the link, so whenever he's ready, he can just jump in and I'll pop him onto the screen. Okay, cool. And then Dean saying thanks for the coverage. Oh, I think we saw that already. I'm now behind. Hey, Railroaded is around. How you doing? Afternoon, peeps. Azario, awesome. You'll have to share some pics of your gardening. Yeah, even in the GTA area, he's like in the Golden Horseshoe, south of Hamilton. He's got a garden. People are getting ready to take care of themselves. And Paper's all over you here. Too many people on the government payroll to vote for independence. Yeah, there's 300 and something thousand of them. So quite a bit. But look, I've spoken to people in the federal government. They're not all brainwashed. Some of them are there for the paycheck, and some of them are really good civil servants. There are some bad ones, mostly in leadership. But certainly there are some bad ones in Paper. Hey, John made it. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for making it. John Patterson's been around since like day one. Him and Ellen are the only two people that call me Jason, get away with it. The other two people, well, you won't hear from them anymore. But John and Ellen always do. Good afternoon, fellow YYC and Plaid family members. Let's make the good times roll. It's Mad Max in the home stretch. Thank you, John. And Bo, nice to meet you. That's a new name for me. Time zones. Oh, so you were looking at like Central Time, and yeah, it happens. Canada has like 5.5 time zones. We got that one on the far. Nova Scotia is Atlantic, and then you got New Brunswick, is it? Newfoundland Labrador. That's at the half hour. So we have 5.5 time zones there, Bo. Paper Trader, not sure where you're going with that idea, but the Leafs are hockey. Yeah. Yep. And Raymond, nice to meet you, man. Hey, guys, it's Ray in Montreal. Bonjour, monsieur, comment ça va? Thank you very much for coming. And I hope you enjoy yourself there, Raymond. We don't do a lot of French, so I hope we're not violating any of your laws over there. But Kevin is in Quebec as well, east of Montreal. And then lots of love to your PPC friends. Oh, thank you very much for coming then, Raymond. I think you're going to enjoy this. Yeah, there's a PPC hat up there. Okay, but CPC didn't send a hat, didn't send an email, and wouldn't respond to any of my requests for interviews. So it's only PPC heavy because PPC is willing to talk to the people. So that's what you get here. Hey, Hooch, welcome back, bud. I was going to sell the government my guns back, but after a background check, I won't deal with criminals. Yeah, that's right. If there's a buyback program, you have to check them out first, get them to fill in those forms. Thank you very much. Oh, welcome back, Jason. Island Jason. We know that slash. We know when you found us. Thank you very much. Just tuning in. Any preliminary results? No. We're just taking a pulse of the polls. We're taking a pulse of Twitter. No results yet. We believe they close at 8:30, 7, 8. Yeah, Zach knew. I think it was either 8 or 8:30. It might have been around there. But we plan on doing coverage to well past 10 if we have to get the results. But Jason, if the results don't come in quick, that's probably a good sign. If they come in quick for CPC, but if they don't come in quick, it could be PPC. And then Jason M. Kevin, my original handle was, oh, cool, NTDLL. The break in NTDLL. We got some intelligent people. Go on, Kevin.
No, I was just laughing at the joke.
Okay, cool. Bo has been here. He's a return. Okay, he's a return. Thank you very much. One quick dub. Are they using Dominion voting machines to rig this election? No, I don't believe they're Dominion. Somebody came out and they were like ENS or something like that. But that's not really a major concern here for me. Kevin, how about you? Do you have any concerns around the legitimacy of this election and the counting?
Well, there's always issues around elections and legitimacy, right? I don't think that the Dominion voting machines here are in play. I think that that if people really want to, make sure that they're lessen the fraud, vote in pen instead of pencil, so they can't, change their vote afterwards. Yeah, or even if you don't want to vote, just go in and spoil your ballot, right? So then they can't use the unused votes afterwards. Correct. So I think those are the two important things that you can do. There's always going to be, fraud in the system. It's just the way it is. But if you can do at least those two things, and that's not really hard to do, right? Use a pen and spoil your ballot. Mm-hmm. It'll help out. Because any leverage they're going to try to get on the PPC side, they're going to go forward with it, right? And Lenin said that it's not who you vote for that gets to choose. It's he who does the counting. So,
well, that's Lenin and Biden. Biden slipped that out too recently, right?
Yeah,
he did. He says it doesn't matter; it matters who counts them. So we have a more recent version of that quote.
Yeah, and we know that Biden can't count past 10. He can barely walk a flat surface. So.
Well, he knows how to get to 10% of deals. At least his cut was 10%, I believe.
10% for the big guy.
Yeah, that's as high as he goes. Though he said, "How many?" He goes, "That many." And then he became president. So good on that. Hey, James, all the way from New Brunswick, all the way on the east. Welcome. I'm in northern New Brunswick. Wow, you're way out there. And I'm really hoping People's Party of Canada leader Maxime Bernier gets in. His voice in the House of Commons would really make things interesting. So here we go. We're getting people from across Canada saying we want a canary in that coal mine, and we want that canary to sing. Do you think he will? That was for you, Kev, but that's okay.
Sorry, I was...
Yeah. You're trading for the world. I was just saying that across Canada, they want Max to get in, and I guess what they're looking for is that canary in the coal mine to keep singing or go in there and start singing. And you see that as a major advantage for Max, because he can't go in there and change. He's not going to be the PM or even opposition, but he certainly can start singing.
Yeah. So what he has to do is he has to stay on point. Don't deviate from his message and the message of his party. Something that he's worked hard for over the last few years of building that up. So don't betray his base, which politicians are known for doing as soon as they get any semblance of power. So stay true to who he is, and then it'll ultimately give him an opportunity on a national stage for people that aren't really highly political, that now can kind of see what he's about as a leader of an opposition party that takes up rent in the House of Commons. So that's all he has to do, is he has to stay on focus, maintain his point, and if you build it, they will come, right? Feel the dreams. That's all he has to do, is like he's building it. And once he gets there, they'll come. It's inevitable.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I can even see how somebody would make a decision to go and join the PPC party like immediately after, as a member and as a potential candidate. I think they're going to get a big spike after today, even if he doesn't win. They're going to get a big spike today, because boy, did he get attention across Canada on this one. So Ellen says she's got 2 streams in her headset. It's insane. So you're like Commissioner Rollo. So you have the OPP telling you one story, and you have all the other police telling you another story, and you have to go insane and pick a side. That's cool, Ellen. I'm pleased that I'm one of those, and hopefully you can go too insane. We would like to see you come back. Island Jason says, fingers crossed for Max. Nowhere near my riding, but this is a critical moment for all of us. I agree, Island. I agree, because it's either going to open the door to the PBC party to have some rapid growth, which can mean an interesting 2025, where CPC is going to have to fight for every single vote and earn them, or purple is going to be everywhere. And I also believe that even if he loses, it's still going to be a good day, because they're going to go back, check out what's going on, and then get ready for Calgary Heritage with Kelly Lorenz on July 24th. He'll be running as well. So there's a couple chances here for PPC to get a seat. And by the way, Max is not the only election tonight. There are other elections tonight. I think there's 4 of them in total. And Oxbridge, I think, is another place where they're trying to get a PPC one in there. But Max is definitely going to be the one we're paying attention to tonight for sure. And then Matt is saying voting machines are for the next provincial election. So the next provincial Manitoba one, I believe it's this fall. October is what people were telling us. So we'll keep an eye on that then, Matt.
And don't worry, it's going to increase security, and it's going to make sure that no fraud is committed. That's the purpose, right?
Absolutely. And yeah, we'll see. It makes me so nervous. The more we get away from painting a finger, because that's how they do it in lots of places. You'll dip your finger into ink, and then you can place your vote. We've gone a long way from that to paper to digital, like all the way to, I think, blockchain at some point. So yeah, I get very nervous when we go away from analog on this one, because I don't have any way to validate that. Hooch says there was some announcement about electronic tabulators being used in Manitoba. There's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and if you go check out Andrew Lawton, malinformation. You'll find that out there. You like that one, Cav?
Yeah, we should have him on the show. It would be nice.
He's been invited, and I gave him a thank you.
Counterpoint.
Yeah. No, I gave him a thank you today, so maybe that will soften him up a bit and maybe get my follow back. Because I did thank him. He did a good job on my show. It's just the post show interactions that got a little weird. Island says, here, Kevin, nice to put a face to your name. Love your posts. That's not the first time we've heard that. Yeah, a lot of people in this chat say the same thing. It's nice to put a face to it, and they do enjoy your stuff. And you are funny. Yeah, you are fast and you are funny. Doing that, I'm a Quebecer, Alberta will pay the bill. I'm like, oh my gosh. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're funny. I turned to Paula right away. I'm like, look at this guy. He's hilarious. And those are the private ones. So that's a lot of fun. And then Eleanor is saying, Kevin has the best Twitter. Absolutely. He's up there. He's for sure up there. You're the one guy that I know that can ratio like anybody. You go into somebody and you just tell them the truth, a big truth bomb, and that gets ratio like crazy. So yeah,
like it doesn't matter how many, like Andrew Lawton, he has like 150, 160,000 followers.
Well, that's what the number says.
That's what the number says. He'll drop a tweet, and like my tweet did 10 times better in the comment section than his original tweet did. Rachel Gilmore, the same thing. I'll crush her. CTV News, you don't even have to try. You crush them every single time. Like you just have to, put out your point in a way that it resonates with people. You either through humor, through sarcasm, or exposing the hypocrisy of what this poster is saying, and people will just it'll resonate. People will like what they have to say, and that's what the popular ones end up getting. Is it speaks the truth in a comical way that people find entertaining.
Absolutely, and you're also very cutting and poignant at times as well, because it's true. You're 100% right. Like body shaming is not allowed unless you're vaccinated or not vaccinated. Yeah, and you're
and the thing was, I wasn't even making a fat joke. I was just making an observation. I said that anybody who weighs more than 400 pounds has no self-respect. That's a fact.
Yeah, I agree. Unless they started at 600 and working their way down. But yeah,
or it's
you're
some
right.
sort of like weird medical condition that it's legitimately not their fault, but that's
Right.
what 1-2% of the population. Like, try to show me a picture of the pioneers 100 years ago and point out a 400-pound person. They don't exist.
No.
It's diet and exercise, and it's 100 or 98% within the individual's control of their weight. So there's no reason for people to get up to that much, and they're the burdens that are on the healthcare system, because it's them that are causing the diabetes, the cancers. They're the ones that 80% of the official, even the official COVID numbers, we can go with that. Influenza, same thing. 80% of them are either elderly or overweight/obese. So elderly, you can't really control, right? Like, that's just a fact of life, but you can't control your weight through diet and exercise. And that's the one thing that really upset me over COVID. They never encouraged taking supplements. They never encouraged vitamin D. They never encouraged going out and exercising. Actually, they shut down the gyms. They never encouraged proper eat. Yeah, and the parks. They never encouraged, proper diet. They actually promoted the opposite. They shut down like these restaurants, but the fast food industry was open. They kept the liquor stores open. So they promoted, drugs and alcohol. They promoted poor eating habits and increased stress. So they did the polar opposite of what anybody would do to, really manage a public health scare, and to the point that you can almost say that that's their end goal. Their end goal was to do exactly, get the results that they actually did. Because anybody that has more than 3 brain cells would know diet, exercise, vitamins, reduce stress is the best way to build a healthy immune system.
Yeah, and it was
complete
actually
opposite. They did the complete opposite on all 4.
Yeah, well, they're doing a lot of that in a whole bunch of things, not just even the COVID stuff. Complete opposite for male. Like, there's now a female. Like, they're opposite and everything. Joe Rogan was the one that had a really good podcast where he had this lady on who was a doctor. And this was early in COVID. It was around, I'm going to say March, April. Yeah, it was, March, April. He had this lady on, and she said vitamin D, vitamin C, and zinc. Those were the things that were helping a lot. And we were on it ever since then. And, I think we got COVID once, a little bit of a body ache, but that was that. Nothing else after that. So, yeah, Joe Rogan had some good advice early, and then he was called misinformation and disinformation. And Matt's reminding us October 3rd is that Manitoba provincial election. Thank you, Matt. And then Eleanor is reminding us safe and effective voting. Safe and effective. Thank you, Eleanor. John's got another comment here. The PPC must win Portage-Lisgar. Otherwise, their party will need to do some serious renovations for its future existence. No, John. They got a couple kicks at this can. Come back to Calgary and regroup. But absolutely, they would. I think there's a way forward in both scenarios, John. Unless he did something bad, or that's not Max's character. So let's find out, John. Let's find out. First, we're going to have to get through the votes, and then we'll see where the party is going to go after that. But I do think that the party needs to find themselves a good, strong number 2. I think that's just really the only weak point right now is if Max, something happens and he needs to be replaced. Kelly is a good option, but it'd be nice to see a few more kind of develop in there. And John's saying, it sounds to me, Jace, you have as much love for Lawton as I do for certain Mr. M. Actually, the truth is, John, I feel sad. Okay, because what he did was very not conservative, not independent, and it made me sad. Because as Kevin mentioned, he's the one who actually created the tweet, which wasn't a fat joke. It was an observation that's very true. And I got the public shaming of sharing fat jokes because all I did was I retweeted his. But it's not a fat joke, and I didn't even create it. But yet Lawton publicly shamed me for it. And he pulled out that fat joke card and threw it around.
And he got radioed for doing it.
Yeah, for sure. No, the everybody kind of let him know that he's not supported on that one. But no, John, I'm sad. Sad is the correct word for this one because I had him on, and it's just sad. Factual is obscure. It's kind of left. They don't get it, do they? Hey, Ashley, I think that's a new name. And Kevin's a Packers fan too. Is that true there, Kevin? You're a Packers fan?
Yeah.
That makes him even better in my books. Although, what does he think about Aaron Rodgers leaving? Let's go ahead. Let's get into some sports today. What do you think there, Kevin?
Okay. Well, I think that Aaron Rodgers should have left a few years ago, and the only thing that really kept him around. Don't get me wrong; I'm a huge Rodgers fan. I have an autographed jersey of his, right? So I really liked Rodgers, and at his prime, he was, arguably in the top three quarterbacks in recent memory, right? So, but he should have retired 2 years ago. And the reason why I say this is because he was at his peak. He'd already won a Super Bowl ring, and nothing really aggravates me the most is that these people that stick around and they take away opportunity from other players that are trying to get up. So for all of these these like old football players that are just there because they want another ring or another notch on their belt, what they're doing is they're taking away opportunity from the up and comers. So I always like the up and comers, and so that's why I think that Rodgers should have left 2 years ago. But the good thing about the Packers is they've only had like a handful of quarterbacks, Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and that takes you back to the early to mid 90s. So over the last 25 years, we've only seen 2 quarterbacks. So the next quarterback that they're going to find is probably going to be a lifelong quarterback as well.
And in 2008, did he go to Davos and attend any meetings? Never know anymore, right?
never know. But actually, Aaron Rodgers was on some Joe Rogan videos, and Aaron Rodgers is actually a pretty smart guy.
Yeah,
he was unvaccinated.
That's right. He's the one that pushed hard. Yeah.
He took the fight to the NFL, and ultimately he won because his position, right? Like you don't mess around with one of the most popular guys in your league. So he only won because of it, of his history, but like good for him. He scored a lot of respect from some people, and he lost a lot of respect from others. But I think the people that he lost that lost his respect are the people that don't matter anyways, and the people that now respect him for what he did. Those are the people that you actually want to have respect for, because those are the people that actually have morals and stood up and did the right thing, right? So yeah, like I wish that Aaron Rodgers would have retired 2 years ago and then, did something else with his career, because it's not, when you're in mid 30s or late 30s, early 40s, you still have another 15, 20 years to go. So you can easily go on something else. Like he was on Jeopardy, right? Like a lot of people saw him on Jeopardy. So there's so many other options that he and others can do, but just don't take away the opportunity from the up and comers that are trying to make a name for themselves.
And I'm going to try and say this name because I'm horrible at it. But Novak Djokovic, the tennis player, same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Like these guys been around, with the vaccine.
Number one, right?
Number one, and he actually lost the debate. Like he got kicked out of Australia. He wasn't it. And I'm pretty sure because his name was Novak, right? Novaks. They're like, oh, Novaks. You're not allowed in here, Novak, sir.
Yeah. And that was a weird kerfuffle, too, because they even let him out at one point and then brought him in for something else and actually held him and detained him for a bit. It was pretty weird.
Yeah, like he was in the airport for like 24, 36 hours, and he was wanting to go, and then he just never got the opportunity. And you know what? That's at that time, and like a little bit before that, with the BLM protesters in basketball, right after the Raptors won the championship, and they came woke, and I'm like, the reason why I liked basketball is because it was already such like I'm gonna say like a pussy sport. Like there's no contact or anything, right? So I like basketball because like you couldn't really find a way to bring wokeness into it. So, but they did. They did. They ruined it.
They totally did. Yeah. I was a Toronto season ticket holder fan. I loved the fact that we won that championship. I was all over it until Justice passes it to equality and slam dunk with education. Like at that point, I was out.
Yeah, like I've watched every single game for 4 years up until that point. And I was like not a seasons ticket holder, but I would go to the games like once or twice a week, like once a week, twice a week. I would
They're
always be
great. They're
there.
fun.
Yeah, I went to way better than going to a hockey game because it's so much shorter, right? Like hockey games, baseball games, they take up so much time. Basketball is like 2.5 hours, and then you just move on. So I really liked it until they found a way to ruin it. And I think the only sport that they haven't ruined is golf. So I might have to tune into that.
They're trying. They're not letting Trump get involved. He's trying to have a Masters, and they had that LIV or Live, and then they merged back. I don't know. Maybe they're still working on golf yet. We have a question here that I'm going to answer. Where did it go? Somebody asked, "What's the right?" Here it is. Island Jason. What is the population of Portage-Lisgar? It is 100,417. So typically,
I think there's 70,000 voters.
Yeah, 68, 22, 41. Yep. So in that range. And typically a riding on a federal level is about 100,000 people. There's 338 and about 38 million people. So it's about 100,000 per riding typically. Good question, Jason. Thank you, bud. And then just to close up the sports section of our evening, Kyle Irving would have been the NBA one who stood up as well. So he didn't do the vaccine and did his best to stand up. How did that one end up? Did he end up winning or what? Don't know.
I have no idea.
No. Okay, I'm going to quickly read here. He was against the protocol. Yeah, I don't know if he's vaccinated or not. So we'll just leave that at that. Okay, cool. Let me go back to my chat. You guys are awesome tonight. Just give me a second. Kevin with his face. Leighton. So, Zario, if you turn on your camera, then you'll be on. Otherwise, you're our audio guy. Thank you, buddy. And Zario, if you stay the audio guy, I will not touch any mutes. So I'll leave it up to you. And if you don't want that job anymore, you can sign out. And then I'll take over. That's kind of how we'll communicate there, Zario. True North, what's going on, buddy? You made it. Okay, so True, I'm a little bit behind on your videos. I saw the one for the, I think it was a car accident that you went in on. If you guys don't know who True North is, go find him on. So just here. Go ahead and find him on YouTube. And what he is he's an auditor. So he goes around and he follows the police and records them, asks them questions. Sometimes they come up and ask him questions, but he's an auditor. So go ahead and check him out. We also had him on. So for all of you that said, "Hey, Kevin, that's what you look like," go to my channel. I had a full 2-hour interview with Kevin. So we really get into it. So if you like his tweets, there's a video of him from the show. So go check that out. And you'll also find one from True North as well. He did a video as well with us. And it's really interesting to hear how he's been a witness to authority and making sure that they are doing what they're supposed to do. And if you don't go check him out, go look at his Pickering library and his Pickering city council meeting. Those were both awesome. Azario, how you doing, buddy?
Doing pretty good. How are you doing, Jake?
I'm doing pretty good as well. I'm kind of just trying to get into it. This is going to be like a 5 or 6 hour.
It's a marathon. Go. You got to pace yourself and stay hydrated. Go the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. If it comes out and says, "Hey, PPC1," we're going to be sitting here doing celebrations. And then if it says, "Hey, CPC1," you'll hear the end song come up really quick.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All the
so fanfare. You've been good?
I've been doing well. I really just been back in the shadows a little bit here because I've been busy as all get out with work. So
you were out of the country for a little bit.
Yeah, I was down in the heartland of the United States, and it was actually a good visit. I mean, I didn't get to do much sightseeing, but it was mostly work. But no, it wasn't bad, wasn't good. It was just kind of meh work, So all good there.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to go to Guilford's question here. Jordan Peterson would be a great number 2. I believe he's referring to the PPC. Jordan Peterson has made it pretty clear he's not at that stage in his career right now. Jordan believes, and he's been asked this a few times, and his response was he believes that his current value that he can add is in the conversation portion and not the politics portion. If you get into politics and that kind of stuff, there's a lot of policy and stuff behind the scenes, and you'll be locked up to actually work. At least the good ones are. I don't know about the bad ones, but the good ones actually do the job. And that would interfere too much with Jordan Peterson's current mission. But I don't disagree with you. Prime Minister Jordan Peterson, clean your room, clean it. I wouldn't mind that. Some sanity up there. What about you? What do you think? Do you think he will ever do it? And then if he does, do you think he'd be good at it?
I'm not sure that he would ever do it. I think that he's very set in his ways. Same with like Kevin O'Leary as well, where he wanted to get into it, but something caused him to back out, and it was going to really cramp his lifestyle.
Kevin O'Leary?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's his wife driving the boat would have cramped his wife's
Right. Well,
lifestyle.
exactly. Yeah. He, can't have.
Do you believe she was driving the boat? By the way,
No,
not likely.
no,
they
chance.
did the pro con list immediately. They did some analysis, and she got the small straw for sure.
Yeah, 100%. But that's better PR for him. So,
well, I think it's a great way to motivate. Yeah, can't have that. It's a great way to motivate a bunch of people, because if you get really rich, you can do whatever you want. So work hard, get rich, and then you can do whatever you want. Right there, Kevin?
Yeah.
Is that the message to the people?
No messing with Mr. Wonderful. So
nope. So I'm just going to pull up. So Jordan Peterson would be great number 2. The population is about 200 to 300 total. Their truth, maybe. Hey, only need half of that to win. Ashley, yeah, you were measured in your response to Lawton, Jason. Oh, thank you, Ashley. Look, there's no, well, there might be a hidden rule. They didn't share it with me, but when you're an independent journalist, you go wherever the story is or the misinformation is. And I didn't like what happened there. All I was really doing was asking him to explain why he's focusing only on Maxime and nothing about anybody else. And his response was that's basically not his job, because that's actually what he said. He said he doesn't know anything about the website stuff for Pierre, which I made a video for. And then he told me to go have at it. So it was very clear on his side that subject wasn't on his list to do. And that's unfortunate, because it's supposed to be whatever comes up is what you're chasing here. So thank you very much, Ashley. I do appreciate that. It's not good to listen to sports. Sorry, quick. Yeah, no. We did turn it into vaccine conversation and a little bit political for you. But yeah, no, this is a political show. We'll stick there. And Ellen Lacebar. Go ahead.
I do have something to say on Jordan Peterson, right? Like, I think he's not a good candidate. Like, I know a lot of people follow him and a lot of people have respect for him, but the way I see it, there's a pen clicking.
Do you have a pen going? Yeah. The audio guy of all people too.
The way I see it is like he fell for the psyops. Like he got vaccinated. He said, "Oh, let's give it a try," and like he was all for it. So like I know I never really followed Jordan Peterson that much, and now he's tweeting like, I don't know if you know a Mark I can't even pronounce his name. Mark
Slapinski.
Yeah, like he runs Toronto 99, right? His news article, and Jordan Peterson retweets, Toronto 99, which is an open propaganda news organization run by Mark Slapinski, and he was the one that's saying that we should be rounding up all the vaccinated people and shipping them unvaccinated people and shipping them off to camps, and then stealing their assets to fund social projects in society. And so he's retweeting that guy. And
are you not for that, by the way? You were sounding like you're not for that.
But if you want to know because I don't vote, I don't support anybody, but there is one person that I would actually go out and vote for. I sent you an audio link into your Twitter.
Okay.
Maybe you can play this, and it's only about a 30-second clip, but this is the only person that I would vote for, and he's actually Canadian.
Yeah, I know who you got here. This is good. Can I play it without copyright issues? Because YouTube's very bad for that. I've actually did a Johnny Depp video and it shut my stream off.
How long did it have? Because I cut that down to about 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, I've been bitten already because I have to get the permission of the artist. But what I'll do is I'll put it into the chat and I'll get people to go to it. Is there a link that I can share on YouTube for that?
Yeah.
And what I'll do is I'll put it on for a few seconds so people can get it, but I can't be much longer than that.
Yeah, about 10 seconds is all you got, Jay.
Yeah, lessons learned on that one. Because it also killed my momentum. I was having great momentum until I put that song on.
Yeah, they don't like. I guess they don't like that.
Yeah, no, it hurt because I was doing like 1,000 views and then it dropped down to 50 views and it stayed that way for weeks. So yeah, they punish you hard. Okay, but I'll put it on here. Let me hide my Twitter. I don't need to share all my Twitter. There you go. Okay, so you guys know who this is? It's a cool tune. We'll play for
Kevin
a bit.
McDonald.
Oil painting red and white and blue. The indoctrination starts as soon as you come out the womb. Pretty quick will make you stupid with curriculums at school. And if the classroom doesn't do the trick, we'll make you watch the news. Pick your team, right or left. Take the red pill or the blue. You can vote, but even if you win, still everyone will lose. Don't forget to buy designer because she makes you cool. We prioritize material belongings over truth. Get it?
Boom. Boom.
And
I killed it, I guess.
And he's Canadian, right?
Yeah.
So like, and at the end, and he says like, "Welcome to the world, everybody. I'll paint you black and white. I will make you hate each other so that everyone will fight. I will give you religion and help the righteous find the light, but I will also give you science to denounce the word of Christ. And then I'll give you politics. I'll call it left and right. And as you fight amongst yourselves, they will conquer all the sides. Can't you see? It's the system. The whole purpose is divided. What you choose will never matter because everything is mine."
East side to the west side.
Represent.
Thank you so much, Kevin. That was a good way. We can't get taken down for that. Can you do the female version too? Can you do the No, you don't get that for it.
The female version?
Yeah, do it like Queen Latifah. Give us
Oh no,
version.
that's not gonna happen.
No, that's cool. I did reach out to him, so you did highlight him, and I did reach out to him. His Twitter messages are open, his DMs are open, so I did send him one. So we'll cross our fingers and we'll see what happens on that one.
Yeah, I would totally vote. I did a poll, right? Saying if there was an election tomorrow and you had only 4 people to choose from, who would you vote for? And number 1 was Don Cherry. Number 2 was Kevin O'Leary. Number 3 was Tom McDonald. And number 4 was Rachel Gilmore. And
wow.
And Tom McDonald, I think he came in second after Kevin O'Leary, and Rachel Gilmore got like 10% of the vote.
I'm surprised. Well, that's the entire left side went for her. Yeah,
that's a junk vote right there. Come on, they're just trolling you.
Well, I think the reason why people voted for her, and they gave me their reasoning. They're like, you know what, the system is going down anyways. We might as well have it collapse in the most comical fashion possible, and that would be Rachel Gilmore.
That would be hilarious, and I guess a lot of people like Kevin O'Leary. They don't spend enough time really paying attention to him.
Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah, well, he was part of the ZTX, or what was it? FTX. Yeah.
FTX.
Yeah. He came out and kind of just slid away from that one, didn't he?
Yeah. And you know what? If there's anybody that believes that he lost his guns in a boating accident, it would be Kevin O'Leary.
I do have a special surprise. So I do have an artist here that we do have permission to play the entire song for. I actually got permission today. This is a Canadian artist as well. It's another rap song from the streets of Ottawa. And it's kind of similar to what we just listened to. It's got the message. So I do have permission to play this one. So let's go ahead and do that. Hey, Kev.
So I'm pushing it too far, huh?
We're doing some rap.
Why else would I be making this music? This is freedom of speech, baby. At its finest. ACL. All the things they've been pushing on us.
And see if you can catch the reference to the Emergency Act.
Study the Bill of Rights. Get your facts straight. I'm free to express myself however I want, sir. I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far with all this music that's exposing the truth heart. To me, that's a sign that what I'm saying is right. So I'ma keep on pushing limits with the lyrics I write. You know, I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far. I never gave a fuck about becoming a huge star. So please, if my music isn't something you like, I won't give a flying fuck and keep on rocking the mic. You know, I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far. I can't help it when I write with a huge heart. They'll try to shut me up for telling people to get mad. have to stand up before it escalates and it gets bad. It wasn't a threat, I just expressed how I felt. I'm just upset with my government like everyone else. This artistic element I used to mentally vent is on the greed that happened in these recent course of events. Pardon me if I've been angry and you still see aggression. Actually, you might not see it cause of Bill C-11. If they wouldn't pull this type of shit, we wouldn't have no freedom fighter pushing their agenda on the people, made us see it brighter. The pandemic and restrictions that they pushed with it made us dig deeper in the rabbit hole to look in it. So who am I to keep my mouth shut with the things I've seen? A father of two, you best believe that I must intervene. I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far with all this music that's exposing the truth. To me, that's a sign that what I'm saying is right. So I'ma keep on pushing limits with the lyrics I write. You know I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far. I never gave a fuck about becoming a huge star. So please, if my music isn't something you like, I won't give a flying fuck and keep on rocking the mic. Now is it wrong to be mad, being fed up and pissed with all the evil being pushed, knowing our freedom exists? You think I wanna diss my government for all that they did? You think I wanna be a dick because the elections are rigged? Nah, they've been pushing, I'm just pushing them back. For all the people that suffered with the Emergency Act, for all the children they're indoctrinating with their beliefs, all the abuse of power given to our crooked police. What was supposed to happen knowing that my freedom is long gone? The 15-minute city's influence that's from Hong Kong. I'm pushing it too far, they're pushing to new heights. Compliance is the reason that we're paying this huge price. Inflation on the cost of living's building up stress. My country's flag is upside down from feeling distress. We need a cleanup right now because our country is a mess, and that's why I'm pushing anger with the things I've addressed. Yes, I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far with all this music that's exposing the truth. To me, that's a sign that what I'm saying is right. So I'ma keep on pushing limits with the lyrics I write. You know I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far. I never gave a fuck about becoming a huge star. So please, if my music isn't something you like, I won't give a flying fuck and keep on rocking the mic. They wanna push on their agenda, I'll keep pushing the raps. Make the people dance with a little message on the track. I don't care much if you don't like my music at all. I'm not trying to impress you with the size of my balls. Go ahead and laugh, have a sip of booze and be an ass. I'll be looking on my phone, writing lyrics in the flash. Point the finger back, hit you with a lyrical slap. You'd probably get mad, try to throw a fist and attack. And that's why I'm doing it, using it to push buttons when they're pushing bigger buttons, leading us to our destruction. Get mad was not a threat, but a brutal wake-up call, addressing all the problems they've been pushing, trying to make us fall. Canada, it's time to show them what we can do. Justice needs to be served from all the children abuse. 338 seats in the House of Commons against the rest of the country, try to solve the problem. I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far with all this music that's exposing the truth. To me, that's a sign that what I'm saying is right. So I'ma keep on pushing limits with the lyrics I write. You know I've been told apparently I'm pushing it too far. I never gave a fuck about becoming a huge star. So please, if my music isn't something you like, I won't give a flying fuck and keep on rocking the mic. Rocking the mic.
Only in Canada do you rhyme C-11, Emergency Act, and you talk about 338 members of Parliament. That was a good song. I didn't mind it at all. I saw you bopping away there, sorry.
And if you don't like the words, and if you don't like the beat, like listen to the words, right? Like that's the one thing about rap is they're trying to tell you a story through their lyrics, right? And he was telling a story. So even if you don't like the genre, even if you don't like the music, you have to respect the words. And if you don't want to listen to the song, you can always go and download the actual lyrics and just read the lyrics out. And that's what a lot of people that don't like Tom MacDonald do, is they don't like his music, but they like what he has to say. Lyrics, so that they go read his songs.
Yeah, no, and for me, it's certainly the words, the lyrics, because he's talking about us, upside down flag, government, indoctrination, children. He's got all the main things in there, and he's super shy. He doesn't want to come on. He's not a very public guy, but he makes some good music, though.
Now, you did. Sorry, go ahead, Ozero.
Yeah, no. Any links to the artists? Does he got it out on YouTube anywhere? Mr. Green Thumbs has it on his, so I'll pick it up here. So go ahead and keep chatting. I'll put that into the chat right now. Sorry, Kevin.
And I like the Tom MacDonald's song, "The System." If you guys want to throw that into the chat, I can't comment in the chat. I guess because of where I am.
No, it's because you're not a moderator. So I'll change that for you. Yeah, I got to make you a moderator, then you can put links in.
It says some destinations won't allow comments. So,
you're using the wrong window. Don't use it inside the studio. You got to go to YouTube to do it.
oh man, if I open up too many windows, my computer will crash.
Yeah, no, because if you're using inside of here, you're going to be commenting as me.
Yeah, ask me how I know that one. I've done that.
Yeah,
a bunch of
Ali's
times.
done it before. Azario's done it. Yeah, you'll be commenting on the world as me. So don't put anything about Tinder in there, okay? It got me in trouble today.
I heard you met up with a resident stalker. You know, it's so funny on Twitter. Like we all know like so much about these people that we have no clue about. If you think about it, like we've been talking to these people for years, and we've kind of tried to figure out their characters and who we like and who we don't like, and we've kind of like built files of information on people just through conversations that we had. It's really, really interesting.
Okay, this link that you put in the private chat, I got that one. So you want me to play that? Is that something I can play?
No, you're muted, Coat.
That's the system.
Oh, that's the original one. Yeah, that's the original. Okay,
that's the original, and the song isn't that long, right? It's only 3 minutes long, but it's the most truthful 3 minutes that you'll get. He says more in 3 minutes about truth than politicians would say in 30 years.
That guy's a machine. He just pumps out tunes one after another after another. It is insane how quickly he can produce that and get something out to the market. Like it is like a matter of hours before he'll get some subject matter, and then all of a sudden just write up a rap on it and dump it. It's great.
Yeah, it's great too, and I've listened to a few of his like bios, right, where he failed on so many things, and then he tried to get the support of the music community, and nobody supported him. So he was an individual rapper that kind of hit it big, right? Well, and all the power to him because of the message and the image. A lot of people say they hate his image, but like it really doesn't bother me what the guy looks like. I respect what somebody has to say and how they deliver it, and and I don't think that anybody does a better job than delivering a political message than John McDonald.
Yeah, and like, go ahead, Rosario.
No, it just takes a great amount of courage to go out there and put your song out there for the world to critique, and your music out there for the world to critique at the same time. So, like, a lot of people don't realize what the production and everything that goes into it, and you spend hours on a song, and maybe you don't have the lyrics for a song, maybe you've got an idea for a beat, and you've got hook that goes along with it, and that can take hours on its own, but then you find the lyrics to go along with that, you mash it up, and by the time you're done a song, you're well into 20, 30, 40 hours of work to get that out there. And that is, you're being the most vulnerable person that you can possibly be in that, by exposing your creative side, your lyrical side, and throwing that out there for the world to just say, like this or not. And but he's got a pretty thick armor where he can say, you know what, if you don't like it, that's okay. I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to keep doing something until it sticks. So big kudos to him for that. Like that's being that's a tremendous amount of vulnerability.
Yeah, and I've always had the respect for them, because once you put it out, it's set. You can't go and make a modification. If there's an error, something's out there, you're set. So you have to kind of dance that line of perfectionism and being good with something. That's got to pull some of them apart. I can see how they would be very concerned about having errors in their music once it's published. Same thing with books. When you get a book and you publish, it's published now. You can't go and change anything. So that's got to add a little bit of stress to that as well. Okay, cool.
Jason, I wanted to know what your handle was on Tinder. Was it Hotmail 69 at
No.
Or
no, you got a pen? You can write it down. It's _AZZARIO.
Oh.
And I don't know why you're bringing that up, because you swept white on me. So no. Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody else really paid attention to that. It was a little bit of a blip in my day. But it's my first false allegation of impropriety. Oh, I just screwed up the word. It's my first time being accused of something like that. And it sucked, but it quickly got dealt with. The truth came out fast, which was great. 100%. Did you read that thread?
I did, unfortunately.
Yeah, no. Well, hey, it's out there. Everybody has to look at it now. I used the word Tinder once, and that's, I guess, one too many in this world of online stuff. Yeah, just use the word and that's it.
I was surely just jesting in that too. So it's just stirring the pot here a little bit.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I had no problem with it. I think my response was also measured on that one, and I had to say something because I got asked. I got asked by people that are important to me. Glenn B says he believes that Peterson flip flops on certain issues and topics and stuff. And do you think that might have happened after he went down to Daily Wire and got his big deal? What do you think there, Kev? You were nodding quickly, so you do agree with this.
Yeah, I think he's a flip flopper. I don't really trust the guy. That's just it. I've never had a good feeling. Don't get me wrong. I like a lot of the things that he has to say, and he's right on a lot of things, but he's wrong on some of the very, very important things, and that's a big red flag to me.
Azaria, do you think Kevin just doesn't like to make his bed? Is that what you think is going on here?
That's what it is. He doesn't like to make his bed and keep his room clean.
No,
but
I think that could be it. But you, Azario, do you see that he flip flops and he doesn't really take the big issues? Like he certainly does a lot of shock stuff. Like he's doing a lot of trans stuff where he's showing the open wounds and all that kind of stuff. So he's definitely doing all that shock stuff. But I reached out to him about an actual case in Alberta that went through the trans. They're trying to kill themselves now, and nothing from him. And I've done 4 or 5 direct messages to him now, and I'm not getting anywhere. Not even a sorry to hear that type of thing.
I think Dr. Peterson's very principled. I think that he has a good sense of morality. And I think that he's open to listen to the other side's arguments. So I don't necessarily say that he flip-flops. He's somebody that can be convinced. And that would be, the take that I would have, because he wants to listen to that discourse. He wants to, convince me that I should come over to your side and believe what you believe. So I think that is an inherently human trait that he exudes, but maybe, I haven't really been following him as of late on current events as much as I had previously. But I think that the underpinnings are there, that he is usually making the right calls on things, and he could be convinced over to another viewpoint.
Matt was asking here, is Jordan Peterson is silent on the PPC? No, actually, he's not silent on PPC. He does support the PPC. He's interviewed Max a few times. So yeah, Jordan Peterson is a supporter of the PPC. He's certainly not a supporter of the Conservatives right now. If you look at his tweets, he's definitely attacking the Conservatives head on. So no, Matt, JP is pro PPC. Kev, I muted you because we were getting some audio there, but do you want to comment on that, PPC Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, and like the one thing that really stands out in my mind is because I listened to Yuri Bezmenov pretty much every week for 10 years. And he said that, all these, noble civil rights defenders and all these, academics, they are instrumental in destabilizing a nation. And once their job is complete, they are not needed anymore. So I always look to the Jordan Petersons and, these civil rights defenders that, some of them did their job, some of them didn't, but they're just tools that the system is using to bring it to the destabilization point. So that's the main reason why I've never really had the ability to, go all in is because of Yuri's warnings on these civil rights defenders.
Rosario, comments?
Yeah, I mean, so would you say that, anybody that's kind of standing up, like if you go along with Yuri's theory on that, then you're saying that pretty much anybody that is standing up for civil rights is really looking to destabilize the system. And I think that would be the ultimate goal for somebody that is trying to destabilize, they're trying to invoke change. That's the ultimate outcome that they're trying to get to. And I think for Dr. Peterson, that was born out of his, professorship at the U of T, where he was, going to have to address students in a certain manner that he was not comfortable with. And that was really what the precipice was to kick this whole thing off. I can see the difference between somebody who's, approaching it from a noble perspective, which I honestly think that Dr. Peterson is. And then I can also see it from another perspective where somebody's a bad actor that is just trying to use that as a destabilization tactic.
And Max is all over us. He just retweeted me this show, so we may see a bump right now because he just retweeted it. And Kevin, he just retweeted Zach Schmitz as well. So Max has just retweeted both podcasts. Thank you, Max. Appreciate that a lot. You didn't even get a response from CBC, let alone some support from them. So thank you very much there, Max. Appreciate that. Okay, sorry, I was kind of making sure that any of my guests had the link, so I'm double checking my Twitter for a second. Kev, do you mind taking over for a couple minutes and continuing Azario's thought?
Yeah, and I was just going to pop in on Max. Maybe you'll have an opportunity to speak with him tonight. You know, that would be great. But I understand that he's a busy guy. In terms of Peterson, to continue on with what Azario was saying, is I guess we just don't know. We don't have enough information, or at least I don't have enough information to make a calculated claim on. I haven't seen enough from him. Like I've seen things from from Mackenzie that gave me a lot of respect that what he's done over the last few years. So I've seen them. I've seen the people like Max that was out protesting the COVID policies well before anybody else did in the political arena, and with with Hillier. With Randy Hillier. So those were always the three people that I said right from the beginning, like watch these guys was Mackenzie, Hillier, and Bernier. And those three people are still here today fighting this fight. So those are the people that I've always been. I'm a market guy, so those are the people that I've always been bullish on in terms of getting things done. And I'm pretty much bearish on anybody else who it took them like 6 months or a year to figure out what was going on. Because let's be honest, it was the most obvious scam in recent history, and anybody who should have been able to figure it out relatively quickly. So if it took you like that, what's her name? That reporter, Ria Chopra, or I can't even pronounce
it. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Rupa. Like this person, if you want to talk about a flip flopper, holy cow, this person went from one extreme to another, and like these people, like they're never going to have my respect because they either they were compliant and complicit. Or they were just oblivious for so long that they'll never be able to see the next one coming, just like they didn't see this one coming. So I'm always going to back the people that saw this one coming, well in advance. And that's why I like the people that I do, because they saw it well in advance and they were actively warning against it. And Jordan Peterson, he wasn't there. He was the one in line getting vaccinated. So that's what I don't like about it. Just I have an issue with that. And like, because we know that, like, I'm not knocking people that got vaccinated because, like, at the end of the day, there was a lot of psychological warfare going on to get you to do that. But if you're going to stand up and you're going to say, listen, I did this and I'm going to lead because I understand what's going on here. Your decisions have to set you apart from everybody else's. So you have to be able to understand what is going on. And Jordan didn't see it. Just straight up, he did not see it. Even though he said that he was a proponent of, all of this liberty and freedom for so long, he did not see it. And the other three people that I mentioned, they did.
Azario?
Yeah, I'm of a slightly different mind on this, Kevin, because I think that people have the ability to adapt and change. And I think that, while maybe Dr. Peterson didn't get that right out of the gate, for various reasons, like maybe he wasn't paying attention to it, maybe he wasn't fully analyzing it. We don't know what the makeup was of it, but he got to a point where he can now go, this was wrong. And I think that when people reach that point of awakening, then that reprograms you as a person, because now you're going, well, wait a second, maybe I should really be asking more questions about these types of things in the future. If maybe my gut is just saying this doesn't seem right, I'm going to dig in this a little bit more instead of just ignoring it, because I'm certain that was a situation for a lot of people where they felt that there was it didn't smell right, and they went along with it anyway, and they just they doubted their own feelings, and they wanted to go down the easy road. So I think for people that have come back after the fact, I still maybe not have the same level of respect for them to be able to be the early warners and say, this is something that is bad, pay attention to this, because I think that they either were diminished in that capacity or lacked the skill set to analyze it in the first place. But post, when, things became a lot more evident to people and going, well, wait a second, this was wrong. Like I still agree with that principle. I don't want to slam them because I think that we don't know. We can't be inside their heads. And I think that if they come around to the point of saying, yeah, this was a bad thing that happened that should have been handled differently, then I'm not going to take that away from them. I think that's, it's a part of growing. And I think that they're going to start listening to people that actually got it right in the future as the barometer. They're going to be looking to those people going, I'm going to pay attention to that guy because he got it right straight away and knew what was going on. So,
and the reason why I'm so passionate about this, right? Because I was out there in February and March when this whole thing was going on in April, and I was advocating against it from the very, very beginning, as many people were. The people that I mentioned, they were all advocating about it. And I'm going to tell you, it was a very lonely space. Like, it was a very hard position to take up. So think about, you're going against 95% of the population at that point in time. There was probably 3 or 4, 5% max who understood it and were out there vocal. So, I was attacked. I was, threatened with arrest. I lost friends. I ruined relationships with certain family members, right? And so I went through a lot of pain, and I look at the people that were compliant, and I honestly want to look to them and say, you know what? If you weren't so compliant, none of this would have happened. If you were fighting like I was fighting, like, Jeremy McKenzie was fighting and Randy Hillier was fighting, this would not have been able to take place. But there just weren't the numbers. And not only were there so few numbers, the people that, were compliant or complicit, they actually took part in demonizing us. So, I went through a lot of pain for a very long time, psychologically, mentally, standing up for my position, and I lost my entire business, right? My life savings, I lost all of that because I had principles and I stood on them and I wouldn't bend the knee because I said, this is the hill that I'm gonna die on. And it's not even for me. I wasn't even standing up for myself. I was standing up for the next generation, because I said, what will the next generation lives look like if we allow this nonsense to go through? And it'll be absolutely horrible. So I was doing it for the next generation, and which is why I got so offended by people that was calling me selfish, because I gave everything I had, and I lost a lot, and I did it for completely selfless reasons. I benefited absolutely nothing for doing what I did, and there was a lot of people that benefited monetarily. They benefited socially by going along with it, and now they're turning and saying, "Oh, I want to be with you on your side." You know what? F you, buddy. F you.
Absolutely. And there's no vaccine for that one either. Azario, what do you think about that?
No, and I think that the demonization of people that weren't going along with the narrative was a big mistake. I think that there was...
By who? By the prime minister or everybody else, or both?
Well, that's where it started, and it trickled down to the population, where everybody was, trying to look at their neighbor as patient zero and being the one that is killing grandma. And I think that was absolutely wrong. So I think that the responsibility for that lands squarely on our prime minister and our leaders, because it's it was a horrible situation for us to live through. And Kevin, I don't know, sorry you dropped off the stream here.
No, he just, keep going.
I certainly I feel for you. I don't.
He can hear you.
Yeah, I don't want to minimize kind of your experience in that. And I think similarly, my experience was, I lost a lot as well. I lost relationships, I lost friends because And what it really did though is it actually clarified and showed me who my friends really were, who would stand with me on this, even though we disagreed, perhaps on principle, of what we should be doing. And those people are providing me the richest relationships within my life. And the other people that were superficial and just giving me kind of a casual relationship here and there, those are
Oh,
people
really?
that are,
You were on Tinder?
oh yeah, no, we're not going there, Jay.
Casual relationships. I hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I just mean friendships and just
Of course.
acquaintances where you would maybe previous classmates and things like that where you understood you're still connected with them, but they had a different viewpoint and then they wanted to ostracize you because you weren't going along with this 100% and you were the devil. Like I think that was just preposterous. I think it was wrong on so many levels. And we really should have a good hard look at ourselves in the mirror and understand what our role was within that whole situation.
So you mean like everybody should analyze their role and be honest about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Donald kind of reminded us, maybe JP didn't do much with the vaccine or COVID, but Canadian clinical psychologist Jordan Peterson has claimed on Joe Rogan's podcast that being transgender is a result of a contagion and similar to satanic ritual abuse. So he's out there on other issues. So if we're asking for him to nail all the issues the way we like it, I don't think that's going to happen. But he's certainly nailing some of the other important ones as well. So Kevin, you can still see a bit of advantage there and some value there as well, I would expect. Yeah, we'll just unmute you there.
What I alluded to before is I need to see Jordan Peterson really take the reins on this and really, step up in his advocacy against the global system. And until he does that, I'm just not. He's doing it in a couple of areas, not doing it in other areas. But like as long as he continues to do that and continues to call this out, then yeah, what I have is I have something called like an emotional bank account, right? So he took a lot of withdrawals out of my emotional bank account for the first couple of years, and for him to gain back to even being zero, he's going to have to make a lot of deposits into that bank account for me to really say, okay, you know what, he's redeemed himself, he made mistakes in the past, let's get on, because the message that he's saying now is the right one. So people always have the ability to redeem themselves with me, just as long as they do the right things. So that's my view. He's not a complete write-off, and he is still a powerful voice. He just needs to be more vocal about issues that really matter. And I know his area of expertise and my area of expertise are so far apart that maybe I don't spend enough time, and maybe that is my fault, that I don't spend enough time looking at the issues that he deems is important, because that's completely outside of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, and Stephen here, Gilbert, brought up, love Dr. Peterson. He started the long process of waking me up. Not perfect, but I don't know anyone better. So what you're actually getting at here, Kev, is because he has that power for Stephen, and because he has that influence, he really should be leveraging it to its full potential. Is that where you're going with that?
Yeah, and not for any benefit other than, trying to, waken people up and trying to better humanity, not to benefit personally from it, but to because he actually believes in it, and this is his line in the sand. And like I said, a lot of his issues and a lot of what he talks about are things that I don't find I'm not going to say I don't find interesting, but I don't find as interesting as other areas. For me, areas that I find of interest are finance and economics, and Jordan just isn't that in that realm. So I really haven't been able to sink my teeth into the things that he had to say. Yeah, I watched him on the pronoun stuff, and he did pretty good, and I've watched him rip reporters apart, and that's always awesome. So I think that he can be a valuable tool. and maybe it comes down to me. Maybe I just have to go into his realm a little bit more and try to understand him better. And maybe it's just ignorance on my part, but I was just trying to, portray my reasonings behind it, and so I apologize if I got like a little bit passionate there, but that is how I feel.
Oh, no apology needed at all there at all, man. Sorry, you want to follow up with that?
All good, Kevin. Like, I mean, I'm glad. I'm actually happy to see your passion behind that, because that tells me that you're real and you're not a bot like Jay is over there. So,
yeah,
but
I'm exposed.
Yeah, 100%. I want to tie that back to kind of the broad strokes that, you want. Everybody's looking for this hero, and the reality is that nobody's going to have this complete skill set that is going to be able to satisfy everyone. It doesn't exist. Like, and if you did, then I would seriously consider perhaps this is an AI or a lizard person. Like you don't know. So, we're reining that into Jordan Peterson, looking at his areas of expertise. I think that he really needs to hone that and stop being as broad as he is, and concentrate on those areas. And I think he'll be a lot more effective than he currently is. And he happens to be a Twitter junkie, kind of like Elon as well, where it's just like, see something that you don't agree with, well, you're going to comment on it. And it's not necessarily in your wheelhouse, but it's something you feel passionate enough to say, this is wrong. I don't agree with this, and this is how it should be handled. So it might serve him better to be a lot more narrow in his focus and really go after the issues that pertain to his areas of expertise, which is psychiatry and psychoanalytics. And like, because I think he's brilliant in those spaces. Like those are things that he is unmatched in modern times with any contemporaries, that I would say.
Yeah, and what I'll do is I'm going to bring in right here. Let's try and get this working. There we go. I'm going to bring in Tammy Croft to actually make a comment on this as well. She actually had a comment about Jordan Peterson. I'm going to share with you.
An email last night. I found Jordan Peterson.
I was going to go into that. So you found something to listen to and stimulate your brain and start working on that?
Yep. And the first video I watched by him, he was talking about God. And I just burst into tears. And as I told you, I tried to self-delete. And his video was the very first video I seen when I came to. So
right. So let's let people understand what you're talking about here. So you made a decision, and then you woke up the next day, and then Jordan Peterson was the first thing that happened after you failed at your decision. And from that point on, you want to go and continue?
Onward and upward. Dealing with mental illness is a struggle all in itself, but and it wasn't the first time that I tried to self-delete. But it will be the last time, because.
So we'll leave it at that. It will be the last time. But what she does go on to say is what she really got out of Jordan Peterson was the father figure comfort. So even though she was listening to him, she felt that she was being comforted by him like a father would. And I think a lot of people can relate that way. You've got the incel community that he really supported and really connected with, and there's a lot of stories like what we just heard from Tammy as well. Let's give him a strong B plus, maybe even an A minus. Like he's up there. He's up there. And when it comes to Canadian sacrificing everything, I would put him in the same category as Max, because both of them really don't have to do this anymore if they don't want to. But yeah, here they are. They're still doing it. I think he's got some, there's some questions on where his legions, where his alignment might be, whether or not he speaks up enough, and whether or not he responds to me. Those are all things that I guess we can give him a pass for, as long as he continues to do a lot of the strong good that he is doing.
And I guess one of the things that I do want to say is, like, I read in the chat, like, a lot of people did get duped, and like, I'm truly sympathetic for these people, because the amount of money.
I was going to go.
the amount of time and the amount of money and the amount of resources that was put into this, military experiment was immense. And it was basically David going up against Goliath, and
Right.
David didn't have a slingshot. He was up all night drinking, so he really didn't have a chance going up against Goliath. And so the people that got duped, I'm really sympathetic for, because like if you weren't really paying attention to the global situation, if you haven't had something that really affects you and make you look into this, you just went along with it because that was your truth, right? And it really takes a catalyst for people to step away and say, oh my God, like everything is a lie. How did I go along with that? And for that, a lot of people, that was COVID. And for other people that woke up, some of it was like, the 9/11, some of it was even earlier than that. So I'm glad, and in a sense, that the people that did get duped and say, you know what, I was wrong, and this is why I was wrong, and I'll never be on the wrong side of the coin again, because that takes much more willpower to admit that you were wrong and know that you were going to change. Because most people, when they would rather commit to being wrong than admit that they were wrong, right? They would just say, you know what, I'm never going to admit it, and it's everybody else's fault but mine. But so the people that were duped and said that, you know what, yeah, I was duped, I was completely wrong, and now I understand, and that'll never happen to me again. All the power to people like you, because you guys are the momentum that we need. So I want to say thank you to you people as well.
You're saying thank you to us on that one?
No, the people
No,
that
so I was wondering.
the people that fell for the psyops experiment,
Right.
just because they were not prepared to deal with the amount of pressure and the amount of resources that went into it. Like, the human brain isn't meant to deal with round-the-clock psychological warfare. It's just not. It's meant to break people, so and get them into complying. So the people that figured it out, and it didn't break them, but it made them stronger, and then it allowed them to move on to the right side of history. All the power to you. Congratulations. Thanks for joining Team Black Pill.
Yeah, Zario, you like that one, Team Black Pill?
Absolutely. I did want to say, Kevin, I caught your reference to Stephen Covey earlier in the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And that emotional bank account is something that I look at with my relationships as well, because it is, when that bank account goes negative and is depleted, I'm certainly, really evaluating my relationships with those people. I think, we can't look at this as having an ultimate hero, because, you know what? People that got this right in this instant got it right in this instant. That's not to say the next one that they're going to be right at identifying the scenario. Could get it completely wrong. There might be another other subset. I mean, stats would actually say that the people who got this right are more likely to get the next one right too, because they were able to analyze and understand what was happening. But I think that if the next event comes up, that more people may have an opportunity to really be critical and understand, step back from it, understand what happened and what is happening, instead of just cruising along on autopilot like a lot of people are today. And I think that's, I would say a good chunk of people got caught up in that mix, because they were just like, I want to get my life back to normal. I want to keep doing the things that I enjoy doing. And what is the least resistive path for me to get to that point? And for a lot of people, it was the vaccine. It was just like, well, they didn't even stop to consider, is this right? Is this wrong? The government's actually doing the right thing for me. The government's always right. And that was what they took into their head. And they said, well, the government's telling me that this should happen. I'm going to do that. And it's going to allow me to get back to things and back to normal. And we saw that normal wasn't quick. It took a long time to get back to normal. And one would argue that we may not even still be back at that normal level today. I think we're still maybe 2/3 of that level that we were previously, maybe even half. I don't know. I see signs all over the place where it's not necessarily equivocal to the way we were pandemic. I think everybody is walking around with this nervousness of people as a whole, and it's really a strange feeling to experience. Like, where before it was a lot more communal, and you would talk to strangers. You would, you're in an elevator with somebody and you're just chatting about the weather or the Blue Jays or the Maple Leafs or whatever's going on. But I feel that right now a lot more people are very more recluse
Hmm.
and not really willing to venture out and engage with other people.
Well, we're doing it more online now, aren't we? Which could be a good thing, a really good thing. I just want to address a question here that we got from One Quick Dub. Are there any poll results or any updates on the election? Really? Is that what you're here for? You here for that kind of thing? Okay. Okay. We'll go look into it. The polls close at 8:30 Manitoba time. So we see here it's going to be closing at 8:30. We're getting the results directly from Elections Canada, and we're not using CBC or CTV for this. So we're going to be using this table, but the results will close at 8:30. And right now, Winnipeg time will be 20 to 7. So we have about an hour and 40 minutes to go before we start seeing some results here. So hopefully that answered your question there, One Quick Dub. We're getting there. We're getting there. So I'll keep that thing handy, and we'll definitely keep bringing those up for you.
One thing I wanted to say on the normal, back to normal, right? Again, I'm getting constantly referred to Yuri Bezmenov, because Yuri Bezmenov to me is like Jordan Peterson to a lot of people, right? So he's the real person that like pulled the blinders off, and this was back in 2008. So for me, my awakening experience was the financial crisis. Me being a numbers guy, economics, finance, that's what really woke me up. And I think I was 20 at the time, and it's when I dug into Yuri Bezmenov's work. And he said after crisis, so the 4 stages is demoralization. It takes 20, 30 years to demoralize a nation. Then you have destabilization, where it takes 3 to 5 years by attacking the economy, foreign relations and defense. And then you have a crisis that could take a couple of weeks, a couple of months. And then after crisis, with a violent change of political power, we move into a phase called normalization. And then he went on to say further that when Czechoslovakia, when they rolled in the tanks, brother, I forget his name, but he said now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia has been normalized. And so what that means is normalcy to them is it's indefinite. It's never going back to normal. The new normal is what we're seeing right now. And when the day this hit with COVID, I remember this was probably like, January, February of 2020. And they started and I said to people, I said, the lives that you had yesterday, last week, last month, you're never going to have them again. Those days, your life, what you know, is over. And people were like ridiculing me and raking me over the coals for saying this. And like, you're crazy. But fast forward to 3 years later, and who's the crazy one? Probably still me, but but like, has anyone's life ever gotten back to what it was in 2019? No. And they never will.
And I think, Azara, you kind of mentioned you don't think they would be duped again. You don't think we would fall for this again, or is that where you're going with that? Like, do you think that if they tried to do this again, do you think they would fall in line just as quick this time around?
No, I don't think that as many people would. I think that whether people are being vocal about it or not, they've dealt with the outcomes, and they saw what happened, and really what did they get out of it. Now you're going to have a certain percentage of the population that goes along with it no matter what, but I think that this did wake up a lot of people. What that looks like, I don't know, because I mean, we had 8-9 million people in Canada that refused to get vaccinated, and out of a population of 38 at the time. I'm not sure that I believe those numbers, by the way, anyways. But So is that number now 10 million? Is that number now 15? It's hard to gauge what that outcome would be.
Well, there's actually a mathematical formula that you can apply to figure it out. So the first one was 20% didn't capitulate and stood their ground, and the other 80% went along with it, whether voluntarily or through force. So now you have, out of 40 million people in Canada, let's just call it 10 million for easy math, right? Mm-hmm. You have 30 million left. The next case, or the next PSYOPs experiment, you're going to have the original 10 million, plus you're going to have another 20 to 25% of the 30 million. So you're going to have another like 6 to 8 million. So you're going to have 18 million against, and then you're going to have like your 22 million. So that in the next crisis, you're going to have kind of a 50-50 split. So every time they move forward, they're going to lose another 20% of the base that fell for the last crisis. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm just go ahead, Azario.
And yeah, that's the statistical model on it, and not necessarily the practical model though as well, because I mean they both closely align with each other, but I don't know. It's you're giving that as kind of like a, all right, it's somewhere over there, but we're not sure what it is, but it's going to be in that ballpark. And I don't disagree with that, Kevin. I think that a lot more people are going to come on board to it. So
the Pareto principle works 80% of the time.
Yeah, I know. I deal with maths too. So yeah.
Well, we got Tom laughing, and Tom, he likes his math as well, and he's quite the intellectual thinker. And I don't know if you guys know Tom, but Tom Pace, he's on YouTube as dude_relaxed. He's quite the intellectual tweeter, or yeah, he tweets a lot. And his second or third follow was Jordan Peterson himself. So he actually has a relationship with Mr. Peterson. Tom went around and got 2 flags signed by every single trucker who was involved in it, and the entire flag was completely full. It's a wonderful thing. And Jordan Peterson has one of them. So Tom, you have a bit of a relationship with Mr. Peterson, or Dr. Peterson. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know about what you're thinking. And you're a little bit dark, if you can kind of.
Yeah, well,
you're good. Just go. You just go.
I can add the backlighting, or make myself even darker by adding the light out of the. Anyway, oh wait, here's the other. Just one moment. There you go.
There we go. There you go.
Slightly more. So okay, what? Yeah, I don't even know what you're doing here. I just texted you private. I was just doing. I'm editing my my private, just recently established little micro wiki with MediaWiki, and texted you about my POEC interests, the documentation there, and then you invited me to this, and I thought, oh, okay. So is this the day of the? I'm sorry, I'm just totally out of.
That's okay. We'll update you. We'll update you there, Tom. We'll bring you up to speed quick here. So yes, today is the election for Manitoba, for Portage-Lisgar, for Maxime Bernier. And you just walked into the middle of a conversation. We just kind of wrapped up a little bit with Dr. Jordan Peterson, talking about him and all the work that he does. And there was some pushback on whether or not Mr. Peterson is doing enough, or can he do more, or anything like that. Now, you do have a relationship with him, so you kind of know him a little bit. So my question to you is, what's your understanding of his mission and what he's trying to do with his time? If you can maybe speak to that.
Okay. Let me just clarify. I know a lot about him, and I've dialogued privately with him many times. Let's just say it like that. But it's not something that I advertise, because I don't. There are a lot more people that he is professionally and personally connected with that he doesn't even remember their names. Let me put it that way. So, and that's so putting it more, I don't advertise it because I don't look at myself as having any long-term established deep connection to him. I just have, yeah. Okay. So, I don't know what he's doing except tweeting a lot, and his projects that I see he's working on, like the ARC thing, I think that's what it's called. And, he's got a few other projects on the go that I'm a bit familiar with. projects and then larger projects. So what was the pushback that you guys were talking about? That something you just mentioned that.
Sure. Kev, you want to kind of just Cole's notes a little bit of the pushback about his the flip-flopping and the issues that you had? You're muted.
Some of the issues that I had was that he I don't want to say the word he fell for it, but he did what society told him to do, and that was to line up and roll up your sleeve. And he talked about this, and he said that that was a mistake that I did. So he has admitted fault to it, but I don't really want to go back into the rant that I was having. But that was one of the reasons. That was a major withdrawal of the emotional bank account by Jordan Peterson to me. A lot of the people, maybe they view it differently, and everybody has the right to view what they want. But like, I'm specifically speaking from my personal views, that was a major withdrawal, just because of what I went through and how much I sacrificed to stand up for this giant authoritarian tyranny that was going on, and I was looking around and it was I was standing alone on a battlefield with thousands of guns pointing at me, and that was kind of my perception back then. And like, all I wanted was for like people to join me in the fight. And when you were out there in February or in March or in April of 2020, you were vastly outnumbered and you were seen as the absolute lunatic, right? So I was really disappointing because Jordan Peterson, I had listened to him for a few years prior to that, and he was like a staunch advocate for human rights and individual liberties, and this was one of the biggest encroachments on human rights and individual liberties in the Western world, as far as I can remember, and he wasn't there. So that's why it was such a large withdrawal from my bank account. But like others, of course, they can see things differently, but that's how I saw it.
And I actually have similar feelings. Sorry, Tom, almost I could get to you. I have similar feelings towards some other people, like Ben Shapiro, who also rolled up his sleeve. Trump himself rolled up his sleeve and then continued to push it after the fact. And there's others that I was kind of surprised to see that they, for whatever reason, also did that. Tom, so can you understand a bit the pushback there? Because Mr. Peterson kind of, he went with the narrative a little bit there, maybe changed his mind after the fact. But at the time, it was pretty impactful for people like Kevin and the rest of us who looked up to him and was kind of looking for some leadership there. But maybe that was a mistake. What do you think there, Tom?
Oh, I think it was a perfectly appropriate and natural reaction on your part, Kevin. I mean, I was thinking in a similar style vein, but I don't put any expectations on anyone outside of myself, and like I don't know. So I did not catch your initial conversation with Jason there, Kevin, but I not all of it. I caught some of it. I really appreciated listening to your conversation, what I did hear. But yeah, there are a lot of people that have disagreed with Peterson over the years that just completely go. It's like they're people with a short fuse, and then a little tiny spark makes them explode instantly. Like the bear guy, what's his name? The opposite, Carl Benjamin, and Benjamin Owen. Is it Benjamin Owen or am I getting Benjamin? Who's Sargon of Akkad? There's two Benjamins there.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Maybe the chat might know, but continue, and the chat might let you know.
Yeah. There was another guy who had a conversation with Peterson in like 2017, and he was like one of the major guys that went exploded at Patreon. And he was part of like that culture, and they were like people back and forth. It's similar to he or whatever H3
oh yeah.
You know how that guy went nuts, and he was like, oh, I'm going to capitalize on everybody hating Peterson now. He just went 100. He went 180 right. And then dropped a stick some nitro in a tank, and he was just like, ha ha ha. So
we have Owen Benjamin. Is that the name?
Owen, right? Owen Benjamin. Thank you. And
there you go. Thank you, Robo Gator. Rob.
Yeah.
Gator.
So Owen Benjamin, like it was the Kavanaugh tweets in about, oh, maybe Peterson tweets once or twice. He says, oh, maybe he should accept if he gets elected, or I don't know, the U.S. and the voting in of Supreme Court justices, but something like that. And so a lot of people just went instantly 100%. Oh, I hate Peterson. Never going to talk about him again. But it's everybody can react poorly to or appropriately for their own perspective against anything that anybody says. Yesterday I was reading Elon Musk saying he's pro-vax, and why, and he got all the vaccines, and all of his kids got he got the vac. I'm going to use his terminology. Elon Musk, for the COVID pandemic, got SARS-CoV-2. Sorry, for the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, got all of the recommended vaccines. And I thought, well, okay, so you're pro that, and that's fine if you're pro the science, and you're allowed to be pro science and mRNA. And I've been, like, years ago, I was recommended an mRNA injection years ago for biologics for an ailment that I have, an acute chronic ailment, but they're bloody expensive, like insanely expensive. So I just didn't go for it. And I was like, even back then, I thought in 2020, I'm interested more to hear what you have to say, Kevin, about what was your first decision-making point about why you would not go for that. Because for me, it was like, I was going to wait, because I'm not like an early adopter for any tech like Bill Gates. And a buddy of mine got Windows 95 the very first day it was available, very first day publicly. And I'm like, I got Windows 95 I didn't even get Windows 95. I got Windows 98 like 3 years after it was released. And then, all of that sort of thing. So what was the decision-making point for you, Kevin?
Well, it was pretty simple. So I was in my early 30s at the time. I went to the gym 2 hours a day, 6 days a week. I ate healthy. I got proper, sleep. And I was at I was in very good shape, health-wise, mentally, physically. And then I just understood that these viruses, they attack the obese and they attack the elderly. For me to, I would actually have better odds at dying, walking through a parking lot, getting struck by Zeus's thunderbolt than actually dying of COVID. Right. So to me, it was never an issue. And then and also I was in sales. Right. So, my background was in sales and marketing. I started out doing door-to-door sales for, Bell and Rogers, and I moved into, HVAC, and then I moved into, running my own business, and then going into California and into Florida. I was really good at sales and really understanding human psychology. And then when I took a look at what they were doing and how were they were marketing it and how they were using, the basics, sales, the basic impulses. So first you have your Jones effect where, everybody's doing it, so you should do too. And then they went into the fear of loss where, you better do it or you might lose out on something. Right. And then they just went into full on force, you don't use it, we're going to use force against you. So I was able to identify very early on that this was a marketing scheme that they weren't even doing very well at, and they were marketing it as a threat to humanity, when in reality it's a rounding error. 99% of people, well over 99% of the people would have survived. And the actions that the government and the media and big tech, they actually did far more harm on the economy, on people's health. They actually killed more people than the virus itself. So it was very easy to see from the onset that this was nothing but a scam.
Sorry, you want to respond to that, Tom?
Yeah. I'm just switching in my earbuds so that I can leave myself unmuted and it doesn't give any feedback.
Cool.
They look ridiculous, I think, in this video.
Okay.
That's why I never use them on a screen anymore. Like on
it's
a
okay,
camera.
Frankenstein. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's right.
You got your bolts hanging out.
Oh,
it sounds a lot. It sounds a lot better than the speaker audio that you were using before.
Yeah.
And now I can actually hear you.
Yeah, it's much better
okay,
audio.
Perfect. Yep. Okay, so that's exactly that. I mean, that's the exact same decision-making experience that I had. And I bet it's probably the way it is for most people. And that's why I mean, if you choose, depending on how you live your life, you might go through that same experience, literally what you did, and the same as myself. Although I wasn't as physically healthy as you, I think that you were more of a candidate to choose not, and that made you more of a target, given your context. For me, or pardon me, I would never. If the marketing campaign wasn't on like it was, and it was completely and universally like opt-in, and it wasn't so recommended, I probably would have got it, because I've got vaccines before, right? But there have been times when I deliberately opted out of vaccines when it was still recommended. Like I traveled to the Caribbean, and I decided that I would wait until I knew the data more when I got to the Caribbean, and I got in the country where I was going, whether there was a recommendation, or if I was going to one of the countries where malaria is regular. And that's also not, that's not mRNA. And I know people that have had malaria, and it kills you. After you have malaria, you're not allowed to give blood donations anymore in your life. And I've given a lot of blood to the Canadian Blood Services through many donations. But then, see, another reason for choosing or opting into it, or just like a data point, is that I was listening, Jason, to your chat the other day with Jeremy McKenzie, and he's a really funny guy. But a lot of things that said I wasn't agreeing with, but I just wanted to listen to it and enjoy your conversation. You did a great job. And kudos to, and congrats, and I appreciate Mr. McKenzie for sitting down with you. And I hope all these other guests that you're inviting come along to your show. What was I going to say?
You were telling me how great I am, and you don't watch CNN anymore, and you only watch YYC. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's he was saying, Mackenzie was saying he didn't know anybody that had died, well, of COVID, and I respect that, but that he was saying it in a jovial, fun way, and like to dismiss the the injections and the pseudo or para benefits of them, like the pretend benefits, that whether you get them or not, if you do get the injection, then of course you're never going to get the COVID or any illness. And if you get it, you would have died if you hadn't got it. And of course, thank God, God, Fauci. How do we deify in a nickname of Anthony Fauci? We need like a God emperor type Trump, but like a name to give to Fauci for a meme. I don't know.
I think the world will come up with a name, and it's probably going to be number 56782 inmate, something like that. That would be all right.
Sure. Yeah. Well, how I was contrasting what I was going to say about Jeremy McKenzie is that I know many people that have died 1 degree indirect of the illness of SARS-CoV-2.
So what does that mean, 1 degree indirect? What does that mean? Do you let everybody know?
Because I don't know anybody individually, personally, that died of COVID. However, most, and this is a relevant key point, and ties in with what Kevin was saying, and that pretty much everyone that did die was obese, and it was especially notable in the country in the Caribbean where I lived. And I intended to go back, except for bloody lockdowns, and the whole nation's borders were closed 100%. Nobody could get in, even if you lived there and had a house. Hey, Azario, there you are. I missed. Hopefully, we can get back together in person with sometime, and the other guy, and do another whatever it was. There was a sports and pizza night and such.
It was a good poker night.
Oh yeah, that's right. You came to that poker night. That's right.
Yep.
I took your money, I think.
Yes, you did.
Somebody took all our money. And, yeah.
Alberta had to claw back some of that money we're sending east, so you're welcome.
That's funny. So yeah, the country where I lived has a large percentage of the population, like a fact order of magnitude higher than the general worldwide population for obesity and diabetes. And so, but there was a time when there was one person in the country. The country has like a population of like 50,000 people. And there was a moment when there was like, oh, we got one. We have one person in the country within the borders that has SARS-CoV-2. And then, of course, COVID-19. And then, well, 1 death, 2 deaths, 5, 10. And then there was a point in which I heard one day that within the previous 2 or 3 days, the person who I was talking to, his landlord and the landlord's wife and the landlord's mother had died of COVID.
Oh wow! So the whole house got wiped out.
Yeah, and they were both diabetic, and so that's my point. My point is simply to say that there are data points that are believable and closely connected 1 degree indirect, so that it's not like, oh, my cousin who I never talked to last 10 years, somebody that he knew online died, something like that. It was like somebody that I knew closely, somebody that they knew closely, and so there were probably about a dozen of those that I knew of. But that wasn't personally enough to make me change my mind, because the marketing campaign, there was something else there. So I'm supporting you guys.
Okay, cool. And Azario, we got a nice special guest here. Let's get him on before he has to get going. Hey, Kelly, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're good. For all those that don't know, this is Kelly Lorenz. He is running in Calgary Heritage. It's going to be on July 24th. I'm going to be knocking on some doors with him. FYI, I'm coming down.
I'd like to hear that.
I'll catch the end of the Stampede and I'll go see what you're up to. But we'll come down and check that out. And from the PPC party, and have an interview with you as well. So one of the interviews I did was with Kelly as well. So have you been listening and catching up on what we're doing here, or are you just jumping in now?
You know what? I've been trying to listen on and off. I've also, of course, back and forth in between meetings and trying to get everything organized here in Calgary Heritage. But I've been listening to your conversations, and it's been pretty interesting so far.
Yeah. And I see you have a terrorist flag in the back there, hanging there. I don't know if that's going to get me in trouble or not, but that Canadian flag back there, I don't know. It's nice to see you there, Kelly.
Thanks. I appreciate the invite, and tonight's going to be an interesting chain of events for Maxime and the PPC. I think this is a pivotal election for Maxime, and I look forward to seeing how this plays out.
Okay, so I'm going to let the rest of my panel know we're done with the COVID stuff for now. We're back to PPC. So have you been speaking to Max all day, and what's the spirits like today?
You know what? I haven't had a chance to speak with Max. I did send him a message this morning, letting him know that he's got my support, 100% support, and I'm looking forward to a positive outcome for him. But if you've never been in this situation before, it's a pretty stressful day. As much as people like to say, "Oh, we're just relaxing," it's pretty intense. It was interesting because I was in Calgary today and I was receiving phone calls from Manitoba, from people in Manitoba that were having concerns or issues that they were having at the polling stations and wanted me to try and fix them. And
from Alberta.
Yeah. And just so of course I said he needed to contact the office, and they couldn't get a hold of anybody because they were so busy at headquarters. And so of course I made a couple phone calls, talked to a couple people, and And one of the messages I got back is that right at that moment they were actually on the phone with Elections Canada, dealing with issues. So it's a good thing.
Yeah, we got some reports that polling stations, they were getting some robocalls. We're calling people and telling them to go to the wrong spot. We got a couple of reports like that. We sent out a tweet giving people the Elections Canada link to find out where your polling station was. And that happened pretty early today. Were you getting some of those reports as well?
Well, you know, what I had was there was a fellow in the area who was legally blind, and his wife assists him, and Elections Canada wouldn't let her in to assist him to vote. He wanted to vote, and they wouldn't let him in. So, quite honestly, that's the first time I've dealt with that. I didn't have an answer for them, but of course, took their phone number and I got a hold of the team, and they addressed it right away.
And was he able to vote? Is that what ended up happening yet?
I'm hoping so. Honestly, I don't know. That there should be no restrictions. It doesn't matter if you're disabled or not. You're legally entitled to vote. But for whatever reason, they weren't allowing his wife, who assisted him, in to help vote.
Oh, I see. So they weren't letting anybody in at all, and he's completely blind, and there's maybe no braille or no way to do it without it.
You know what? I've never heard of that before. That was, like I said, that was the first time I'd ever been approached with that kind of concern, and so we dealt with it. We contacted Elections Canada, and I'm sure it was rectified at that point.
Okay, cool. So Kev, just get ready. I'm going to go to you for the next question. I'm sure Kelly could answer for you. But Kelly, one of the things that came up here is, what if Max loses? Does the party kind of have a plan in place, go back to the drawing boards, focus on Calgary heritage? What do you think would happen if he loses? We're not expecting, or we're not asking for that, but we're wondering if you guys kind of thought about plan B here.
You know what? We're too focused on the election right now to focus on a plan B.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, we're focused on plan A. And, we typically haven't, I know I haven't thought outside of plan A. I think that's just a bridge that we'll cross when we come to it. Is there something, honestly, I don't know. This is a member-driven party, and we're a grassroots party, so we'll have to see how that sort of plays out.
Well, that's a good answer, because you should be all hands on deck and see where we can go with plan A first. But I'm pretty sure if you had to, you guys can get to the drawing board pretty quick. Kevin, you had a question? And you're mute. You mute yourself, so you have to mute you. I can't do it, Kevin.
Well, no, I don't have a question, but I can follow up on this conversation. So there's two ways you can approach something. You can play to win, or you can play not to lose, right? And I think that the PPC right now, they're playing to win, which is the ultimate strategy, and like putting everything on the board, and rolling the dice, and not playing conservative, but playing aggressive. But if it does come down to where the chips don't fall in the way that they want it to, I think it has to go back to, and people are probably going to disagree with what I have to say, I think it has to go back to the party, and there has to be like a convention where they vote, and if they want Max to continue being his leader.
Well, I think they went through that recently, and I'm sure if they felt that there was not much support, they would certainly do that. But Kelly, if Maxine wins, what do you think will be the first thing? He told us, but what do you think would be the first thing he does if he does win tonight?
How do you mean? Like, what do you mean the first thing he does?
Private member bill.
Oh, okay.
Press conference. Yeah. Like, what would he tackle first?
Well, Max has given assurances that the first thing he's going to do is bring forward a private member bill on abortion. He's going to table that. I mean, there's so many things that we could be going after this government for, or to hold them accountable. The gender ideology, the everything, the immigration, the abortion. There's so many different things that we could be going after that need to be addressed. That I honestly think that Max will be loud and very, very vocal, and in typical Max form, he's going to hold people accountable.
Good. That's good. And we were wondering if Azario, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think it wouldn't necessarily be, everybody wants to see Max win. I think that would be a favorable outcome. But would you see an incremental growth in the support for PPC within this riding as a win as well?
Absolutely, any type of growth is a win. I mean, I'll give you an example. For me in Calgary Heritage right now, if Max wins, we're going to see an explosion in Calgary Heritage. If Max loses, I still think we're going to see a growth in Calgary Heritage as well, because of the fact that how much coverage Max is getting from the mainstream media right now. It becomes, I think we have to recognize where we're getting a lot of our membership from as well, right? A lot of our membership, we're not getting our membership from the Conservative Party of Canada. A lot of our membership is coming from the non-voter. They're coming from the NDP. They're coming from the Green Party. So all of these, we're resonating with literally everybody across the board, and I think we're going to see a good growth within the party as well.
And right now, maybe a message to Manitoba, and let me know if this is kind of accurate, because of course I don't know. I'm not in your party. But is a vote for Max today? Are they going to get Max, or are they going to get the entire party? Is the entire party going to get behind Max if he ends up winning this, or is it just going to be him on his own, and you guys are going to go do your thing?
Well, I think if you know me, you know that Max is never going to be alone. I'm always going to have Max's back, and I know that when Max wins, that he will have the entire party behind him and supporting him, and that includes our membership. And we're just going to continue to move forward and build on that momentum.
Absolutely. And you're getting ready for the 24th. Are you already started, or are you waiting for this election to be over?
Oh, I've already started 16-hour days right now, trying to get everything organized. I just drove back from Calgary. I've got a few other things I've got to get done here before I get back at planning and organizing and trying to get things going here in Calgary. We're going to hit the ground running. I expect by Wednesday everything will be in place. Signage will be out in the riding. Our door knockers have already started. Our messaging is bang on for what's going on in Calgary right now, specifically with the gender ideology and addressing that issue. So we're in a really, really good spot right now in Calgary. And again, I know for myself, I'll literally be out knocking on doors every day, probably 10, 12 hours a day.
Absolutely. And that's just the minimum. You're going to probably be a lot more than that. It'll be 7 days a week all the way to the end. Hello, Todd. I don't know who you are, but I'm happy to bring you on. And if you can kind of let us know who you are. I'm guessing you're from the Liberal Party is my first guess.
Well, yeah, Jason, you contacted us on Twitter going back maybe about a week or so ago. Yes, I probably should have put it in my handle here. I'm from Winnipeg Alternative Media. I run,
wonderful.
Yeah, I run Winnipeg Alternative Media, and we've been a big part of reporting what's been going on with Max and the PPC since its inception in 2019. I was at the very first event that Max ever had here. For the PPC, when it kind of just announcing the creation of the party, and I've stuck really close with him ever since. Interviewed him many times. It's been really kind of great to have him kind of calling Manitoba his home these last few months, and hopefully that gets extended. And hanging out with him plenty of times here in Winnipeg, and of course in around the Portage-Lisgar riding, like in Winkler. And it's been one heck of a journey from 2019. To now. They made some huge gains in that snap election of a year ago that I was really, really proud of. I know lots of people that were a part of that. And it's kind of like this interesting little dream come true. Of course, we don't know how the election is actually going to turn out here this evening. But right from the end of that snap election last year, when we saw how well the candidate in Portage-Lisgar did, that being Solomon Weeb, just a farm boy, a young farm boy. He was like almost campaigning like on the back of his tractor. And that was so cool. And he actually, and that's, and he put up a really good fight. Like his numbers, this is why Max is there right now. His numbers were so close to, again, a farmer campaigning practically on the back of his tractor versus Candace Bergen, and he almost ousted her. And so right from that moment, that's when we all started kind of going like, oh shoot, we got to get Max to take a look at this. Like we got to get Max to take a look at, hey, maybe Manitoba's where you can, get this start, really get your foot in the door. And it's pretty unbelievable that here we are, and that's the way it's transpired. So really cool, really cool. I don't think Manitoba has been a part of any kind of really major political decision making in Canada for probably quite some time, probably since the Louis Riel days, maybe. I'm not sure. But
that's a tweet I sent out. Exactly. I said Manitoba, since Louis Riel, you haven't had your fingerprint, a chance to have such a large fingerprint on the Canadian history since Louis Riel.
Yes.
And I believe that's true.
Well, I agree. Very well said. Maybe I was copying you. I'm not sure. I might have quickly seen that one and just kind of taken it in. But it's a heck of a point. I believe it to be true as well. And so no, this has been really fun. This has been really interesting. And so we will probably sometime within the next 45 minutes to an hour, we are going to have a Winnipeg alternative media reporter at the PPC headquarters. I guess the Portage-Lisgar PPC headquarters, I should say. Hopefully also getting a word in with Max at some point in time throughout the evening, so people can stay tuned for that. I think that will originally probably just be a straight Facebook Live, but shortly afterwards we always get our content up to a Rumble and our website, of course. Anybody can go to wam.live. That's WAWAM.live. Thank you very much. There we go. All of our content is up there. We have plenty of including a lot of stuff for Max and the campaign. It was great to be able to meet and hang out with Billboard Chris, with Josh Alexander of Save Canada, with Laura Lynn these past few weeks as well too. And I've touched base with Laura plenty of times over the last few years. It's been really kind of something. So really great interviews, really great content there. Please go check out wham.live. And we'll be live covering things right from on the ground, starting very shortly here this evening. And I'll be jumping on, probably doing an in-studio broadcast kind of towards the end of things when sort of like, when results are coming in, and then we'll go from there. So it's going to be very interesting. In fact, I'm off to vote right now. I have to go vote in my riding here of Winnipeg South Centre, where there is a PPC candidate in Winnipeg South Centre by the name of Taylor Bear. But kind of a bit of a sad story there. The party itself is just so focused on Portage-Lisgar right now, and I guess the candidate that was supposed to run for PPC in Winnipeg South Centre ended up dropping off shortly before I guess things really got going. So Tyler kind of got thrown into the mix last minute and wasn't really able to I guess accomplish very much, which is kind of too bad, but he has been very fiercely helping out Max and Portage-Lisgar. I've just had some correspondence with him today. So even though I guess it's probably not going to accomplish very much, I will be going to my local voting station and voting for Tyler.
Every vote matters. You get $1 per vote for the party, and you can build up in Winnipeg South so that 2025 could look a lot better for you. So
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was something that I really wanted to go see happen and be even a little bit more of a part of myself since the snap election of a year ago. And kind of too bad that sort of seemed to get missed out on. I've been extremely busy with my own things as well too, so it would have been difficult to really try to help a campaign out as much as I would have liked to. But good to know that Tyler still got his name in there and that there was still a bit of a shot made. And, I'll certainly be checking off that box on the ballot here this evening. Better than a spoiled ballot, that's for sure. And so we're looking forward to being able to report live from the PPC HQ. And I should mention to everybody, don't think for a second that we haven't tried to get interviews with the other candidates as well too.
Me too.
And Brandon Leslie has said no to us routinely, and that's ridiculous. We do have him filmed though, and I thought this was really neat. You can go check out this footage. They had I'm really kind of sad, right? Because the establishment, the mainstream media, the legacy media wants to ignore Max so much. I mean, it's been great that they've had to go mention him even as much as they've been kind of forced to in the last just handful of weeks. But they don't want to give him any platform whatsoever. So of course there was no real debate. There was no actual real stage or event for it at all for any of these candidates to be able to position themselves and their platforms against one another in front of a live audience or any audience at all. But thankfully enough, as things seem to go here in rural Manitoba, the farmers take control of things, and the farmers hosted an event last Friday. And where Brendan Leslie, I'm sure they asked more candidates as well too, but only Brandon and Max showed up, and that was, well, of course, good enough. As they both spoke for well over an hour. You can go see all this footage on our Rumble channel. I don't think it's up on the website just yet, but it's up on Rumble and it's on our Facebook as well too. I thought it was really incredible and I urge everyone to go listen to this, because it's the kind of thing that we've been talking about has been happening, and what Max has been saying about the Conservative Party, right? Like literally the reason why he starts the PPC. It's pretty incredible that Brandon doesn't know this kind of thing and was okay with speaking like this, but he basically lays it out saying, I have a lot of the same morals and beliefs of a lot of you in the audience, and of a lot of what Max is just, a lot of what Max runs on as well too. But the House of Commons won't listen to it. So I'm a common sense vote because I understand that. And they actually, that's what he runs with. Like that's a platform. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing, but that was a good majority of his speech from Friday out at a farm here in Manitoba.
That's wonderful. So I got two questions for you there, Todd. One, do we have your permission to show some of your stream as it's happening?
Oh, please, by all means, absolutely.
Okay, cool. And
you grab anything of ours and run with it, man.
Oh, cool. And I'm actually from Winnipeg South, so I went to Fort Richmond Collegiate and grew up in Fort Richmond. So
cool.
Good old
I'm in Fort Garry. I grew up in St. Vital, but I've been living in Fort Garry now.
Too, I went to elementary in St. Vital, Darwin Elementary School. Yeah.
Oh yes. I know lots of people from Darwin. Yeah, I did Victor Wyatt and then Dakota Collegiate. Yeah.
Dakota Collegiate. Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that name in a long time. But St. Vital Center is where I watched Terminator 2 like 8 times.
That's beautiful.
3 times. Yeah, 3 times I paid for it. The other 5 times I went in. Azario, you had a question. You've been holding your hand up for quite a while. You had a question, Azario?
Yeah, no, it's great. Nice to talk to you, Todd, and welcome to the stream. Just wanted to talk a couple things about what happened to Solomon Wiebe. He was the runner-up, I guess, in the last election that happened in Portage-Lisgar. And he lost to Kenneth Bergen in that. So what happened in that whole process with, Solomon there? Does he have no interest in running again? Did Max say, hey, out of the way here, I'm coming in? What's going on?
That's it. Actually, I'm really glad that you asked that question because I wasn't even really thinking about that kind of side of the story and sort of the after the fact, after last year's snap election kind of thing. But yeah, there's a really kind of interesting story there. And I have to say, I'll have to admit right off the top, I do not have all the details, but what I do know and what I can recall being told shortly after the election was that Solomon was pretty gassed out from farming and from trying to run in that snap election. And he left the country.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And we got, we got Kelly here. Kelly. Yes,
I heard that he got completely stressed out, completely pooped out, and basically needed a full recharge. I think he went to maybe Mexico or something for a little while, and past that, honestly, I couldn't say that I know right now.
And then Kelly, that would be one of your territories, right? You're the Western Canada lieutenant, so you're familiar with this gentleman then.
Yeah, I'm familiar with all of our candidates right across to Canada, but he did an amazing job, and
yes.
You're right. He did go off on holidays. A lot of us do. It's not an easy task running a campaign and doing everything that you're doing. And so you need that release to get away.
Yeah, for sure. And hopefully we find out what that's like in 2025. There's a whole bunch more of candidates running for the PPC as well. Anybody else have another question? Kevin, we haven't heard from you in a bit. Did you have a question here? You're mute. Yeah.
Taking it all in.
Okay, so if you have one, just put your hand up in the chat and I'll bring you on back. And then Tom, we haven't heard from you in a little bit. Do you have any comments about what you've heard so far? You have to mute yourself, Tom.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this conversation. I really, I like it when Todd was talking because I was distracted partially by the birds in the background. That sounded great. Are you outside, Todd? I mean, it looks like you're outside.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gorgeous here in Manitoba right now. Beautiful weather. Gorgeous evening.
Excellent. And you'll come back at some point too there, Todd. Maybe later if you have some time, you can come back as well. The same link I gave you will work again. Okay, cool.
Will do.
Are you going to take off or you stick around?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will be taking off for a little bit right now, but of course, yeah, keep watching. I guess the Winnipeg Alternative Media Facebook page for right now. As for live streams coming up in the very next little bit, probably within the hour for sure. And then I'll make sure to come hop back up on this broadcast as well too.
Thank you very much, Todd, and you're welcome anytime. So, Zach, you also have a podcast tonight. You want to go let everybody know about what you're doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a live stream on Rumble. Covering probably the first hour and a half after the polls close, something like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over on here after it's all done and then jet over or just have it synced over to mine. So you'll basically be able to see what's going on here. So wait, my kid's at the door, so I'll jump back down.
Okay,
so
cool.
I guess one thing that I wanted to ask is if everything goes as planned and Max wins the seat and he gets a chance to move into the House of Commons, Kelly, maybe I'll table this to you. What would you like the party to really achieve between now and the next federal election, given that Max has that opportunity to do so? What are your views? What are your thoughts on what you really want to accomplish in terms of, we know what you want to do in terms of tabling policies, but what do you want to accomplish in terms of your biggest enemy in the room right now, and that's the CPC vote?
Well, I think, quite honestly, with the number of by-elections going on right now, we're going on the assumption that Max is going to be the only winner. We have the opportunity to win really anywhere, depending on the voter itself. So that there's potential right across. There's potential in Calgary Heritage as well. But going on the assumption that Max is the only one who wins, what we need Max to do is just create that exposure for the party, continue to grow the name, continue to speak about what the platform is and the messaging is, because this will all lead up to the leaders debate, which Maxime will be a part of in 2025. So it's to build up that momentum, and because right now there's still a large portion of the population that don't know who the PPC are. So we need to start to grow that messaging and that exposure within the public.
So the way that I see it right now, right, you have the Liberals, the CPC, and the NDP, and all three of those parties are left of center, right? At least in my views, they're leftist parties. And then you have the PPC, which is a center right party. And one of the main benefits that I think that the PPC can really offer is to kind of bring the lunacy of the spectrum that has drifted so far left back to more of a normalcy in terms of back to the right. So that is something that I really want to see, and that's and you're right. Like, we're just assuming that he's only going to win one seat. Let's hope he wins like 4, 5, or 6 seats, because the more the PPC is represented in the House of Commons, the easier they're going to be. Their job is to draw everybody back to the right on a system that's been shifting so far left for as long as I can remember.
I think one of the things that the PPC or even the Canadian voters need to realize or understand, or more specifically recognize, is that balance of power. Right now, the NDP have that balance of power in Ottawa, and that balance of power is held by Western Canada. 19 of the 25 seats that the NDP have are in Western Canada. So Maxime has said on a number of occasions that he wants the PPC to hold that balance of power, or at least we should be countering what that NDP balance has within the House. Now, it's hard for one person to make any significant change, but if Western Canadians decided to vote strategically and put the PPC in there, not only to work with the Conservative Party and hold them accountable when they're not being conservative, and push that, what we need to do in order to hold that accountability in the House, that's what we need to do. And Maxime is focused on that.
Okay, yeah, then we had a question. Go ahead, Kev.
yeah, like the most powerful politician is, or the political party is the party that owns balance of power. And I think that it's absolutely atrocious that the party that owns balance of power right now is intellectually, morally, and economically bankrupt. So they have no money, they have no morals, and they're basically holding Canada hostage. And we already know that Singh and Trudeau are making backroom deals with each other. That's why we got this this dental care nonsense. So I think that people should be really pissed with Trudeau, but they should be even more upset with how Jagmeet Singh really sold the entire country down for what? For nothing. So if we can actually shift the balance of power away from the NDP and into more of the PPC, I think that the amount of change that could happen in this country would be very, very beneficial, and it would happen very quickly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Quite often in my speeches, especially here in Alberta, I speak to everybody, especially because of that separate, everybody that wants to separate from Canada, right? That separatist sentiment here in Alberta. That if you really and truly wanted to have that fair deal in Ottawa, if you really and truly wanted to have that, Ottawa respect that autonomy especially from Alberta. And I say right now I'm using Alberta as that example, but ideally it would be Western Canada. You would send enough PPC candidates to Ottawa to hold that balance of power, and then really see that shift. You would see that shift in equalization. You would see that shift in that accountability, but you'd also see that shift in that holding the Conservatives accountable and bringing forward those true conservative values that would benefit all Canadians.
It's a good answer. And Tom, you actually had a question you wanted to follow up with?
Yeah, a lot of what Kevin is saying, I would just nod and say, oh yeah, and then add another comma after what he says and ask another related question in the same sentence. But outside of that, I do have a question on, it's just a what do you think type thing, and is there any response or vision for the PPC where you have event participants where now correct anybody is free to correct me on this, and I think it actually is, I might be completely off, but I get the impression, and I can't tell because of the filters of all the different media outlets, but sometimes I get the impression that there's a higher degree of anger in event participants, or that gets lensed in on, focused in on to publicly deceive the general public about the nature of thought and inquiry and heart that is in the general constituency, or people that would choose to vote PPC. Is there any way to, or is there any thoughts or considerations on changing the view of the heart, or the human to human element in the PPC, where it crosses the border of the party association and the brand and the name to people that are outside? Does that make sense as a question, or do you know what I'm trying to get at with that?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay.
The best that I could say, quite honestly, if we're looking to change the attitude within our country, and the direction that we're going as a nation, we have to first look at what we're being divided into. I spent 13 years in federal corrections, and I see this Canadian government pushing Canadians into what I call silos, or groups of people pitting against each other. And if we really want to get back to where we need to be, or where we were, we need to get back to family and community. Because when we get back to family and community, we're going to address mental health issues. We're going to address addiction. We're going to address crime. All of these things are surrounded by getting back to that family and community. So the more that we can move in that direction and change the hearts of people back to where we care for one another, and actually have a conversation, that's what's going to elicit that change. Now, not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah. Well, I'll just partly I would like to take back I'd like to see the PPC for what it can do, undo the Trudeauist type response to the rocks that were thrown at him I think it was Hamilton in 2021 during his campaign, because he used that too much. He turned those rocks into gold, like for messaging for his campaign. That's
It's
sort
Niagara.
of part of it.
You know, right now we just don't have that coverage from the mainstream media. We don't have that ability to take those incidents and change that narrative and make it gold, like you say. We have to use right now. We have to use our candidates, our volunteers, our membership, and get out and start talking to everybody again and have that one-on-one discussion. I know when I was out in Winkler, I think it was 2 weeks ago now, and I was out door knocking for Max out in the area. You know, I expected to face some, hostility in the area, and I didn't get that. I went to a number of doors that had a conservative sign out front just to have that discussion. And when you're able to have that one-on-one discussion and bring the facts and put all the facts on the table, I found that people were actually willing to change their decision, and we actually removed signs and replaced them with PPC signs. So it's having that discussion, right? And we've moved away from being able to communicate properly. Right now we're texting, or that mode of communication is based off of convenience rather than actually having an open and honest discussion. But the moment that we can have that open and honest discussion, we can move worlds.
Now, one thing that you were talking about was, embracing, family and embracing community and working on crime. So, like, the bigger picture of it is you're basically talking about a radical decentralization of the system that we're in right now. And I 100% agree with you. And I really think that that's something that we need to do. And when I look at Max, so I've been following Max since 2015, and I also followed another individual around the same time. You probably know his name. His name is Ron Paul. So Ron Paul really awakened me to, the liberty and the freedom movement. And what he did is he pointed out issues. He took on the Federal Reserve, and then with the Libertarian party that he was in, really valued, individual protection, through, your Second Amendment. And I do want to tip my hat to Max and, talking about the new gun legislation that he's bringing in on the table. And I think a lot of the hot topics that, people like me really want to see politicians talk about have been shunned by the media. So, like, for me, I really want to have the ability to have the right to own a firearm. And I think, because that's the biggest threat, in my opinion, is, disarmament of society. Because once you have a government that takes away people's guns, then you don't really have an adequate tool to use to keep government at check. So I really like the fact that Max is focusing in on, because, a lot of these urbanites that are voting for Liberal, right? They think that, the police are going to be there and 911 is going to save them. But, like, the rural people, like where I live, if I were to call 911 because someone was robbing my house and I didn't have the means to protect myself, right? The police might as well just not show up and just send the hearse and a chalk line, right? Because that's ultimately what's going to happen. It's going to take these people 2 days to show up. So this is what the urban voters don't understand, is that they live in their bubble, and there's a lot of people out there that can't rely on the institutions that they think that we should be able to rely on. And that's what I think Max really needs to focus in on to get that rural vote and to get that balance of power, is to focus in on, individual freedom point of view. And he was challenging the Bank of Canada. That's a plus. Gun rights, that's a huge plus. And these are some of the things that I really would hope that he keeps the ball rolling on, because these are some of the things that really pique my interest.
Kelly, I'll go to you here first, and then Zach, if you want to chime in after for a comment.
Yeah, you know what? One of the things that I like about Max and working with Max is that Max isn't the one. Ultimately, Max is the one who decides where we end up with when it comes to a policy platform. When it comes to for example, when it comes to our firearms platform, I helped out on that one myself. When it comes to our veterans platform, I co-wrote that one, right? So we're having real grassroots people who are, contributing to real policies that really make sense to people. And I think what you were talking about was the new policy platform that came out on castle law and being able to protect yourself, and more specifically for women to be able to protect themselves. One of the things that I found interesting is right after the announcement that Max had made on that new policy platform, the mayor of Calgary was riding on a C train doing this video about, oh, the C trains are so safe, and you don't have to worry about this anymore. But what they didn't show was the 20 police officers standing behind her, or and then the very next day, somebody gets stabbed on the C train, right? So the irony of it all is it's amazing. But one of the things that I like when I'm working with Max is that he tells people what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. And we need to start moving more in that direction. I do it as well. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear, because I'm not going to pander to what you want or need. We need to move more in a direction of where it's inclusive for all Canadians.
All right, Zach, I'll throw that to you now.
Yeah, Kelly, I actually, when you came to Regina sometime last year, I actually brought up the aspect of constitutional carry, because that's where I fall along in the whole firearms debate. I'm sure Kevin would probably agree with, as an anarchist himself, agree with that concealed carry or constitutional carry is of the utmost importance. And I know that you and Max both responded that you weren't wanting to open up the Constitution because it kind of opens up for other things to be included just to try to get that one win. So I understand that. As far as that policy that he announced for the self-defense, I don't think it goes further enough. Pepper spray is one thing, but why did you choose why did Max maybe choose to stop there and not include something even as simple as knives, to be able to be protected under there, and change that, or even try to open up the debate for the use of firearms as being able to be carried around, because I do not think that there's anybody advocating for that, and I think it would be a huge win. There's a lot of people that would want that, and we're seeing crazy amounts of crime that have been happening. You mentioned it on the Calgary C train. A couple months ago, a guy was stabbed outside of a Starbucks in Vancouver. So things like this are happening, and I don't think pepper spray is the solution, to be honest.
Have you ever been pepper sprayed?
I have not, but I would still. The firearms are the ultimate equalizer, and if that person has a gun and you have pepper spray, it's still not going to add up.
No, and I totally agree with you. But when you have to understand, when you're bringing forward policies such as this, or even let's say we do get it into legislation, it's the first step. It's the first step in many steps, but you have to start somewhere. So the easiest place to start would be for pepper spray, and ideally, for the ladies watching this, it's a perfect tool for them to be able to protect themselves in situations which they could find themselves in danger. Now, I don't know about you. I know I have carried firearms in public when I work with corrections, and looking at how uncomfortable people are when they see you, especially when they don't recognize you outside of your uniform isn't that of one of a police officer, right? So you get that uncomfortable look from people, and one of the biggest issues is it's that fear. I mean, we see it right now in the firearms laws. Right now, the liberals are classifying weapons based off of how they look, not how they operate, and we need to change that mindset. And it starts with small steps, and this is that first important small step.
Yeah, I was recently down in the States, and the state that I was in, it's constitutional carry state. So it's just like when you don't know who's armed, and it keeps you honest to a certain respect. I do agree there has to be a big shift in culture to be able to take like that large step. So I think it is a good first step, but it just my bigger question is just like, why didn't you do the big ask rather than the foot in the door as far as this legislation would go?
I have to be honest with you. I wasn't a part of this new policy platform. They did ask me to read it. I did go over it. I did ask some questions. For me, it's understanding how this is sort of playing out right now on a federal level with regards to even the firearm bans right now. And understanding. I've had that opportunity to talk to gun runners and all these things. So why didn't we go that route? Again, it's a complicated issue. The Americans have had this since the beginning of the states, right? Where they're allowed to carry. Some states have taken it further where they can open carry, never mind conceal carry. We all have our own personal opinions on that. I know I have my own personal opinion on that and what I would like to see as well. But again, we have to have a starting point. And that starting point, the Max and the party, we decided that this was going to be our starting point, and it can grow from there. There's nothing saying that it can't grow from there, but it just wasn't something that's a pretty big leap when we're in the current environment that we're in now.
Yeah, just reading from the chat here. I've been pepper sprayed twice and tasered twice. Shot twice, they missed, thank God. Small steps for the Canadian public to be able to adequately protect themselves in an emergent situation are paramount. And I agree. I mean, pepper spray is not pleasant if you've experienced it. I've unfortunately experienced it before.
I have as well. Pepper spray and tasered. So
yeah, absolutely. So I'll get a key it over to Kevin here. You were up next here.
Yeah, so I was watching a video yesterday, and there was a bunch of bystanders, and this happened in a posh neighborhood in Toronto, right? So there was a bunch of bystanders watching somebody holding a camera as these two people were going at it, and this one person was taking a knife to this other person and just repeatedly stabbing him, and then everybody else was just like watching defensively because they didn't have the ability to protect themselves, right? And to protect others. And then what happened? Like a minute or 2 minutes later, a police officer came and shot the guy dead. But like we have already RPAL holders that have had extensive background checks that are like 10 times less likely to commit violent crimes than the average person, and yet we're not able to trust them with protecting themselves and protecting the community. Like in the States, we're in like the various states that I went through, there were some communities that, because the policing service was so disconnected, they created this like privatized police service, right? So if you went into it, it was all private, and the amount of the quick reaction that you were going to get from that privatized police service, basically funded and paid for by the people, is kind of like the people's police. They were far more effective at what the state can provide. And when you take a look at the numbers, I think the biggest issue with Canada is that they look at the numbers, and it has to do with the media, with the brainwashing. They say, oh, America has so many gun deaths, right? Like they're leading the world in gun deaths. And I first of all, that's not true. But if you really break down the numbers, like United States, they roughly have about 45,000 gun deaths every single year. But what they don't tell you is 60% of those gun deaths are suicides, right? So right off the bat, you're down to like under 20,000. And then of the remaining, 15 to 20,000, 60% of those are from drug or gang related issues. And they happen in, urban areas. So when you just detract all of those, the gun crime that is is actually not related to not related to suicide, that's not related to drugs and gangs, is you're like statistically so low. It actually proves that an armed society is a polite society, and an armed society will work to reduce violent crimes within the system. Because there was another study that was done that say an armed society stops over 300,000 crimes every single year. 30,000 of those crimes are violent crimes, and up to 3,000 homicides, gun-related homicides, are prevented every single year. So to go back to what Zach was saying, absolutely, the gun is the most powerful equalizer. It's the only thing that'll give a 100-pound woman a chance against a 300-pound man. Screw her pepper spray. That is not going to stop a 300-pound man or their buddies that are walking around him to stop to do what they're going to do. But you know what's going to stop her? A Colt 45 or like a P226 in her purse that she was trained to use because she's been going to the range every single day, for the last 10 years, and she understands how to use it. So we really need to focus on the numbers, and we really need to get the education on firearms, because this is a very big issue for me, for Zach, and I think it's a very big issue for a lot of people.
Sure. The numbers that you're stating there or you're quoting, are those American numbers or are those Canadian numbers? I can tell you I worked in federal corrections for 13 years. I've worked maximum security right down to minimum security. And I can tell you that, like you said, even with your stats, I've never met a federally incarcerated inmate that used their own personal firearm for the crimes that they committed. So we do have the safeguards in place. But in saying that, Canada, the United States has always had these laws. Canada hasn't, and do we need to get there? Yes, this is one of the reasons why Max has brought forward the whole the policy platform on castle law and being able to protect yourself and using that force up to and including lethal force in order to protect your home and protect yourself. I agree with you. That's part of this, but we got a long way to go before we can get there. Canada right now, like you say, we're just, you can call it brainwashed or misinformation or whatever you want to call it. People just simply don't they don't understand firearms. I'm a veteran. I've been around firearms most of my life. Federal corrections, same thing around firearms. I understand them. I know how they work. I know how they operate, and most Canadians don't. I got into a debate last election with a Liberal talking to me. Actually, he was trying to educate me on magazines and why we needed to have 5-round magazines, and even that was too many. And I just looked at the guy, and so I asked him the simplest question that most people should know the answer to. We were talking about AR-15s, and right there in the debate, what does AR stand for? And I got the automatic rifle, and I'm like, you're an idiot.
Yep. Yeah, totally.
Right. So, I mean, and I typically don't sugarcoat it for anybody. The reality is, in Canada right now, we are being brainwashed, or whatever you want to say, to fear these weapons when we should be learning, like you say, learning how to use them and be responsible firearms owners. That individual freedom and personal responsibility definitely come into play.
When people bring up the AR-15 argument with me, right, I always like to joke with them. I say, yeah, you know what, you're totally right about the AR-15. I've actually dropped down to the AR-10 because it's 2/3 AR, and instead of using it like a 5.56 deadly round, it uses a 308 round, which is good for deer. And they agree with you. But so basically, what they're saying is like, they're saying, yeah, go for the larger caliber, more powerful weapon, and it just shows their ignorance on guns.
Well, it comes down to, quite honestly, and if I didn't think that I'd get thrown in jail for it, I would love to do it. But I'd love to take a pistol and put it down on the table at a debate and start yelling at the gun to kill somebody. We all know it's not going. It's the operator. It's the person that's doing the killing, not the actual firearm. So why are we fearing that firearm?
Yeah, that's another big problem. When somebody gets stabbed, right? It's the stabber. When somebody gets blown up, it's the bomber. But when somebody gets shot, it's the gun. Unless it's the police doing it, and then it's not the gun. So like the argument behind it is like the mental gymnastics going in is just astounding. Somebody that's watching it, you just have to shake your head.
Well, like I said, and this is why we need to have those baby steps, right? I call it baby steps, but this is the first step in what could potentially be, like Zach said, moving forward to additional laws, changing of the laws where we can conceal carry for castle law or what have you, in order to protect those that we love and protect our homes.
Zaria, you had a comment?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I wanted to keep going on the gun piece, and because
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's a lot of things to unpack there, but I really want to bring us back to what we're here to talk about tonight, which is the election.
Well, let's finish a couple more guns because I have a comment there too. Though.
All right,
I'll bring it back.
Do you want me to do the gun piece then? I'll do that
one. Yeah, you do your gun piece, and then I'll do my gun piece. Yeah.
All right. So Kelly, what are your thoughts on really the big push with like C-21 and the real desire for the government to disarm? I mean, I'm maybe being a little bit facetious in this and putting that comment out there and asking you, what is their ultimate goal behind, disarming the population and limiting the amount of firearms that are available to Canadians, and placing even further restrictions on, registered gun owners that are out there today? I'm
gonna equate this. It won't be to firearms, but it is along the same idea. So when I did my last tour with the military, my last tour was in Rwanda, and I was in Kenya at the time, and we were talking about Canada was sending shiploads of grain over to Kenya to feed the people. So prior to coming in, the ship's captain would be ordered by the Kenyan government to dump half of their grain into the Indian Ocean. And then they would come into port, and then the warlords would take half of the grain, whatever was left, half of whatever was left, leaving a quarter of that shipload for the people. And I'm like, well, why? And this falls in line with the same thing when it comes to firearms. Even though it has to do with food, but when people are more concerned about where their next meal coming from or whatever, they're less likely to fight back against their government, and that's why they're disarming Canadians. You're less likely to fight back if you don't have anything, and it's an agenda. They want to move Canadians and Canada in a certain direction, and you can't fight back. That's the whole plan. And I was one of the first people, as soon as Justin Trudeau announced the ban on the AR-15, I went out and bought one. So
yeah, and we're trying to get ours as well. Now you're taking baby steps, and I get it. It's like the reverse slippery slope. You're trying to get back up slowly. But another way to do it is to come in really big and then negotiate yourself down. So what if you came in and said, we want ICBMs, but we're okay with guns? Like, what if you came in really big and then kind of negotiated your way down?
Okay, but where do you start? Where's the starting point? I mean, there's an infinite number of firearms that you could start with. Where do you start? Maybe you start with the AR-15. Is that big enough? Is that strong enough? Who knows? Right now, I think we're losing sight of the fact that this policy platform is meant to protect women. It's meant to keep women safe and to feel safe, knowing that they have something that they can carry legally to protect themselves. And that's important.
Well, that's a really important one. So, Zach, do you want to kind of follow up?
Yeah. And Jason kind of echoed what I'd said before, is why did you go for the foot in the door rather than the big ask? Mm-hmm. Right. And I think, honestly, a good place to start would be probably concealed carry. Not full constitution, but concealed carry, and then that really opens up the debate. And if Max was to bring that up, that would be another point where the Conservatives would have to side with him. So he would have support in that front, because the Conservatives know that the guns is a losing topic. And that's why that's the one issue that they've been pushing back against the Liberals for, because they know they cannot lose the Western vote, and the Westerners love guns. So I think that would probably be if he's going to bring it. I mean, you might be able to suggest this to him, and you're on the firearms policy as you wrote it. But if you're going to reintroduce anything like that, I think that would be a fairly good place to start. You're not going to get it, but hey, you might get something along the way, because that's what the Liberals have doing. They don't do the foot in the door. They do the big ask every single time, and then the Conservatives think it's a win when they only give them 90% of it.
I'm going to put it to you. I'm going to put it to you like this. Let's say we get 3 seats in these by-elections going into Ottawa next session, and we bring this forward as a private member's bill. If this private member's bill was that of a concealed firearm, we're not going to get it, right? But because we're going to bring this forward as a private member's bill, and let's say there's 3 of us, and it's pepper spray, we're more likely to get it, because now we're saying this about protecting women and keeping women safe. We're more likely to get it, and that's a good starting point.
Have you been talking with anybody on the CPC side, or anybody else that you would need to be working with if you guys get in? Like, have you opened those doors to see, here's a bunch of people that we can get a vote from, here's a bunch we don't know, here's a bunch we certainly can't? Have you guys started working on that level of things, if you're going to bring this forward?
I've always been trying to talk with the CPC, but they have no interest in talking or even having this debate or having this discussion. If you notice any debates, I just learned about the one with Max, but that wasn't really a debate. But typically, Conservative Party of Canada candidates don't show up to debates. So how do you start those discussions when you have one side that has no interest in being part of that discussion?
Well, usually you would make this statement and say, with a gun to my head, but if they've taken it away, then what are you going to do then?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No, you know what? I think this policy platform was well timed for Maxime, especially when it comes to this by-election. I think it gave him another opportunity to relate to the grassroots people in the community and address an issue right now of concern for women across the country, and having that ability to keep themselves safe.
And I saw you nodding your head there, Zach. Did you want to say something?
Honestly, I wouldn't frame it as just a woman's thing. It could be an elderly man, it could be a young, it's not to remove that. Sure, women are statistically more vulnerable, but the firearms rights are human rights. So to just simply mark it as that, I think, is also kind of, I think, missing the point on it too.
Yeah, no, I'm just taking some quotes out of the policy platform itself. I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, this policy platform doesn't restrict it to just simply to women. It's for everybody. What I was
no, for sure. I just mean like the marketability of it. You've heard you say it help women, but it's like it's a human rights issue is what we're arguing here.
Sure, but sorry, Zach. I was trying to bring the conversation back to the by-election. That's why I worded it that way.
Well, I got a jet anyway. I got to put my kids to bed, and I'm going to start my stream. So it's fantastic talking to you guys, and I'll be on a little bit later tonight here. So take care, guys.
Take care, Zach. That's awesome. Thank you. And yeah, so we got Joe back. So we can move from guns now because Joe lives in the safest city in Alberta, Edmonton. There's no problems in Edmonton when it comes to violence, eh, Joe?
Only at night in the wrong part of town.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Every day in between.
Yeah. So now let's go ahead and let's go back, because I wanted to get the comment about coming in large and coming down to something that's a more reasonable. And Kevin had a suggestion here. I don't know if you want to grab a pen there, Kelly, but he says maybe start at nukes and tanks, and then work our way down. That's what he's recommending.
And I came in
he's
dead
laughing away.
I came in dead last with sticks and stones. Yep.
Yeah, sticks and they break your bones, and words do hurt you in this world. So we can even maybe come in with some words. But let's go ahead and go back to the PPC now. So Kelly, you wanted to bring it back to the PPC conversation. Let's go ahead and do that.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about Max. Let's talk about this by-election. Let's talk about how important this is for Canada and Canadians and moving forward. The PPC really is about that voice for Canadians. And quite often we've started to use it now is that it's your voice, it's your choice. But one of the other things that I've been working on, and I think we discussed it in my interview, the tagline that the Conservative Party of Canada is running with is, in my mind anyways, one of the stupidest taglines I imaginable. Bring it home. I don't even know what that means, but at the end of the day, bring it home. Well, for us and the PPC, I personally believe that the People's Party of Canada is Canada's insurance policy. So if you're going to bring it home, well, guess what? Anything that you bring home needs an insurance policy, and that's still the PPC, right? So at the end of the day, this really is, especially in Portage-Lisgar tonight, in Oxford tonight, in Winnipeg, in Montreal tonight, this is about Canadians. Are Canadians ready to move forward with having their voice heard in Ottawa?
And I think so. I think so. And the polls close in 13 minutes, so we'll be keeping an eye on the polls as they're coming in here. Tom, you had a question. You put your hand up. You want to go ahead, bud?
Yeah, there's another thought. It's tied in with the gun thing, but it's just a generic pattern. One of the things that I noticed, and this is several years ago with Pierre's presentation of his character, and that's he was getting on the bandwagon with owning YouTube for his party before he was elected the leader of the party. And Jason's got this platform he's building right now, and what's going on with the PPC from a general perspective of ownership on I'm going to say interesting bite-sized content and just topical education, because there's a niche there, not too long, not like 2 4-hour long conversations, and not like 30-second sound bites, but let's say 5 to 10 minute topical analyses from a PPC platform perspective. That could be, I'm just saying, is there any discussion about that sort of thing?
There's not really any discussion on that. One of the things that I want to start working with all of our candidates across the country in doing, especially because this helps our candidates get better known in their communities, is to do those 5-minute videos, talking about our policy platforms from their perspective. What does that mean in the community? This is who I am. This is what I do. And sort of get that knowledge out there. It takes some time. It takes a lot of work. I know that for myself, when I'm doing videos for my team, there's sometimes it'll take me 6, 7, 8 times to do it, to get it to where, one, I look comfortable doing it, and two, I'm getting across the message that I want to get across. So it's going to take some time. I know Max is doing it a lot more, and it's a work in progress.
Does that answer your question there, Tom?
No, yes, it does, but I wanted to add a comment. The work in progress state is what it has to be. It's only when it is a work in progress and it's rough around the edges, in my humble opinion, is when it's most valuable to the audience, and it makes it a little bit easier to get out, because you don't have to make it so polished until it's like like a clean product that's all wrapped from China.
Well, and that's why I like doing these interviews. I mean, I'm not polished. I'm far from polished. I'm going to tell you exactly what's on my mind and what I think. I know Maxime does answer questions on his Mad Max Live. So it's starting to come. We need to work with our candidates a lot more. That's happening. We're going to start, getting them to a point where they're doing these videos. But you're absolutely right. It doesn't have to be polished, and most of us aren't polished.
And I think that's a good thing, because it's genuine. Then it's genuine. You don't want a polished went through some sort of procedure, learned how to speak, learned how to spin, learn how to deflect, learn how to step aside. You don't want that. You want people that are going to be telling you the truth, look you in the eyes and say, I don't know that answer. Let me get back to you. Or here's what I thought. It may be controversial, but I strongly believe it. And I definitely had that impression from Max that he had no apologies for any of his positions when he was on the show. He gave us an hour and a half and talked about quite a few things. And he didn't shy away from a darn thing. And your team there, Kelly, I asked him, is there anything we shouldn't talk about? We should stay away. I just want to make sure, I want to make sure we're good. He said, no, ask away. There's nothing that we won't talk about. And that's exactly what he did. So I was really happy with that. Kevin, did you want to jump on here? You got that mute problem again. It's a market issue, Kevin. It's a market issue.
That's okay. So for me, looking at the two sides from a bird's eye view, we have the CPC and the PPC. And I think the biggest issue with the CPC supporters right now is their marketing idea is all they want to do is get Trudeau out, right? Like that is their whole plan. So what I think that would really help the PPC, and this is just my point of view, you can take it for 2 cents. And, my 2 cents in Trudeau's economy is now worthless because of inflation. But if you really want to, get to that, you really have to market the PPC just to tell the CPC that, changing from Coke to Pepsi is not really going to do anything. Like the way I see it, right? Like if you've been drinking, Liberal Coke all your life and the doctor tells you, oh my God, like if you keep doing this, you're going to die. And the economy is ultimately what's going to be killed. And then you rush out and cancel your Coke and switch to Pepsi, you're still going to die. So that's really what people have to understand with when the PPC the CPC voters is all they want to do is get Trudeau out to replace him with another person that's just going to walk in his footsteps. So how are we going to really resonate that message to the conservative voters that what you're going to see, what you're seeing now in Pierre and what he's going to be like after 3 or 4 years of running the country is not going to be the same thing. He's going to be a completely different person, and he's going to be another Liberal with a blue tie.
There's multiple things there that you said, so I'll try and answer them in order here. One of the things that we often find, especially with we just got to get rid of Trudeau, is it's preceded with don't split the vote. So this whole don't split the vote argument, and I say this in my public speeches and everywhere that I go, this don't split the vote thing is very much keeping people in fear. And one of the things that I always equate it to is that if you're going to keep people in fear, that's predatory behavior. And this is what we need people to understand. This is predatory behavior. These are people who are trying to keep control of something and using Trudeau as the excuse. When you look at 2019, Andrew Scheer won the popular vote, but he didn't win the seat count. 2021, Aaron O'Toole won the popular vote, but he didn't win the seat count. And then coming up in the next election, Pierre Poilievre will probably win the popular vote, but he's not going to win the seat count. He has to pander more to the left, and it's going to be more to that, don't split the vote argument, which again is predatory behavior to keep people in fear, and keep those blinders on. And that's our challenge, is to remove those blinders and help people see that the People's Party and the Conservative Party of Canada are not even close to being the same.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. And when people say don't split the vote, right? To me, it throws up the authoritarian red flag, because all they're doing is they're trying to manipulate their base into staying with the team, and then when they ultimately fail, they try to point fingers at everybody else, right? They say, "Oh no, we failed because of the CPC, because of the PPC. Everybody split the vote, and they voted for Max." And then on the flip side, they said that Max doesn't even have a seat, so nobody voted for him. So like it just doesn't make sense how they're trying to walk on both sides of the line. So if the Conservatives really want to point at somebody to blame for their failures, all they have to do is look in the mirror.
You know what?
Yeah.
If the trolls on social media and everywhere else put as much energy into forcing their Conservative Party of Canada candidates to appear at debates and actually put their ideas in that forward, as they do into trolling and criticizing the People's Party of Canada online, then we'd probably get somewhere. But right now, they don't do that. They don't hold their own party accountable, where you'll see time and time again that the People's Party of Canada grassroots members are holding our candidates accountable, which is what we need.
And I was actually going to say there, Kelly, in Alberta, we have that whole look what happened last time we split the vote. We got the NDP. So we've got that kind of history. It's also making this a challenge, this particular argument. So how are you tackling that particular argument in Alberta?
You know what? It's when you talk to people about that vote when the NDP got in, let's call a spade a spade. People were pissed off with the Conservative Party at that time, and it was a message being sent to Conservative Party that we've had enough, and they voted in the NDP. We regretted it, but that inevitably is what happened, and I think you'll struggle to find that happen again in a very, very long time. But that was a strategic vote. And this brings us back to where we talk about this by-election. If people really, truly want to have a change and move this country in a direction that best serves all Canadians, you need to start voting strategically. And that strategic vote is the People's Party.
I agree with that. Kev, did you want to follow up with that? No, you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Okay, let's go to Joe. Joe, so you're a PPC supporter. You work with them, and what are you thinking tonight? Are you getting more excited, less excited? The polls close in 2 minutes, so we'll be finding out some numbers soon.
That's the issue. It's closing in 2 minutes, and then it's up to Elections Canada to inform us, because we know the legacy prostitute media will not take the time of day to let us know until possibly the Friday newsreels. The question or the statement I wanted to jump in is twofold. First, we talk about this vote splitting. I have been in so many different spaces and on podcasts where this topic has come up. And honestly, when you're looking at a banana and trying to call it a peach, I have to remind you, words have meanings. A vote split? No. Do I see a crack in the CPC foundation? Absolutely. Do I see all of the people with their fingers in all the holes of the CPC saying no more for me and leaving? Absolutely. But are they coming over to us? Not necessarily in a hurry. Most are going independent or belligerently, holding their nose and going to vote CPC because they have no option, even though the house is crumbling in front of them. Where I see this really growing for the PPC is in our NDP transition base and the voter that doesn't vote, the non-voting Canadian. And that's the Canadian that recognizes exactly what Kelly has said, that the PPC is Canada's insurance policy. And if Canada is your home, you're going to want an insurance policy on your home, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So this is the issue. This is the issue. The other thing I'd like to point up is there's a question that was brought up, directed pretty much, I would believe it would go to you, Kelly. But as a director of the riding up here in Edmonton, the question is, what checks and balances are in place for quality control of the PPC of their contracted and potential candidates? The second question is, are regional riding associations now the sole admin over who is a candidate? Would you be able to speak to those two questions briefly?
So we're going to be working with our candidates a lot more I'll be working with our candidates a lot more, training them, helping them get through those humps that they have with regards to our policy platform, making sure they understand it in all directions, and basically understanding what Maxime has been saying with regards to each individual policy platform. Now, when you're talking about our candidates, are you talking about our contracted candidates, or are you talking about just the candidates where we don't have a contracted candidate in the area?
The question is posed as those that are contracted (parentheses gifted parentheses). So if you want to, answer that with as many interpretations of that phrasing as you could, so that we could come to a clear answer.
I don't know sometimes if I would say that being a contracted candidate is gifted anything. It's a lot of work, and there's some expectations upon myself as that contracted candidate to be the face in the community that I'm expected to be. Now, in saying that, the local or the regional associations have the ability to track what the contracted candidate is or is not doing, and report that to headquarters. And there is a clause in there that does allow for recommendations of the board, the regional association, to say to headquarters, look at this contracted candidate is not fulfilling their duties, and that contract can be terminated. So there is an obligation to fulfill what's part of that contract. I hope that answers your question.
I think it clearly answers the question that was posed in the chat. As a riding director, we're open to anybody, any Canadian stepping up, willing to be a voice and a person to represent Canadians. Please come forward, volunteer, get involved. This is the start of a movement that's not going to end, my friends. It starts tonight.
Yeah, one of the things that I heard, and I think it was earlier in this broadcast, was the talk about Jordan Peterson. And I had an opportunity to talk with Jordan, and we were talking about, those people that are out protesting, those people that are saying that, are complaining about the direction our country is going in. And he was very, very clear, and I use it in my speeches now as well. I asked him if he mind if I used it, and he said not at all. And it's this: if you're complaining about the direction of our country is going, if you're out protesting, but you're not willing to get behind a political party and volunteer or donate or something to make that change, then stop complaining, because you're not achieving anything. You got to be part of the problem and help us fix it. And that's what that's what the PPC is, or whatever party you choose to or believe will help fix that. But you need to be part of the solution and not continue to be part of the problem.
All right. Thanks, Jade. Just keying it over to me. Kelly, another question for you, because you seem to be the hot spot here tonight. Everybody's gravitating towards you and really driving a lot of questions your way. What is it going to take for Max to penetrate the media? We've talked about penetrating cabinets, but how is Max going to get to the mainstream media? And I think that is really the barrier to entry here, because we haven't really seen the mainstream media picking up on Maxime Bernier. They've dismissed him as a alt-right, far-right candidate that is out there. How does that image get changed? How does that get softened a little bit? And how does that come around to becoming a little bit more palatable for many Canadians that are out there? And let's be honest, it's for the mainstream media. How can they now digest this type of thing?
Well, it starts tonight. We elect Maxime into the House of Commons, put him back into the House of Commons, and they have no choice but to cover him. His voice will be loud, and he'll start holding those in the House of Commons accountable. And again, like I say, it'll start tonight. A victory tonight for Max is going to change the whole political landscape, and I'm looking forward to that.
Jay, you're muted.
Yeah. What about the other ridings? We have other ridings. We have Winnipeg South. We have
Yep.
one in Ontario. You want to talk a bit about those as well? Because we've been doing a lot about Manitoba here.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've got a great candidate in Wendy out in Oxford. We've got Tiny in Montreal. We've got, Winnipeg. I think there's one other one going on as well. Sorry, I apologize. I'm with everything going on, I forgot everybody's names. But, we have potential to elect 4 members of parliament right now. And we have some very good candidates that are running in those by-elections as well, outside of Maxime.
Mhm.
Yes, we're focusing on Max because Max is the leader of the party, but what that doesn't diminish is how equally important every other candidate that's running right now, and the role that they're playing in changing the direction of our country.
Sorry about that. You caught me in the middle of a sip. Thank you very much. Absolutely. So Uxbridge, Winnipeg South, Portage-Lisgar, and what was the fourth one? I can't remember the name either.
Yeah,
Anybody got it? Throw it in the chat. Somebody throw it in the chat. Oh, I have it here. Notre Dame de Grace, Westmount.
That's Tiny. Yeah.
That is Tiny.
Yeah.
But that one's on the list here too. And no results just yet.
And
Okay.
that, I mean, that'll start to come and play itself forward. But again, you talk about that accountability, and Tiny is a good example. Tiny showed up. He went into the debate, and who didn't show up? The Conservative candidate didn't show up.
Oh, and sorry, I'm going to answer Donald's question here. He asked, somebody said no voting machines in Manitoba federal by-election, but is Dominion voting system used for the totals? What's the story? No. So there you go, Daniel.
Yeah, in federal corrections, sorry if you don't mind me answering the question, but in federal elections, everything is ballot and is counted. That's why you hear so often Maxime and myself saying that if you want to be part of that change, or if you want to make sure that things are being fair, volunteer to scrutinize, help count the ballots, watch what's going on, be a part of the process. We don't use the Dominion machines at all.
Is that something I can sign up for Calgary Heritage election? Could I be a scrutineer?
Oh, please. Honestly, if I could do it, even though I'm on the ballot, if I could do it, I would do it. Just because to me, our volunteers are the most important part of this process. And the very last weekend is the most important weekend of this whole process, because that's where that accountability starts and ends. And if you scrutinize, at least you can honestly say that what you're doing is helping witness the process, and nobody can say that, at least in the where you're scrutinizing, wasn't done and wasn't above board.
Yeah, no, you can put me down because I'm going to come down there and I'm going to try and be there for at least up to the 25th, so we can see what happens. So if you have a list of potential scrutineers, put me down, and if I can make it, I'll definitely make it. Who do we have next here? Tom, you had your hand up. You had a question?
Yeah, sorry, I had to get some wine, and caught just the tail end of Joe's question. I wanted to comment on the points about. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit distracted because I was trying to find some information just to throw in here related to you mentioned, Kelly, about the about Peterson, and one of the things that you and related to all of this is just a data point to say is one of his 42 rules. That's the source of his 12 rules for life. That is, and I don't know if there's a way we can post that, but one of them is just quote verbatim: write a letter to the government if you see something that needs fixing and propose a solution. Key last point, and propose a solution. So it gets people putting the onus on the citizens of a group or region to get active. So that's actually part of his oeuvre. That's from whence 12 rules came. Second question is, what are the candidates and where are they that are most likely to succeed in the PPC election the next time?
Kelly, and he's in Calgary.
I'll put my hand up. How's that?
Yeah.
You know what? any one of our candidates can succeed. They're all willing to do the work. They're all willing to put their name forward. And, we have some great candidates right across this country, and the potential is there right across this country. We just need, honestly, we need more Canadians to wake up to the fact that Canada's on a dangerous slope, and we need to move forward.
And then this first question or second question, Tom, did you get it?
I didn't catch what the question was.
No, Tom's happy.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so let me check. Anybody else have a hand up? No, but I think it's Kev's turn. If you want to have a new question, Kevin, I guess we can queue up maybe something to do with economics. I don't know, central bank.
Well, I don't think this is the atmosphere to be talking about money and economics. Everybody's
if it's related to PPC.
Everybody's pretty happy about the election. I don't want to be an anchor and start talking about monetary and fiscal policy, right? So don't really want to do that. But you did mention about like waking people up, and like, I've studied history a lot, and I have a lot of friends from people who left fascist or communist or a mixture of both regimes, and they've told me that the only way that the masses are going to wake up is if a massive amount of pain is inflicted on them, right? So right now, I think that a lot of Canadians are compliant and complacent because they haven't really seen that pain. So what are we going to have to do to get these people to realize that there is an imminent threat that is brewing, and try to avoid that them having to deal with that pain, because it's that pain that's going to ruin a lot of lives, and it's going to wipe out a lot of people, and we really want to avoid that. So how are we going to get this message across and get to these people to wake up before they're ultimately ruined?
You know what? As much as I hate to say it, I don't think we can avoid that pain. I think we're going to end up going through that pain. I think in a lot of cases, we need to experience that pain, and it's going to be a fight to get out of what's causing that pain. But unfortunately, when you look at Canada as a whole, Canada is a very young nation, and we haven't faced that kind of adversity like the United States has, or any other country. And this is our time in the history of the world to face that adversity, and how we face that adversity is going to, I think it's going to redefine us as a country, much like World War I and World War II did.
Yeah, so I was talking to this gentleman from Venezuela, and he's actually booked to be on Jason's show next week or in a couple of weeks.
July 4th, Independence Day.
Yeah, so I had a spaces with him, and this gentleman was really interesting, right? So basically what he said is he escaped Venezuela 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and the picture he painted in 1990s and 2000 Venezuela, it was so correlated to what we're experiencing now. So first he said that they started canceling, the cancel culture showed up, and then they started renaming things, and then they started banning things, and then they went after the oil fields and the resources, and they really destroyed wealth to grow this welfare state, to grow this nanny state. And then they had tyrannical dictators that ultimately pushed that country into ruin, because Venezuela was an oil wealthy state just like Canada. So the comparisons what he was drawing between 2000 Venezuela to 2020 Canada, was actually quite horrifying. So do you think that there may be some sort of benefit to looking at nations that have gone through this in the past, that have experienced this, that are very similar to Canada in terms of economy, and really opening this conversation up so more people can become aware? Or do you still think that we have to deal with this pain?
I think we need to, honestly, I think we need to deal with that pain as a country. Unfortunately, that's going to be something we have to move down that path. the question is, how far down that path are we going to end up going before we realize that the common denominator in all of that, again, is family and community, right? And that division between family and community. So the question, how far do we go down? My family's background is Romanian. So again, that was a very communist country. Now, we can go down the path when you look at countries such like Poland, same sort of idea. They were very communist, and it took the people to address it and start to take hold of it. And again, I call it growing pains. Unfortunately, we need to go through that in order to get to where we need to be as a country. I just hope
agree
it's
with
not
that.
too extreme.
So a little bit of tough love,
Yeah.
go through it for a little bit, feel it for a bit, and then we'll appreciate it and actually want it a bit more, because we're a little bit coddled to the welfare state. That's where you headed with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult question, but it's also a difficult road to see or to understand that this is where Canada is going down. Like you, I've talked to many people that have fled these countries: Venezuela, Poland, Romania, all of these things, and when you're talking to them, and they're in tears going, I've seen this before, I've witnessed this, and I've had them at events where we let them speak, and they're crying like, what are you people, what I'm telling you, this is what it's all about. What don't you see? We're and then the next thing, you leave the event and then you go look at the Starbucks and you got a big lineup at the drive-through. So I don't think Canadians are hurting enough yet, and I think this is part of our growth as a country, is to go through this adversity. This is the first time that we're going to face it. And, the reality is we're going to head down that path. Ideally, we don't head too far down that path, but just enough where we recognize that this is something that we don't want to be going down.
Yeah, and you brought up the point, in terms of World War I and World War II, and the differences between Canada and the United States, right? And United States is down this path as well, just albeit at a slower rate. But we never really fought for our independence. We never really fought to kick out the monarchy. Yeah. We kind of adopted that, so we don't have this this fight in us. And so I think that, and to be honest, I don't want to see this, because I'm well aware that revolutionary wars are by far the bloodiest and the most disastrous. So that this is something that I absolutely don't want to see. So if there's anything that we can do to stop it, I hope we can, because I don't want to see 40% of the population of Canada wiped out just because we didn't figure out identify a problem that was so obvious that led to a revolutionary war and massive genocide. Like, I do not want to see this.
And you're exactly right. Like I said, my last tour in the military was in Rwanda. That's where that mass genocide was happening. And I tell people all the time, unless you've been shot at it, and I have been shot at, it's not the greatest experience in the world. It's not something that I would wish anybody would experience. But what's it going to take to wake Canadians up to the fact that we're moving down this path, down a path that we don't want to be on? What's it going to take to wake Canadians up to, right now we're so focused on stupid arguments of don't split the vote and all of this other garbage that we refuse to take the blinders off and vote what really is our values. The PPC is based off of those true Canadian values, and it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's Azaro, you take this. I'm going to formulate this question. You had your hand up. I'm going to formulate my question a little bit here. Go ahead.
Did Tom get his question out there first?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. So, I mean...
Oh, sorry. That's a new one. Tom, sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. Sorry, Tom, you want to finish up quickly?
Yeah, I just have one quick question for Kelly. Kelly, I have like several questions, but I'm only going to ask one.
Just one quick one.
Yeah. Are you familiar, from your history and your Romanian background, are you familiar with Zigu Ornia?
No, sorry.
Does the name ring a bell? I'm just asking.
The name rings a bell, but I get
okay.
I just get overloaded with so much information. The name does ring a bell, but that's pretty much it. Sorry.
Okay, that's good.
We'll go to Azario now.
Oh, got me off guard there.
Yeah, no problem.
So, no, and Kelly, I think you make a really good point around us having some tough love. We really got to go through that before we get to that point. And I don't know, and if it's going to get to the point, and I hope it doesn't, of civil war. And that's sorry for all the Tim Pool folks out there that are watching all the time. That's one of his great quotes all the time, that he likes to put out there. But what is it going to take for us to wake up and get unselfish and get outside of our day-to-day lives and realize that we are part of something much bigger than just our feeble existence that is in front of us? We need to be able to step outside of that and go, well, we want to build something that is going to be better for our kids, our neighbors, our friends, our family, and as a country as a whole. Like, what is going to be that precipice that we've got to kind of tilt over to get to?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, and I think that was the conclusion of my point, was just, where are we at? Like, what is it going to take to get there?
You know what? We need to stop allowing our government to what I call putting people into silos, into groups that where we're pitting ourselves against each other or whatever. I witnessed the exact same thing in the prison system, where those silos were created, and again, it was. I think that those silos or even the prison system was that sort of template for what's going on in Canada right now. That's the only thing that can help us move forward, is to recognize that we're being pushed in this direction. If we don't start to recognize that we're being led in this direction, then I don't know what you're right. Is it going to take civil war to move that forward? I don't want that. I mean, I don't want that for my grandchildren. And, but people aren't willing to listen. We're allowing groups of people to keep us in fear with this, like I said, we were saying earlier, with this whole don't split the vote argument, or we just got to get rid of Trudeau. And we're not rationally thinking about this, because the PPC can just as easily get rid of Trudeau as the Conservative Party of Canada can. So it comes down to, what are your values? And if you're not willing to vote your values, then what are you voting for?
And you made a point. Sorry, you want to finish up there, Azario? Sorry.
Yeah, no, and I was like, well, so what is it? When we're talking about the definition of what is going to be endangering enough to an individual to really cause them to rise up to the point of going, I need to take action and I need to take a stand. And like, whether that is collapsing into, intricate communities, which I think is a good possible outcome, because I think that the more communities that are out there that have similar values and are aligned will scale up to a certain degree. But I think that there's a limit to that scale as well. So how, where is that like kind of angle that we just go, we got to stop, this is getting nuts. It's too far. I'm getting threatened because I can't pay the mortgage on my house. I've got, bills to pay. I can't feed my kids. Like, where do we get there?
I wish I had that answer, because if I had that answer, I'd be in the House of Commons right now fighting against it, right? Because I'd been able to wake up the people in my community and saying, enough is enough. That's starting to happen with Maxime and the PPC, where we're starting to get that message out, and Maxime is starting to awaken the people of Canada. But we can't do that alone. We need the support of our membership. We need the support of our candidates. We need the support of grassroots people in order to recognize that the direction that we're heading down is not one that we want to be. But like I said, Canada is a very young country. Maybe this is our time to experience what the Americans did in the, the 1870s, 1880s, and we have some tough times ahead, but that's a part of our growth as a country.
Now, did you have your answer there, Azario?
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, cool. So something peculiar to me, Kelly. So not too long ago, Brendan put out a tweet about WEF and Max, and then Pierre did, and then a whole bunch of other people did, and then they're pointing fingers back and forth, saying, "Hey, Pierre, you were there," and they're like, "Hey, you were there," but nobody zoomed out and said, "What the hell is WEF even doing in this conversation?" And nobody was even highlighting the fact that we're even talking about it like it's just a thing that we all accept. It's just he was bad for being there, he was bad for there, but yet 50% of the cabinet and all that stuff is actually happening. It's going on now. So going back to a previous point you made, like, are Canadians going to be enough, or what are we going to get to? And when I see something like this so obvious and so plainly in plain sight, but nobody seems to care, it reminds me of Hillary Clinton's email server, where the stories were all about somebody hacked into her email server, but nobody cared about the contents of the email that were hacked. And I'm kind of seeing this the same way. Nobody seems to be really pointing the finger at WEF quite like Max is. But do you think Canadians are going to learn this? They're going to start understanding what this is, and why is it taking so long?
Because you have to want to learn it. You have to want to recognize it, and I think Canadians don't want to acknowledge that. Right now, they're so wrapped up in their fear of don't split the vote, or or their hatred of Trudeau, which is, I mean, that's low hanging fruit. But at the end of the day, Canadians have to want to recognize that there's this foreign entity that has an agenda that's really about changing how our world operates right now. And much of our government officials, Pierre, Michelle Rempel, all of them are a part of this. And you can scrub the internet, but you can't scrub the fact that these people have been there, and but people's memories are short. And like
Sorry,
I said,
what was your name? Very short memories, right?
Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the day, it comes down to this fear. My question for everybody is, when are we going to have the courage to say no to fear? I chuckle because I use the story, and I start off all my speeches like this. I always ask everybody when I do my public events about who's scared of heights. And you probably get half of the people put their hand up. I put my hand up with everybody, and yeah, I'm one of those people that's terrified of heights. I live on the 3rd floor of a condo building, but yet, what did I do for a living in the military? I used to jump out of planes for a living. Well, a courage overcame fear. And we need people like Maxime and the People's Party to be that lead in that first steps of courage, much like that first step out of the plane and saying, you know what, I've got your back, follow me.
Yeah, so courage is what is the first step, but it may be the tough love too. Like, why would we all of a sudden get courageous? So, like, I think where Kevin was going, like, is there going to be something? And I could say, as a parent, I kind of see a different type of line. Maybe we won't be having muskets like down in the States, but maybe the line is the children and the parents. Do you think that could be something that parents become courageous about, stand up for their children, the indoctrination, the trans stuff, and say, okay, well, I'm going to stand up in this way? Do you think that could be something that can kind of get Canada going and wake them up a bit?
I think you're starting to see that now, that parents are starting to take a stand and say enough. But I was noticing one of the comments here that just popped up, and I would have to agree. We've got numbers coming in from this by-election, which to me is monumental. So so let's take a look at these numbers here. And
well, there's only 68 votes, so use
okay.
that as part of, there's only 68 total votes, 0 for Green right now, 54 votes for Conservative. So we're very, very early.
Okay, so it was asked there, so I figured, okay, I'll bring it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
But you know what? it's interesting because I had this very discussion with my dad today. I sat down for coffee with my dad and we were talking about the gender ideology, and they just were we had this discussion about who has the right when a child wants to transition, who has that right to make that decision. And both my dad and my stepmom went, well, the parents do. And I just started laughing. I'm like, no, that's not the case. Parents are the ones that are facing the consequences if they bring this up. So we've moved in a direction, do you know what I mean, that's again is fear-based. And until we recognize that we're being kept in a constant state of fear, we can't fix anything.
Yeah, so I think you're right. And I think, Kevin, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that. So the question that you're asking is who is ultimately responsible for that decision, right? The question I am asking is why is a child even asking that question to begin with, right? Like a normal childhood for me, we would be never asking these questions. And when I take a look at, the institutions from a bird's eye view, and to kind of tie into what we're talking about, we've been attacked or subverted by on multiple prongs across the entire spectrum, right? So they capture the currency supply, the money system, they captured the educational system, they've captured the healthcare system, and they've used all of these tools as weapons against society over a period of 1, 2, 3, 4 generations, right? To be able to change their perception, to get to where the point to where we're at right now, where they can actually ask the question as, a kid is coming up with this question that never would have came up with this question 30 or 40 years ago. So I think that is the problem right now. And when you mentioned, going back to community, so there's the political round that we can focus on, but there's also the educational round. And in order for to have the best results out of the political system that we're looking for, is we have to create a society of independent critical thinkers instead of collectivist mindless drones. And we've created a society full of collectivist mindless drones, and this is why we're in the situation we are right now. And it is through the direct subversion of the educational system and what they've done over generations by attacking the youth and targeting them and then filling their heads with Marxist garbage.
I would agree with you, but in a lot of senses, but I would disagree with you in some senses. Quite often we see, these drag queen story hours where parents are bringing their kids to these types of events, where in my mind, these drag queen story hours these performances are being done by predators. But then in the next phase, I have to ask the question, who has the mental illness? The parents that are taking these kids to these events, or the kids themselves?
The government. They're the ones with the mental illness.
Yeah, but it's hard to argue that point. But the thing is, it's the parents that are taking their children to these types of events. So who's got the mental illness? I mean, you look over history, over the last probably 10, 15 years, right across Canada, every province has cut mental health beds across the board. And now all of a sudden we're in this mental health crisis. We've got a government that's trying to transition children, which we know increases in suicide or death. We got a government that's pushing medically assisted suicide, something that Max and I addressed in Saskatchewan quite strongly. And we're more focused on death than we are on mental health and wellness. So why are we allowing that?
Well, because the only thing that government is good at is killing people, right?
But it's that fear.
Like how many people have they killed over the last 100 years? Hundreds of millions of people. And I just don't understand why. You can take a look at these stats and say, oh my God, government is killed so many people over the last century. Hey, here's an idea. Let's put them in charge of healthcare and education. Like it just boggles the mind.
Well, I can tell you. So one of the jobs that I did in federal corrections is I was a crisis negotiator. I would talk people down from suicide. I've talked probably 25, 30, maybe more people down from suicide. And I have to ask myself, why are we going down this direction? This is not a path that we want to be going down. You know, we need to be supporting people. We need to be, I'm sorry, it's like, it sounds like a broken record, but I keep coming back to it. We need to get back to family and community. That's the bottom line. We want to address mental health and addiction, family and community. MAID, family and community, same thing. We need to give people a sense of belonging and self-worth, and the government is taking that away from us.
You have a follow-up there, Kevin? I'm trying to do the numbers, so if you want to go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, no, like I totally agree with you. If centralization is the problem, centralization of media, centralization of the monetary system, centralization of government, the problem is centralization, then the solution is mass decentralization, right? You know, break up the power that they control over the system through the monetary supply. That is the number one threat in our system right now, is the control of the money system. We need to take the power back from there. We need to abolish the bank, and we can decentralize our money system. We can decentralize the media, and then we can decentralize government to a point where you can break it down to a community level. And when you break it down to that point where you have communities that are built upon individual, you know, freedoms and liberties, then they can't get away with the nonsense that they're getting away with today under a monopoly or a controlled state due to the centralization.
Okay. You're right, and they're moving us down this direction, right? And it's incremental steps. So one of the next steps that's moving forward, and I'm sorry guys, it's going to change the topic a little bit more. Again, it just keeps getting deeper and deeper and deeper. But and I tell everybody this, you know, I'm an expert in 15-minute cities, and people look at me, and I do this at my public events as well. I'm an expert in 15-minute cities. I worked at two of them. One's called Bowdoin Institution, and the other one is called Edmonton Maximum Security Prison. And it's the exact same thing, you know, and then you take it to the next step where you have the silos, divisions of people. The exact same thing is happening in society. Then you have the economy. Well, each in a prison system, you have its own individual economy where the warden controls the money and everything that's going in, and the workers get practically nothing. I think they get $5 a day. And yet we're accepting this as a society. So, you know, they're slowly brainwashing us into a direction where it's based off of fear, and we're lacking the courage. And this is why we need Maxime and the PPC to, as those people, to step up, and our membership and our grassroots and all Canadians to step up and have the courage to say, enough, we're done.
Okay, now we've had a really patient gentleman. Joe, it's your turn to follow up with a question.
Sorry, Joe.
No problem. As you know, I'm a Spaces host. I'm used to it. Time is a valuable asset, and I respect the time people give because I learn so much. And I believe from a practical point of view, the question about 9 minutes ago was asked, how do we overcome this lack of courage? How does one get the courage? Well, courage is not simply a lack of fear. Courage is an excess of knowledge. When you become understanding, when you have the wisdom to know what you're looking at to be true, then what is there to fear? To use Kelly's analogy of a skydive, there's training involved. You learn how to mitigate every possible circumstance. You understand everything about the dynamics of what you're about to do. And then you actually can do what used to be an emergency life-saving procedure to be done only as a last resort, to now people do it a dozen times a day on a weekend, on a summer holiday. This is something where knowledge overcomes courage. So we have to step forward. Now, Kelly, how did you get a team building around you in Calgary Heritage? How did you form that knowledgeable team that's helping to get you propelled to the point of being the candidate to elect? And when you're dealing with that team, we're not only talking about the EDA, I'm talking about the volunteers that just show up the ones that are willing to take out the garbage, move the table, put up the signs, knock on doors. These are the key people that are gaining the knowledge that allows them to overcome the fear and have the courage to participate. And it's from that pool of people that truly our next leaders are coming from. So what are the qualities of the people that you see, and how can more people get involved? I really look for the practical application of overcoming the lack of courage through addressing knowledge as a way of overcoming fear. Over to you, Kelly.
Fear. Fear's an emotional based response, where courage, like you said, courage takes knowledge, and you use that courage to grow as a person. I'm going to use the example that from my time in the military is for me, and I've used this in every election that I've been in. I'm gonna chuckle here a little bit. I'm the only person in the People's Party of Canada that I call it the trifecta. I've run into the trifecta for the People's Party, and I've had support right across the board from everybody, because I'm a firm believer. I learned this in the military. I lead by example. I won't ask anybody anything of my volunteers to do something that I won't do with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm with them every day. When we, come down, like door knocking, I'm out there from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night every day doing the door knocking with them every day, 7 days a week. I'm out talking to people. And when we talk about 16, 18-hour days and needing to go on a holiday after a campaign, well, that's why. If you're putting the work in and you're dedicated and you believe in the messaging and you believe everybody that volunteers with me, first of all, we have fun. I believe in all of them. I value each and every one of them. And what I try to make a habit of doing, especially with my volunteers, is every night after a day out door knocking or whatever we're doing, I celebrate them. And that's what we need to do. We need to start celebrating each other, celebrating our successes. We don't do that enough anymore. And I talk about the trifecta, and like I said, I joked about it with Max, but I think I'm the only candidate now that's left. Is I've run in general election. Now I'm running in a by-election, but I also ran in a Senate race.
Oh wow!
So I think I'm the only one in the party that's done that. And for me, I use that knowledge that I've learned, because you know what, in our volunteers, like I said, I treat this like the military. In my volunteers, we might find that diamond in the rough, that next person that wants to be that candidate, and I want to encourage them. I want to teach them. I want to show them what I'm doing that's successful, and I'm hoping that my volunteers will show me or tell me, and they do, Kelly, this is what you're doing wrong. You need to do it this way, and I'm willing to learn and listen.
Well, so you're one away from your EGOT, your Emmy, your Oscar, your Tony, and what was the one? Grammy. You're almost there, eh, buddy?
I'm working on it.
Yeah. Azaria, I think you were next, and then Tom wanted to have a question. So Azaria, you still good?
Yeah, no, I got a couple of things, if you don't mind me, a two-parter here. So follow on some of the discussion that we were having earlier. It was kind of maybe conspicuous that Joe Biden earlier in the week, or last week, I should say, talked about children being basically belonging to the state. And then Trudeau, shortly after, echoed similar sentiments. That seems really cagey in my brains. But what is conspicuous to me is that the timing of that. So you had one leader of the United States say that, and then shortly thereafter, the leader of Canada says that. And I'm still holding out for one more thing, and it's just going to be an update. So go ahead, Kelly.
I first of all, I don't recognize. I've been around a lot of leaders in my life, in the military and in corrections. I don't regard Trudeau as a leader. I don't believe he has any skills. I don't believe he has the intelligence to be a leader. And in all honesty, if the state wants to come after my kids or my grandchildren or anybody else around me that I'm close to, they're going to get a fight.
Absolutely. And that's what I say too. And that's what I'm worried about. Like right now, the fight's not at my door, but I have a child with disabilities and it'll be homeschool. So one of my concerns is, if this goes down to the nanny state, they're going to want the indoctrination to happen. They're going to want the kids in there, and they're going to decide that, no, homeschooling, especially for children with disability, might be like one of the first ones that they go after. So I really hope they don't show up at my gate, because that would not be a good thing. I would do everything I can to keep my kids. Azaria, was that, you had a two-parter you said?
Yeah, no, I actually just wanted to talk about where we're at insofar as the current election results. Maybe going outside of the region right now. Let me see if I can bring this in here. So looking at Winnipeg South Centre, we got the NDP at 42% of the vote there. We've got a couple, you got People's Party, PPC, Tyler Bear.
A lot of independent 3%. There.
I don't know much about the Rhinoceros Party here, but okay.
Oh, it's a French one.
Yeah, Parti Rhinoceros Party. And then a couple independents.
Oh, whoa.
This is like crazy. There's so many independents in this riding. And
I bet I know some of those people too.
I will say I know this particular person.
Yeah.
Personal, professional experience. Refreshed on me. And we'll scroll down to Portage-Lisgar.
Yeah, they just refreshed. All up to my ticker.
Yeah. Brandon and Leslie at 72% and Max at 10% of the vote. Kelly, just quick, do you think, if Max can crack 20%, that's a good showing? Or should he be like cracking like 30 or 40% on this?
Oh, you know what? There's a lot of different variables involved with this. Ideally, I would like to see Max above the last election results. But again, you have to recognize that 25%, typically 25% of the population votes in a by-election. So I don't think that those numbers are going to be as accurate as it normally would be. But this is going to. I think this is a pivotal. I've said it before. This is a pivotal election, not only for the PPC, but for Canada as a whole.
Absolutely. So looking at the last election, you actually had a 66% turnout in this riding, where Candace, came up with 52% of the vote, and then Solomon Weeb came up with just over almost 22% of the vote. So I think that's kind of the bar. That's the benchmark that I would put at least Max to get to, and the measure of success in my mind. So. Just going back to where we're at in Oxford as well, Conservative is at 43% there, Liberals second, not really that close there, and Wendy Martin at 6.3% of the vote there. One again. Sorry, guys. This keeps refreshing. And then
top right corner, you can change that setting, by the way.
Okay. Notre Dame de Grace, Westmont, Liberal Anagini looks like 52%. And Green Party, Jonathan Pednot is at 15.9%. NDP in third, and Conservative at fourth, and Bloc Québécois at fifth. And the Parti Rhinoceros Party is polling higher here than the People's Party of Canada. Sorry.
Well, it's very early.
Yeah, very early, but that's where we're at. So I'll digress and remove from the screen. So
I think the next question was Tom. So Tom, you want to have a question?
Yeah, well, I'm starting to enjoy this wine, and I'll just say on the weekend, Kelly, I was at the inaugural Bitcoin. Oh, pardon me. I was at the inaugural Bitcoin Conference Canada, and one of the things that they had there from Vancouver was a tokens for grocery store carts. So I got a physical Bitcoin loonie. That's a loonie that would go in, and it's just 3D printed. But one of the things that I noted is that when I was talking earlier about, or asking you about the quick sound bites, but not like super short like YouTube Shorts, or I mean TikTok is pretty absorbable, and YouTube Shorts at 1 minute. But but taking on the social media at certain tiers of attention span, specific. I'm talking. This is really scientific, and there are different tiers, but if you can capture some of that, and this is what I noted that Pierre did in several over a course of 6 months to a year. He captured the talking. He captured a lot of attention in the Bitcoin community by talking about Bitcoin, and he seems, and a lot of the major attention that was drawn to Polyev from the Bitcoin community seems to have very vocally noticed that he stopped talking about Bitcoin. Now, did a quick Google search before asking this question, and Maxime has also publicly endorsed it, but there is zero reference on the PPC's website, zero, and it's not in the financial platform. Can you talk to that? Do you know why it's not in the platform to talk about Bitcoin, or and specifically Bitcoin as opposed to crypto? Crypto is a separate category away from people that are familiar with Bitcoin, because it's very much a different philosophy in the proof of X, proof of work versus proof of etc., and the philosophy. Do you have any comment on that?
I think in order to understand Bitcoin and everything else surrounding Bitcoin, you have to understand it. And I think there are a large portion of the population that doesn't understand it. I will fully admit I don't understand it. And that is likely why, I don't pretend to understand everything that we're talking about with regards to that. I know Max and I have had a lot of discussions with regards to the financial portion of the policy platform, but I can't answer to the crypto, sorry, or the Bitcoin.
Okay, but we have Kevin has a comment around this, I believe. Kevin, you're muted.
The reason why I believe, I could be completely off base here, but the reason why I believe that Max isn't talking about Bitcoin is because he doesn't see it as money, because it's not money, right? And the reason why it's not money is because it hasn't proven to be a store of wealth, over a store of value over a long period of time. Bitcoin has only been in for a couple of decades, whereas in order for it to be really classified as money, you need to have a long history of it protecting wealth, and that's why Max really is talking about a gold backed. So like gold is a store of value. It is a medium of exchange. It is a unit of account. It is fungible. It is divisible. It is portable. It is scarce. And it is durable. So it has all the properties that you want to have when it comes to being a money. Now, when you talk about Bitcoin, it's a speculative asset. And sure, you can make a lot of, paper wealth in terms of Bitcoin or cryptos. And then you can turn that paper wealth into holding it into other assets. But right now, Bitcoin, we don't really know what it is, what it's going to be in 10 years, what it's going to be in 100 years or 500 years. But we know what gold is going to be in 500 years, because we have the history and we can see that it always has held its value in relation to the monetary system and in relation to the money supply. So that's not correct. I'm
not saying that. I'm not an expert on it, but I have read the white paper, and I've approached the actual code, and I don't want to say this as a argument point, and I'd like to step away from the conversation, but there is a case to be made for the education of the monetary system and the Bank of Canada's the policies that are made at the nation state level, where it is responded to directly by the philosophy, the concretized and codified philosophy Bitcoin, and it would be helpful to propagate and develop more educational material on that is bite-sized.
So
Yep, sorry.
So what I'm saying is that we just don't know. We don't have enough information because it doesn't have that history, right? So in terms of the PPC, that's the reason why they're more focusing on gold, because it goes to what Kelly was talking about. When there's this economic crisis that rears its ugly head, and then you're going to have a bunch of people that are going to have to make a choice between holding hard assets, or your precious metals, your gold and your silver, and then holding or moving into cryptocurrency. The majority of people are going to choose precious metals, and then you're going to have your small group that are going to hold the cryptocurrency. So that's why I think Max is focusing on gold.
That cryptocurrency does nothing to alleviate the issues that Canada is facing as a country. That alleviates an individual's financial crisis, and this is why Max is speaking about going back to the gold standard. And at the end of the day, gold is king. That's why China has so much of it, and that's why Russia has so much of it, and that's why literally Canada's got none of it.
Yeah, and on an individual level, like you were saying, right? Like you have to become your own central bank. You have to rid yourself of the toxic fiat currency that we're in. And at an individual level, you can choose assets like your golds, your silvers, your cryptos, your bitcoins. But on an actual nation state, on a bank, there's why does the Federal Reserve hold gold? Because it secures the value. And we can come up with this conversation in 200 years from now when cryptocurrencies or when Bitcoin has a proven store of value, but we don't have that yet. And people are going to look to what gold has done in the past years, past decades, centuries, millennia, moving forward, and they're just going to go to gold. That's just my opinion. And I'm not against crypto, and I'm not for crypto. I'm not against gold. I'm not for gold. I think both of them are very powerful tools. But once we take a look on a national level, I think that gold is the best financial anchor that an individual can have.
I have to be honest with you guys when it comes to crypto and Bitcoin. I'm not nearly knowledgeable enough to have this discussion with you guys. You guys obviously know way more than I do, and I have no problems admitting that. I do know that Maxime and I have had many a discussion with regards to going back to the gold standard. I agree with Max 100%. One of the discussions that Maxime and I did have, because Canada doesn't have anything currently to back our fiat currency or our Canadian dollar. My suggestion to Max at that time was that we should use Alberta oil to back our Canadian dollar, opposed to the gold, because we just don't have any gold left. Trudeau gave it all away. So, but at the end of the day, I apologize. I don't know enough about the crypto to have an effective conversation with you over it.
That's pretty refreshing. Somebody saying they don't know and being honest about it. That's cool. Joe, you had a comment? You had your hand up?
Well, I would have to posit a little bit of the opposite from Kelly's position. I'm not ignorant to Bitcoin or blockchain or the technology involved in it. What I see it as is an opportunity for the PPC to invite that financial community that's looking for, where are we going to go with our monetary policy? How are we going to align with the world's adjusting global monetary issues? Kelly's brought up a great idea, using our natural resources as a foundation of our wealth. Not only that, but look at, again, the digital era that we're looking at. We know that the CPC is confused on the word Bitcoin, crypto, and understanding the whole process. We know that the Liberal Party is only interested in a central bank digital currency in order to fulfill its global, obligations. We know that the NDPs are just tag-alongs to get any free benefits they can. So the PPC is open to a sound monetary policy, and those that want to contribute to a foundational knowledge base of financial fiduciary for our country are more than welcome to join the PPC and bring your ideas to the table. Find out who your EDA is, join up, get involved, and let's get this conversation elevated. It's something that, HQ and Max would be open to hearing and talking about if there's members that are willing to stand up and actually say, hey, I've got something to say about that, and let's get a conversation going. So I think there's a great opportunity to grow the PPC in that regard, as well as advance the Bitcoin agenda.
Well, Kevin had a comment. He wanted to add a bit there.
Yeah, so the way I see it right now is everybody is looking at the price of these assets in the terms of dollars, right? What's the price of gold in terms of dollars? $2,000 an ounce US. What's the price of Bitcoin? $27,000 US. But what they really have to understand is that the amount of manipulation that's gone on in the system has created such misallocation of capital, right? It's driven money out of assets where it should have been and into other speculative assets like your real estates and all this. So it's created a malinvestment. So when there's going to be like a recalibration of the system and everything goes back to its mean, right? There's going to be a massive pricing change. So to the point where we can no longer look at these prices or these assets in terms of dollars, but what are they going to buy in terms of purchasing power on other assets? So how many ounces of gold is it going to take to buy one house? How many Bitcoins is it going to take to buy one house? So we don't really know that, but we know that over time that gold has done really, really well in deflationary situations of monetary collapses or hyperinflationary situations. Kind of goes both ways. It's kind of a hedge, and that's why I'm a strong advocate for gold for protecting your wealth. But on top of that, you can diversify into other assets. Like nobody's saying that you have to go 100% into gold. You can go 30% into gold. Buy a little bit of Bitcoin, buy some oil. Like you don't have to be all gold.
I think we can agree that the challenges that Canadians face at this point right now is is there's so many different aspects of it. There's so many different areas. Immigration, is a big pusher of all of this. This is what's causing a lot of these issues, and I think it's safe to say that Maxime and the People's Party, with this vote, with Maxime being voted into the House, has the potential to change a lot of these discussions in the House of Commons where this needs to occur.
And Azaria, you had a comment there, you said?
No, I just actually was making popcorn on my gas stove, and I probably killed maybe a few babies in the process of using my gas stove. So I don't know. Anyways, I digress. Any case, I just had to add a little bit of levity into the conversation. But I agree within the confines of Bitcoin is a future. It's not necessarily a current asset that we can capitalize on today in the sense of historic financial instruments, and I would agree that gold is kind of the standard. This is and this is what our currency should be pinned on. One would argue that the U.S. dollar is pinned against petroleum, and it was mainly known as the petrodollar for many years. And would it hurt Canada to actually start pinning our dollar? It was kind of artificially for, I would say, at least 15, 20 years, pinned against our output that we had from our petroleum industry. It was pinned to that, and the amount of value that was in that output was really driving our economy. Should we go back to that? I don't know.
Well, you know what? I think that there's a reason why Trudeau wants to move away from Alberta oil. I think there's a reason why this government signed Canada onto Agenda 2030. And all of these things all tie into one as this discussion has moved forward. One of the things that we have to understand is that, and I don't know that many people recognize this, is Alberta's got a huge oil sand. What's interesting to note is Saskatchewan has an even bigger oil sands in northern Saskatchewan, and they haven't even tapped into that one yet. And at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves why. Now we talk about Max and what we want to do, invoking 9210 and bringing pipelines to Canada and getting our oil to market. It's these sort of discussions that we need Maxime into the House of Commons, and this by-election is going to do that. It's going to put Maxime front and center, and these issues of Canadian, natural resources and the Canadian economy and what's going on with Canadian citizens as a whole. Maxime and the party, the PPC, will bring that to the forefront.
And sorry, there's another issue. Normally, wedge issues are the ones that can kind of come in and split up and make big things. But the transing of our children isn't a wedge issue. It was 338-0, and if Max goes in there, it would be 337-1. So why is it that Max is the only one that's taking this up? And how important is it to the PPC party to protect the children from things like C4 and other gender-based rule or laws from Trudeau here?
Well, you know what? I think that Canadians need to start recognizing that there's only two genders. There's male and female. That's a biological fact, and that's not going to change. Everything else is a sexual preference, and the moment that you can get your head wrapped around that, things become a lot simpler. And I have gay friends, I have lesbian friends, and all of these, and none of them regard their sexual orientation as a gender. So we need to start putting things back into reality. My signs that are be going up in the Calgary Heritage riding here for the by-election it's the common sense option. But one of the things that Maxime is doing with this messaging on C4 and the transgender issue is this is common sense. So the question is, when did we lose that common sense? I don't think we've lost it. We've just allowed the fear to overtake us, and we can't be afraid to speak our minds. I was at an event in Winnipeg where I was speaking at a barbecue. I think there was about 300 people there, and I was asked the question, because quite often when I'm doing public events, I'll speak for 5-10 minutes because I would rather talk with the people about what they want to hear rather than me telling them what I want them to hear. And one of the questions was that of the transgender issue, and I said exactly what I just said now. The only thing I didn't realize is that when I was speaking at this event in Winnipeg, it was Gay Pride Day.
Oh wow!
And I learned about this after the fact, but I didn't get any backlash. I didn't get anybody protesting me. And you can't argue facts. And at the end of the day, this is gender dysphoria. It's a mental illness. And the moment that we start recognizing that and accepting that for what it is, that's how we move forward as a country, as a community. And we also have to recognize the fact that no parent wants to acknowledge that their child has a mental illness.
Right.
But it's when we're pushing our children in this direction, or we're allowing other peoples to push our children in these directions, who exactly has got the mental illness then?
Absolutely. And if we're talking about mental illness and you don't want to address that, but you will give them surgery and cut them up and sterilize them. Tom, you had a comment you wanted to add to this one?
Yeah, I keep wanting to comment on some various different things, and there's a lot of topics that I love that this focus. I was talking about Bitcoin a few minutes ago, and then I wanted to withdraw that because I'm interested in everything you're saying, Kelly. And honestly, kind of wishing that we had more PPC reps here in the or candidates here in the chat all of a sudden. But one of the things that I wonder is like, pardon me. I'm just so you know, I was employed at an accredited post-secondary institute in Canada back in 2021, and I chose not to get the injections for philosophical reasons, and then I got swept under the rug. So what I'm curious to know is, from an educational, I promote education. That's why I'm talking about YouTube and blah blah blah, because I think that's highly, Petersonish and Polyev, and I think a lot more content could be pushed to YouTube and other platforms, Rumble, etc., than the YouTube censor. But
you have a question?
Yes. Can you get the definition of and the history of the definition of gender and versus sex pushed out through the PPC communications? Because it's really important to consider gender, the literal etymology, the study of the etymology of the word gender as it relates to biological sex, and how it can be manipulated by the masses and communications and mass movements, versus getting back to definitions. I'm just saying that, I'm just throwing that out there, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're going to like my answer or not, honestly, and quite simply, you wanted the history of the gender, and I'm sorry, the first thing that popped into my head was the Bible, and God created man and God created woman. Yeah. I can't get any more simple than that. That's the reality. And
I'm with that 100%. I'm with it, just so you know.
But we've moved away from that definition because humans as a whole are pompous. We believe that we can control the world or whatever you want to believe, but it doesn't change the reality that there's two genders. And Maxime was the only political leader to actually step up and say, you know what, there's two genders, and there's boy and a girl, and everything else, is just it's not even a conversation. It's a mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment that we start to recognize that we're being pushed into this direction, that's where that courage comes in.
Right.
It's courage.
And then, Tom, did you get your answer there?
I hope so.
Yeah. No, I'm. It's kind of conversational. That's why I asked privately if we could all mute. I totally agree with what you're saying, and from a question perspective, I agree, and I thanks.
I'll use myself as an example. As a kid, we were growing up. Heck, we ate dirt. We drank out of the garden hose. We rode in the back of the trucks, with the trucks bombing down the road. We didn't wear seatbelts, and I think our generation turned out pretty damn fine. Now we're babying our kids. We're giving them participation ribbons for whatever, and there's no challenge. There's no sense of accomplishment. When I joined the military, because of when I grew up, I wanted to be a part of the best, and the only way to be a part of the best regiment in Canada was to not only challenge myself, but allow everybody else around me to challenge me. And now we're in an era where we're afraid to be challenged, and that's garbage. It's time for us as a society to grow up and challenge our kids and say, you know what, it's okay to be a kid, and it's okay to be, it's okay to fall down, and it's good to get back up. Dust yourself off and get back at it. And we just don't allow that anymore.
Well, Kev, he says he wants a challenge. So why don't you give him a challenging question?
Well, it's
He
not
says,
really it's not really a challenge, right? Like I kind of agree with what he has to say. We've
yeah,
created a society where everyone's a winner, right? So if everyone's a winner, then everybody's also a loser. So we have a bunch of losers that think that they're winners, and these are the people that are like how Justin Trudeau would eloquently put it, taking up space, right? So these people, we created a society based on like extreme narcissism by rewarding everything that they've done and coddled them. And it's also ultimately going to go down to the greatest societal failure that's ever existed, because it's just going to have to collapse on itself before people realize what has happened. But I did want to kind of circle back on in terms of what you were talking about with the oil fields. And you mentioned there's the oil fields in Alberta, and there's the oil fields in Saskatchewan that are untapped, and you really want to bring that oil to market. And for me, like running a business for a few years in Canada and the United States, I can tell you that the number one reason why I think that we're not doing this is because Canada is an incredibly hostile environment to run a business, right? It's so many rules and so many regulations, and you can get shut down for doing absolutely nothing. And then when you start talking about moving into the energy sector, right, it takes a lot of capital, it takes a lot of energy and time and resources to actually develop these pipelines or these refineries. And so what kind of business would want to expose themselves to a hostile government and a hostile country like Canada to put all this money and time? Like, you're talking about decades of time and like multi-billions of dollars. So I think the only real way that we can start bringing, and I don't want to have the government to nationalize this, right? The last thing I want is to have the government own another pipeline that goes to nowhere, where it's ultimately like a Campbell's soup can. So the only way that we're going to do this is through massive deregulation and eliminating these corporate taxes, like I see the PPC is talking about doing, and creating a business friendly environment. And Canada is not a business friendly environment.
Sure, but you need somebody like Maxime Bernier that's willing to go in and pick a fight. You need somebody like myself that's I actually enjoy going in to pick a fight, but we need to pick a fight for Canadians and for Canadian businesses in order to become or get back to the country that we once were. Canada can be and should be the most prosperous and most prosperous and successful country in the world for all Canadians, and that would benefit everybody else around the world. So you ask what kind of business would want to operate in a country like Canada, like that, where the government is hostile? Well, I used to be a business owner, and if I know that I've got somebody that's going to back me up or is going to fight for me, like Maxime Bernier and the PPC is going to do, then yes, that's what I would be looking for.
Yeah, and just kind of question, like the point right now is like we're under a liberal controlled regime, and we're under or a CPC controlled regime, where it's kind of hot potato back and forth, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm just asking, as like a business owner right now, there would be no reason for me to invest like decades of time or multi-billions of dollars into a country with a government that's so hostile. And the only way that I would be willing to do that is if that we have a business-friendly environment that's created, that the government actually creates by rolling back all these rules and regulations, eliminating or reducing all these taxes, and really allowing business to do what it's meant to do, because ultimately it's business that drives it, and all government has to do is get out of the way. So the best thing that Max can do in terms of a government is just get out of the way and let business do its thing, and then it will just happen organically.
I do agree with you, but at this point right now, we need Maxime to win. We need the People's Party to win. That's not going to happen until we start waking up as a country, right? That unfortunately, that's the reality. Until Canadians start finding the courage to step up and say enough, and not allow that fear to control us, nothing is going to change. And unfortunately, that's the reality. Pierre is the same way. Just as much, that's liberal light, and that's the reality. We could take this all full circle and I'm going to switch it over to healthcare, and we see every province that is suffering with the lack of staffing. And what's Pierre's solution? Well, let's increase immigration and bring qualified nurses and tradespeople over. But we all know that those qualifications aren't at the same level as Canadians, as the Canadian standard. So that's going to lower our standard of living. That's going to lower our standard of care. But yet what we're missing the fact, and Pierre is totally ignoring this fact, is we have thousands upon thousands of fourth year nursing students who were refused to write their final exams because they didn't get vaccinated. Why not allow them to return to school, write their final exams? Now you're going to take a big chunk of that pressure off of the healthcare system, and with new nurses, and and let's move forward. It's that lack of insight.
Now, in terms of the healthcare system, I don't know, like I haven't read up on the PPC party specifically in terms of healthcare, but are they going to be challenging the National Healthcare Act? Because are we going to be able to abolish this so we can actually allow for competition to come into Canada in the healthcare area, in the healthcare system? Because the only thing that's going to increase quality and reduce prices is competition, right? And right now, the federal government is basically holding this monopoly on the national healthcare through the National Healthcare Act, where people can't buy insurance, private insurance. They're forced to take this public insurance to pay for all of this. So that's something that I would really like to see. I'm not sure if it's a topic that's already been tabled, but are they talking about removing the National Healthcare Act from the federal mandate?
No.
You're next, Rosario.
No, what we're going to do is we're going to place healthcare exactly where it needs to be. We're going to give healthcare back to the provinces. That's their jurisdiction to begin with, and allow them to make the decisions that's best for them when it comes to healthcare. The federal government shouldn't be involved in provincial matters. Max has been steadfast in his commitment to decentralize the government, make smaller government, and once we get to that point, then we can start to abolish things like the Indian Act or the Health Act, and really give that power back to the provinces to control the healthcare as they see fit for their provinces.
Rosario, you were next, bud?
Yeah, no, I got a couple things, and you just keyed me into another topic there altogether as well. So look over here. There's a squirrel. And,
sorry,
but it's all good. So kind of going back to the initial thought that I had was around immigration, and we just recently passed 40 million people within Canada, and we've also grown over 1.1 million in the last year. Mm-hmm. What are your views on that rapid growth that we've seen in this, in the last year? Is that healthy? Is that something that, we should be bracing for? Because it seems that, well, no, I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to let you answer that question and go from that point.
Well,
switch screen, Rosario.
Sorry.
So we're seeing the impact of that immigration, in food and housing and all of those prices. But what we're not recognizing is that the increase in these immigration numbers is also reflective of an increase in crime. We're setting these people up to fail, and they don't have a place to live, they don't have a job, they don't have the reasons why they came to Canada in the first place, and because of that, they have to they're in survival mode. And we have to get back to a sustainable number. Yes, we have to have immigration set to a point where, we bring in some skilled tradespeople, the people that actually can contribute to our country. We need to get this back under control, and we have to recognize that, these high numbers are affecting everything. I talk to seniors all the time. If we want to give more money to seniors, or make things more affordable for seniors, we need to reduce the amount of people that are coming in, because that is a direct correlation that's raising the impact on our seniors as well, right? So everything is sort of, it ties together, but at the end of the day, like I said, we're setting these people up to fail.
Yeah, and I think that's a really tough go to, respond to that, the influx of kind of immigrants into Canada, because I agree that there is what I would consider a positive benefit to having immigrants come into the country that can contribute, and I really agree on vetted and secure and immigrants that are coming in that are going to be those positive members. But then you hit a tipping point where you now have a number of those immigrants that are dependent on the society as a whole, and that we as taxpayers are essentially paying for.
Mm-hmm. We're paying for everything, right? And the thing is, right now, uh, our dollar isn't going far enough, right? Canadians are wondering how. Again, it comes back to this Kenya example. When Canadians are wondering how they're going to get their next meal for their family, or how they're going to keep a roof over their head, or all of these things, and they're more focused on that than they are fighting back against their government or questioning their government. And you know, you have liberal light right now that is agreeing with Trudeau on the numbers, and yet in the next breath they're complaining about, you know, inflation and all of these things, when we know that the inflation is a direct cause of the amount of immigration that we're bringing in because we can't sustain it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Joe, you had a question there, bud?
Well,
welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, I'm back. Technology being what it is, we can quickly back online. This was more so to address what Kevin brought up when we're talking about health. Now, the answer to the question he asked for is quite simple. Yes, the PPC intend fully to repeal the Canada Health Act and create conditions for provincial and territorial governments to set up a mixed public-private universal system like many other developed countries. We're the only ones that do what we do. We're unique, right? So we're putting it back on the provinces. And yeah, I know we're going to think of PEI or low taxation-based economies within the Canadian region. So yes, we've got to come out with some kind of a temporary balance that's going to work for the needs of all Canadians. How are we going to do that? Well, we already give $40-odd billion to the provinces to disperse through their public health agencies. Well, the easiest thing for us to do is to take the GST, which I dare say is approaching $50 billion a year, and give that back to the provinces and say, this is an appropriate amount of money for you to use for that system. Now, that's going to require an awful lot of cooperation between Canadians, but we've got to bring the discussion forward. Exactly as Kelly said, 4,000 nursing students who could take a test, probably ace it now, get back to work and alleviate the pressure on our front lines today. But our current government has no intention of doing that. And I don't see that on any critical priority list on Pierre's desk either. So the platform is where everything I said just came from. Please inform yourself with the party platform, and you'll understand the fundamental requirements for Canadians to implement our insurance policy going forward.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We have to recognize, sorry, so it's sort of twofold. We have to recognize that the Canadian Health Act, for all of its downfalls, does have some positive. I would say I don't even think it's the act. I think it's more Canada Health as a department or as a portfolio in buying of pharmaceuticals to provide to Canadians at a lower price, right? So we use that to our advantage. But again, like you said, we want to take the GST and provide that to the provinces, but at the end of the day, one of the things that I've seen, especially here in Alberta, is we have the provinces that always like to point their finger at Ottawa. It's Ottawa's fault. And one of the things that Maxime wants to do is say, you know what, we're stepping away from this. Healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction, and we want the people of the provinces to start pointing at the provincial governments for accountability on that issue rather than Canada. And I think one of those first steps that we need to do is we need to fire Theresa Tam and move forward.
Theresa Tam, absolutely. I think Zach, is it your turn? You want to have a question in there?
No, not really have a question. It's been an interesting since I jumped in.
Yeah, you want to give us an update how your stream went? And
I don't know if it was Rumble, but it was extremely choppy. It wasn't coming through clear. And then I saw kind of like the percentages of where it was going, and I thought, you know what, I might as well just jump on your stream and kind of see what's up with you guys. So it's been interesting. As far as like, I completely agree. If you want to look at the driving force behind lots of our problems, it does stem from immigration. The global compact on migration has caused a lot of problems for Canada, wanting to hit 100 million by 2100. And they're on track to getting that goal. It's going to put a lot of stress on your homegrown Canadians. And I think that, you know, without Max's voice, or the PPC's voice pushing back on it, like we're in for some tough times coming ahead here. So like, I don't even know what recommendations to make, but you know, I think there's a good group of freedom fighters that most people should try to get behind and find your friends and, start working locally with people, because we're going to need these types of relationships coming forward, because things are only going to get worse with the people in charge right now.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm just
just to like kind of like keep going on that point, is like, we're not against immigration, right? Like, you know, we're a country that was founded on immigration. So what we want are people that are going to come here and provide value to the economy. So I think the biggest problem right now is that we have an immigration policy that's been created around a welfare state, right? So people come to our country to take advantage of our resources. They take advantage of our healthcare systems. They take advantage of the government handout. So I think the best way to curb this immigration crisis, to stopping all of these, you know, people from coming in to mooch off of us, is the elimination of the welfare state. And I think that's the one thing that we have the power to do to actually stop this. And feel free to come to Canada, but don't expect a handout, or don't expect to get access to the healthcare system, because you haven't actually provided anything of a benefit to the economy. And once people realize that, only the smart people that actually can provide value to the economy, and everybody else that is just there to mooch, they won't come.
I think wording is important there. I don't think we have so much an immigration policy as we have an immigration agenda, and that agenda is to, you know, to put as many people into Canada as possible to bring down this economy, and this is why you got Maxime doing what he's doing, and why he's such a vocal proponent of sustainable immigration, and recognizing that, like I said, we're setting these people up to fail. People come to Canada for a reason, because Canada is, or was, you know, a desirable destination, because, you know, you for lack of a better term, you know, it's like the American dream, right? It's the same thing as a Canadian dream, in that, you know, people were coming here for that lifestyle, and now they're here, they're not getting that lifestyle, they're set up to fail, and now where do they go? And we're setting, like I said, we're setting these people up to fail, and we have to address this agenda, and we keep forgetting, and nobody wants to have this discussion, especially Pierre. But who signed us onto this agenda? It was the Conservative Party of Canada who signed us onto this agenda that moved us in this direction. And, you know, there has to be some accountability there. But again, it's that deflection of, you know, you don't want to split the vote. And why are they using that fear? Because Maxime is drawing attention to this agenda.
Okay, so now I'm gonna kind of keep going on the agenda stuff. What can we do? So what do you know about the agenda, Kelly? You know, Davos, you know, Claus, you know, some of that stuff. But what is it we can do, even if we get a good showing in 2025?
You know what? When I first started campaigning with Maxime, and back in 2019, I had everybody feeding me this agenda stuff, and honestly, it was overwhelming. And I would be the first to admit, I was like, come on, you can't be serious. And then I started educating myself. Then the people that I had surrounded myself with, rather than overloading me, information overload, they took it a little bit slower, and which is thankfully it's good. I get fed information, man. I get fed information every day, all the time. And the thing is, when you understand the dynamics of it, you understand the immigration. Why are they doing it? You understand the healthcare system. Why are they doing that? You understand, who is doing that? Why are they behind it? Then you start to understand, okay, what can I do about it? And part of that is educating yourself, helping other Canadians understand or recognize it. It takes time. I will be the first person to tell you that I was trying to educate my dad on all of this. And I don't even know what happened, but today we were having the discussion, and I don't know if a light bulb went off for him or what, but he was like, "You're right. All of these things are happening, and how do we fix it?" And I was finally able to have a discussion, but that was 4 years in the works. So we have to be patient. We have to recognize that we're human, and not everybody is going to buy into what we're saying 100% of the time. And this is why we need to help people overcome this fear and be the leaders. We need that leadership to say, you know what, draw attention, like Maxime is doing. He's drawing attention to the issues. He's very vocal. He's doing it slowly. He's not doing it with overload. And so you ask, how do we address it? How do we fix it? That's exactly how. We need to educate people on the PPC and explain to them, this is why our platform is the way it is. That's why our platform is displayed every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Anybody can go to our website and see what our platform is, and it helps educate Canadians and us as members, even if you're not a member, if you're a supporter, or even if you're not a supporter, you're just a Canadian, and no such thing as just a Canadian, but just a Canadian that, wants to learn and wants to understand. These platforms are doing exactly that. They're addressing all of these issues that pertain to Agenda 2030.
Okay, great. Joe, you've been looking. I'm just going to turn to the numbers quickly. Joe, you've been looking at the numbers. What do you think of the numbers right now?
Well, when we look at the ratio, we've got 42% of the polls reporting with 16% of the vote. It either equates that they're counting really deep, far off county boxes, and they haven't gotten to the larger electoral district areas or the electoral areas. So it's interesting to see either that or we're looking at a dismal turnout, one of the two. So it's interesting to watch this developing.
You're right. It is. I've been watching it as well. I think people need to understand how big this riding is. I didn't realize until I was actually in the riding how big this riding is.
Yeah, when you look on it on a map, you zero right in and you start to go, oh my, okay. This will develop quite interesting overnight. They'll start from the outlying boxes, bringing them in. They won't get, like it's how many boxes you got? You got 6 boxes. I'm going to go for the lightest box first, the heaviest box last. So this way it'll be a drawn out issue, I believe, tonight.
Again, by design.
By design. Yeah, I see. It's because they're slowly moving down and Max is slowly moving up, but I don't know if there's going to be enough here. Kevin or Zach, let's go to you. You were nodding your head there. What are you thinking about the numbers right now?
I think based on what's reporting, I'm seeing 62.4%. That's a very healthy margin for Brandon. So I think that the climb is going to be very, very difficult, even with the numbers of people that are reporting, which it does seem like 50%, and they're only reporting 20% of the ballots. So I mean, it's really tough to say, but those numbers are getting kind of out of reach just from a statistical analysis point. So it's probably looking kind of slim odds for Max at this point.
Yeah, I kind of agree at this point, but at 50% reporting, we still have a fraction, 12 out of 60. Yeah, it's either really bad showing or all the big ones are still to come. Tom, go ahead, Zach.
No, I didn't. I would have. I'm like Zach. I would have liked to have seen Max's numbers a little bit slightly higher. Like it went up a little bit, but I'd like to have seen them slightly higher with that regard. But again, it's still early.
Yeah, it is, and I'm getting quite the windstorm over here. So if mine dropped, you guys keep going, and I'll be back. Tom,
Could I jump
think
in
you were
on that
mentioning-
quick for a second there?
Yeah, please do.
Based on what I had been kind of predicting, I did this a couple days ago, and actually my other parties are actually fairly close, believe it or not. But I had Brandon winning 41% to Max's 34. That's what I kind of thought the my prediction would be. My optimum was I had Max at 39.75 and Brandon at 38. So if it was even kind of closer to what I actually predicted, I would be like saying all gung ho, like this is still a shot at this point. But at 62%, it's looking pretty tough.
Yeah. Sorry, I just put the last numbers in because we have another update here, guys, and it didn't get much better. 20. So what we'll do.
I think we need to put our rally caps on.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to do that with you.
There you go. Need our put our rally caps on.
All right, come on, guys. Let's get this horse in the race. All right, Tom, you're out of it. All right, let's do this. Okay, I think Tom, you wanted the next question.
I don't have a question. I just have. I mean, whatever. I'm a conversationalist, and like I should be in more of Joe's spaces, but I have been in enough, but not enough. So all I'm going to say is we're having a good time here, and I'm not out of wine yet. But Kelly, I really appreciate. I was texting Jason privately. I was just like, "What? Can we have any more candidates in this live stream, like from like other writings?" I mean, they're probably celebrating and they're looking at the screens, but I really appreciate you in this this conversation. And over the long term, kind of, I mean, abstractly, this for the moment is kind of like a family. We're just talking, and realistically, what you're sharing here, Kelly, is greatly appreciated.
Anytime, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, and it's gonna be reciprocated. I'm gonna come down and help you out there, Kelly, for sure. We're gonna go knock on some doors because I think Calgary, we maybe can talk some sense into them, if we can get around. How big is your riding? How big is Heritage?
You know what? It's not as big as what Max is dealing with right now. It's all pretty much the same. It's probably 3 different provincial ridings together, but in saying that, I really like if I can get the support in Calgary. We've got a lot of good things happening right now. But the nice thing about it is so I have my rack cards done up and we're out door knocking and that, and of course everybody it's anybody's guess what to put on the rack cards, and I'm dealing with MAID and gender ideology and of course Canada's insurance policy. But I find it very, very interesting because the gender ideology is massive right now in Calgary, where you have the Muslims actually protesting in downtown Calgary over the gender ideology. And for me, it's perfect timing. You know, we're gonna pick a fight. I picked a fight today, to be honest with you, with the Conservative Party. You know, they had signs up where they weren't allowed to put them, and take them down, move them, and they're going to. So, you know, that's what I do. That's my background. You know, and that's one of the reasons why I want to go to Ottawa. And this is one of the reasons why I support Maxime. Is, you know what, Canadians need somebody that's going to go to Ottawa and pick a fight, and I'm ready.
Hey, well, Kelly, is the reserve in your riding?
I'm sorry?
Is the reserve in your riding?
No.
Okay.
Just outside. Well, that's one of the interesting things, Zach. When I ran in the Alberta Senate race, one of the biggest supporters that I had here in Alberta was First Nation.
Yeah.
So that was really cool.
Kev, did you want to take the next question or comment?
No, I'm just listening, taking it all in right now.
Me too.
Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of getting. Yeah, you are. You're doing all the talking. So Kelly, we're just kind of say it's getting near the end here.
Yeah.
So the party is going to get behind you for sure. It's going to be the next step. Is there another by-election, or is it just you on the 24th?
I think there's another one that's supposed to be called by October.
Okay.
I think that was Aaron O'Toole's riding. I think. I can't remember, but I think there's another one that has to be called by October.
Okay, cool. Now there's no chance that Max is going to step in, right? You've got this one. You're going ahead with this if he
There's
doesn't
no
win.
chance. No. This is my I'm running in this. This is my by-election. This is where I put together my team, and quite honestly, it's exhausting. I'm not sure Max would want to run in another one.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
You
It's
know,
a lot of work.
I know Maxime. I've got Maxime's 100% support. Just like Maxime knows that he's got my support, and we're a team. All of us together are a team. One of the things that I enjoy so much is that uh, I look at the PPC. It was said earlier. I look at it as more of a family, and we support each other and we get behind each other, and sometimes we fight, and sometimes we don't agree, but we grow, and that's what makes it so much fun.
That's awesome, and I like to hear that. Joe, did you want to get in with another question or comment?
Well, the main comment, I guess, was, Kelly, I'm excited to be able to put in my holiday request with my company tomorrow and hope it gets approved for the Friday and the Monday, so I can come down there and support you. So look forward from a message from me for my availability to come down there, knock on some doors, maybe knock a few heads, maybe pick a fight and be your second. All the same, there's a mission ahead of us. I think regardless of the outcome tonight, regardless of the outcome in Kelly's oncoming election, I think that come 2025, Canadians are definitely going to be awake, because things are going to get worse. And between now and then, Canadians will continue to hear from the PPC, from Max, from Kelly, myself, everybody that is a PPC supporter and wants to actually implement the insurance policy of Canada, because the Canadian corpse is soon to be buried, to use a dark metaphorical there. So indeed, we need to band together lest we fall apart.
I think you're absolutely right, Joe. And you know what? I would welcome anybody to my team. And that's what I call it. We're a team here in Calgary. It doesn't matter where I am. We're part of the team, and you'll see that I will be working right alongside of you. Not and I think you'll notice that a lot of my signs, I don't even have my name on the sign, because we are that team. Of course, I do have my own lawn signs, but at the end of the day, this is about the People's Party, and this is about getting people to understand about the People's Party. And I think it's amazing. So I thank you, Joe. I've got people coming from Thunder Bay, Ontario, to volunteer, and I've got people coming from Ontario. I've got people from Atlantic Canada that are going to do phone calling for me. And I'm excited. We are going to. One of the things that we're going to really work on is that people understand that this is liberal light, and that the conservative candidate that's running in this against me is an admitted globalist, and people are tired of that. And so we're excited. Everybody that wants to get out and help us, awesome. If people were to ask me, well, when do you want us to volunteer? Anytime is good, but the most vital day is that scrutinizing day, and let's make sure that this is all above board.
Yeah, I'm a hall monitor type of guy, so I would be happy to do that. I would watch every single piece of paper.
And I'm mouthy.
It's-
So if I see anything wrong, I'd be hitting Twitter Spaces right away. I'm a mouthy Canadian.
Well, you know what, and that's good. I mean, I remember last election, I received a lot of phone calls from a lot of different polling stations, and not just my own, but from other areas as well. And I would always phone the returning officer in those areas, and they would be resolved. So like I said, we are together, and we're a team, we're a family, and I can't say that enough because I so much believe in family and community. So this is how we're going to move forward.
Have you considered calling it the People's Family of Canada?
I don't think Max will let me change the name.
No, that's all the things you can do. I think we might be wrapping up here, folks. Unless they have to get a bunch of votes out of Detroit and therefore Max. I'm not sure this is going to happen just yet.
I think they're actually calling a CPC win right now. I just saw that on Twitter. So I think they're actually calling it right now.
Yeah, we're at 58%. We're 58% vote returning and 60% now. And yeah, it's. Shall we call it, guys? Shall we be one of the first to call it as well here? Kelly, do you want to call it?
I'm not calling anything. I go right to the end. Stuff. So
yeah. And then Zach, what are you thinking? You're looking at the numbers as well. We're at 60%. The polls reporting now.
Yeah, I would say that if they're calling it, I think it would be enough statistical analysis to be able to have them accurate on that. But one thing I have noticed, I've just been looking between the Liberals and the NDP, the Green weren't in 2021. The Christian Heritage Party ran in 2021. The Liberals and the NDP combined are down about 6%. So that's not nothing. So I don't know where those votes went. I would assume, like all else being equal, last time PPC got 22. Right now, Max is sitting at 18. I would assume maybe those went to the CPC. The Conservatives. So like, I don't really know what to take of it. I just found that was something that was significant because maybe people in those camps are waking up to some of the bad things and they bought into the propaganda that the CPC was pushing, or got scared of the vote split, which was another part of the propaganda piece. That I think is something to kind of look at, is people maybe in those two camps are waking up to the problems that those parties are presenting.
But they ended up going to conservative, it looks like, in the numbers. So NDP,
that's what I would guess. They went conservative.
Yeah, so they're just backing the other big horse. They're not even picking a candidate, I don't think, at that point then. Kevin, you want to add anything? Because we're going to start wrapping up. I think we'll close this at 5 hours and 30 minutes here.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the old adage that people would rather the devil they know than the devil they don't, right? So that's what it's coming down to. They're going to go with what they're comfortable with, and that's why they're going to be choosing CPC. And I think what is really going to have to happen, and I could be completely wrong, and I hope that I'm wrong, is what I think that is going to have to happen for the PPC to even get into the House of Commons is Pierre's going to have to become prime minister, and he's going to have to really screw over his base and destroy his party. And then that's when you can have an actual PPC ability to get into the House of Commons. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but that's just the way I see things happening.
I think you got a point there. So, Kelly, if he shits the bed, if Pierre shits the bed, that's going to be great for you guys. Or do you think it will go liberal? Do you think it will really help PPC, or are they just going to switch the other way and go red again?
No, you know what? Pierre is continually shooting himself in the foot. And it's as we move close, Maxime has said this, as we move closer to the general election, Pierre's got no choice but to move more to the left if he wants to get those seats. And the reality is that Canadians are going to have to wake up to that and see that. But they also have to hold their conservative candidates accountable. Like for 2 elections now, the Conservative Party of Canada has run on no platform. So, it's that blinder sort of thing. Like they often say that, people that are with the PPC belong to a cult. But my thoughts are, well, who actually belongs to a cult when you're voting for somebody that actually is not telling you what you're voting for? So,
for sure. So they're just going by color, and they're not even looking at probably even the candidates or paying much attention to the platform. I think you had a question there, Tom.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So Kelly, you said you were in. I'm very conversationalist and outside of the box. I don't know. Blah blah blah. I did vote something last federal election. Wasn't liberal or conservative. But I didn't spoil my ballot. But I do want to ask you starting with one question. Were you in Rwanda in like 93, 94? Was that when you were there?
I was in Rwanda 95, in and around there. Yeah. Right when the mass slaughter was going on.
Right when okay, so the reason why I asked is I've met I have this and signed, but it's just FYI. I met him once and I just respected that you were there, and that was an interesting second question. This is actually what I asked Maxime the other day when he was on Jason's stream was, what are some of the recent books that you've actually read? If you haven't read anything, just what is something that I know you, and you're being overwhelmed by people all the time and tasks. I understand that. It's like, how can you read a book a month? Can you read a book a year? But what are some of the things that you've been reading recently?
I've read Jordan Peterson's books. I've read a few books. I read Preston Manning's book. I read just finished a book on the Reform Party, the origins of the Reform Party, and how that sort of transitioned here in Western Canada. And I sort of chuckle. I think that was the last book that I read. Right now, I'm reading one on. I can't even remember what I'm reading it on, but anyways, the Preston Manning book, I find it funny because I use this quote all the time now, and I remind this to all Canadians. So one of the best quotes that I use is from Preston Manning and Stephen Harper, and their quote is, "How many times do the Conservatives have to put Humpty Dumpty back together again before Conservatives realize that it can't be fixed?" Right. And that's Preston Manning and Stephen Harper saying that. So we've come full circle. I believe that Canada can make a difference. I think, yes, I'm in a party. I'm the Western Canadian lieutenant for the party, but I believe in all of Canada, and I believe Canada as a nation. But I believe Canada as a nation needs to take some guidance and some hints from the Reform Party and get back to the Reform Party days.
I like that, and Alberta is very receptive to that. So the voters here have a history of that. Yeah. Now, you don't think you'll see a PPC provincial party anytime soon in Alberta, do you, Kelly?
I started shortly after the 2019 election. I started up what we called the People's Party of Alberta, at the request of some people here. Maxime asked me to look into it, so I did. And of course, COVID hit right at that time, and we couldn't get our signatures in on time. Now there is a party, just like Saskatchewan, in Alberta here called the Buffalo Party, which has the same agenda, same ideologies as the PPC, and I believe that's about the closest you're going to get in Alberta to the PPC.
So the Buffalo Party. So just
That's
like
right.
what, this is what Mark is doing in Saskatchewan.
That's right.
Yeah, Mark Friesen. Okay, so I'm going to go to Kevin, and I'm going to give everybody a shot to say good night and thank you to Canada, but we're going to ignore the people in Manitoba. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, I guess my last point of view is like everybody's looking to try to fix a system that's not broken and it's designed and it's working exactly.
Right.
So from my point of view is if we can't fix a system that's not broken, then we start to have to take on the system on itself, and that's where it comes from people on the fringe, right? Because you're the most revolutionary ideas or the most disruptive ideas always come from the fringe. They never come from within. So I think that there's a lot of action and a lot of excitement that's going on on the outskirts that over time that are really going to be able to shape the future for a positive. So that's basically the way I see it. And we talked about it briefly with like, you know, the Diagolon group and stuff like that. And these are the people, and these are the ideas, and it's kind of decentralization, right? It's not just the PPC that's going to be doing it. Sure, they're going to be the only ones doing it at a political realm, but there's going to be other groups that are going to be doing other things on, you know, on a community-based level, on a local level, because you can't just attack this in one area. This is a multi-pronged attack. The same thing that they did to us, we have to do back to them. So with the PPC, yes, they're attacking on the political realm, but there's other people that are taking the fight to the community level as well, and that's the fringe. And I just want to say that I think that that's the right way to do it.
Sorry about the ticker, guys. I had to put it in. Projected winner, Conservative Brendan Leslie. At least he didn't go to the WEF. That's the only thing I know about him. Want to go to Zach? Can we have some final comments there, bud?
Yeah, I agree with Ken. If you want some real talk to an anarchist. You'll get some real talk. But no, I mean, there is, I think, a silver lining in this. Canadians do need to experience more pain before things are going to get better.
Yeah.
So my biggest recommendation to Canadians is start getting involved locally, whether it is with a political party or there's activist groups involved with some in Regina, Moose Jaw area. So if you're in that area and kind of looking to, hey, what can I do? Definitely reach out to me. I can help get you connected with the right people. And I think that goes the same with lots of people within our camp. So start looking for local solutions, make connections within your community, your neighborhood, whatever that might be. Get ready for a shitstorm, because there is definitely some things bad that are going to happen. And I think if you aren't prepping and planning for something like that, you're going to be the first ones that are going to succumb to the barren wasteland that Canada could become. But for those that are proactive in this and taking all the information in and seeing what's going on and getting a little bit more active, those people will survive really well. So find your friends, get involved with the community, and definitely start thinking small scale before we're looking to a larger solution. Kelly, I'll be in touch with you. I definitely want to have you on my show a little bit more closer to your election dates. So I'll reach out to you and we can set something up. But I really appreciate the panel. I think that I was in and out both as a guest and a listener. So I think there's some really good stuff that was going on tonight. So thank you, Jason, for having me and hosting this. For sure. It was a good time.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Tom, you want to say goodnight within a minute or so?
Oh, yeah. I was actually going to say I'd like to reach out to you too, Kelly. And I mean, my brother's been attempted more connections to candidates to the federal PPC than I have. I have zero. You're the first person that I've literally ever communicated to that's a PPC candidate. But I appreciate, except for Maxime. I met him in person accidentally.
You've met me as well.
Well, yeah.
I was a candidate for about a month.
Yeah, okay. But Kelly, I really appreciate talking with you. It's just a pleasure and my honor. And really, thank you. That's all.
Okay, Joe, do you want to have some more comments? And we'll let Kelly go, and then I'll wrap it up.
Sure. My first comment is to thank the 3,700 odd Canadians that voted for Max in Portage-Lisgar.
Mm-hmm.
A reminder, the ratio still doesn't give me any confidence to call it.
Okay.
I'm looking at only 31% of the electors reporting, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with the rest of the polls closing. Really, going forward, it's about building the party over time. I would encourage people to take a good hard look at the election results and to see those two lines, Conservatives and the People's Party. That's what you'll see in 2025. That's what you'll see in 2029. That's what you'll see going forward in Canada. The Liberal Party is imploding and will dissolve within the next 5 years. The New Democratic Party, well, floatsome. The Green Party speaks for itself. It's the People's Party. It's our insurance policy. So again, a big shout out to the 3,900 people in Portage-Lisgar who decided to stand up and say something different for Canada. Appreciate every single one of them. Thank you, Jason,
for allowing me to jump on the yacht here and enjoy some time with some great speakers. And yourself, Kelly, thank you for your time. A pleasure to spend time with you again. And I will send you a DM if I get clarification on my vacation time to come down there and campaign with you. So thank you all again, and go PPC.
Thank you, Joe. And Kelly, you want to kind of wrap up, and then I'll say goodbye.
Yeah, you know what?
And by the way, I updated the ticker, Joe, so you're not part of that projection, just to be clear.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody. Thanks for having me. I know you asked for a few minutes or whatever I could provide. I enjoyed this conversation. I hope people took something away from this conversation. I'm open to talking with anybody and everybody. Feel free to reach out. Feel free to say hi. If you see me out at an event, come and say hi. But you know what? Don't look at this as a loss. This is just more people that have got Max put this party back on the spotlight again, because everybody was talking about the People's Party, including the mainstream media. Whether it was bad or good, that doesn't matter. So don't look at it as a loss. We're moving, we're growing. And honestly, if you have the time, come and spend some time with me in Calgary. Let's help me overcome these people in Calgary, and let's pick a fight there, and let's move forward. But most of all, you know what, support each other, support family, support community, and we'll get there.
I agree with that, Kelly. And I think one of the biggest things we need to do is education. We need to get more education out there. We need to get people to understand your platform. We need to get them to understand what the Conservatives are doing and not doing. We really need to get that education going. And it's podcasts like this and podcasts like Zach's. And there's going to be more and more of these things popping up. So we got 2 years. Well, we got Kelly coming up. But after that, we got 2 years to really educate the rest of Canada and really get that PPC message out. And Kelly, you can count on me. I'm going to be there. So I really, really appreciate it. So thank you all for your time. I'm going to let you go, just wrap up. But Kelly, again, you're right. I only asked for a few minutes, and you were here for like 3 hours. So thank you so much for representing the PPC here tonight, answering all the questions. You were on the hot seat, and it's not even your election yet. But it was good practice for you. We got your word out, and people can come check you out as well. So thank you very much, Kelly. Tom, we got Zach there. We got Kevin there. We got Joe. We also had Azario on. I feel like I'm missing somebody. But in either case, thank you all very much. And I'm just going to remove everybody now. They're just clicking away. I'm ending their night. Well, folks, we didn't get the outcome we were looking for, but I think it was still a good night to chat. And I think that at the end of the day, the voters came out. We got some work to do. We got to get that message out. I don't think Kelly's wrong. If Canadians understand what the PPC are trying to do and what their platforms are, then it becomes a very easy decision. But you got this deep-seated split vote thing in people. They get very concerned. Not leaving their party, they get very concerned. So we got some work to do. I really think we got some work to do. But I really appreciate that Max brought a bunch of things up. The gender debate, he brought that up. The abortion debate, he brought that up. So I really hope that we can continue those conversations as well. So thank you, everybody, for being here. We're still going to go and get ready for the next round. You know, we just got knocked out a little bit here, but we'll get up and go. And who knows? Joe might be right. Joe is holding out. Joe's looking at the numbers. We might wake up, and tomorrow's Good Morning with Jason might be a very interesting episode. So do tune in tomorrow morning. We are going to chat a bit more about the elections results, kind of see what happens overnight, and then get on with the day. And get ready for Randy Hilliard. So Randy Hilliard is going to be on tomorrow night at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And we got him for the full 2 hours, possibly a little bit more. We're going to go into an independent candidate. We're going to go into his life. We're going to go into the troubles with the convoy. We're going to go into why he can't talk to Jeremy and why he's not allowed to talk to people he knows. So make sure you tune in tomorrow at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, 6 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll have a nice little chat with Randy. So thank you all very much. This was day number 1 of my second month. So if you're just tuning in, I just had 1 month already. And now I'm going to celebrate and share a little video with you all. It's about 4 minutes, but it's a little bit of a reminder of who we've had on. And some of the people in our group here, Zach, Joe, Kevin, and even Kelly make an appearance in this video. So just give me a moment and I'll play that for you.
You watch us all go to sleep. And any who woke were just counting sheep. But the end is near. And all we see is our hate is a disgrace. We don't have time to waste. If we don't learn to love again, it's all over for us. We've all resorted to calling names. Please don't let our heroes have died in vain. 'Cause the end is near. And all we see is our hate is a disgrace. We don't have time to waste. If we don't learn to love again, it's all over for us. Our hate is a disgrace. We don't have time to waste. If we don't learn to love again, it's all over for us. If you want to be free, then you have to fight. If you want to be free, then you have to fight. 'Cause the end is near. And all we see is our hate is a disgrace. We don't have time to waste. If we don't learn to love again, it's all over for us. Our hate is a disgrace. We don't have time to waste. If we don't learn to love again, it's all over for us. If we don't learn to love again, it's all over for us. If we don't learn to love again, it's all over for us.
So thank you all very much. It's a bit of a dream. It's amazing. It's only been 30 something days, 1 month. But 20 guests, and there's a whole bunch more coming. You'll be happy with who's coming. I'll release it a little bit later, but we have great people coming: convoy, lawyers, senator, big stories out of the States. And we're still working on Danielle Smith, Stephen Harper, and some of these other names that we need to talk to. But thank you all very much for joining me on this extended edition, 5 hours and 43 minutes. It wasn't the result we're looking for, but there's a lot to work with here. So very optimistic, and thank you all very much. And remember, God bless.